Hello, friends from all over the world. Welcome to Honor of Kings. If you don't know about Honor of Kings, don't worry. We will give you a full understanding about the game through 4 episodes. If you already know Honor of Kings, you should not miss this program, as you will find all the key information you want to know. Honor of Kings is a mobile game developed by TianYun Studio Group focusing on battle. It was released in China on November 26, 2015, and is currently the mobile game with the most players in the world. You will find a large number of unique heroes and finely designed skins in Honor of Kings. What's more, the immersive battlefield will also bring users fresh gameplay experience. That's why it is a fantastic choice for social entertainment. The first season of KPL was officially launched in September 2016, and we have witnessed the birth of 13 champions. After about 2,900 days and nearly 8,000 matches. Honor of Kings International Championship is an annual world-class esports tournament with the highest level of competition. It's worth mentioning that the 2021 Honor of Kings International Championship, which contributed 600 million content views on the day of the grand finals, reached 170 million users during the tournament. 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship will witness a whole update and hold a dazzling $10 million prize pool. The wild card qualifiers will start on November 22nd, and the group stage will start from December 3rd. You will see the strong teams from all over the world fighting for the World Championship. KIC2022 will kick off shortly. Let's witness the wonderful performance of players on the stage of the 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship. Let's high five for highlight.
感觉得扛不住了，开始吼我进行了一波绕后的位置，是想踢过来，但是没踢到什么关键位啊。
You came to watch me dance.
但是阿凯就是不要。
这一波长进场再来一枪，还能再收一个。无枪进场，
收枪，
微博有点遭不住啊。
李毅知道已经没法打了，他得换线，又找到机会了。
其实闪现回身再拉到太乙，反杀。
但是张飞直接开，把明天运进去，但凯开大，冲进去，阿里先撤一波，风筝一下凯。先生选择了回闪，
If you came to watch me dance,
那个迷人的蓝进场，先将敌人给秒了。
perhaps you'd understand me better.
这一波公孙一绕后开团了。
是的，和蓝的一波完美的配合。
带炸，
来一口咬进去，
Nothing draws a shark better.
继续上左摇，左摇回头一下。
than the sweet scent of blood.
左摇再一次站了出来，自己还有个波甲，站下那个名刀，
公孙离来了，
直扑我给了一推。
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. hide inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one let me down. Destiny is calling highlight. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, in time. Everything else still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one back us down. Destiny is calling higher. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. It's our time to shine. Highlight.
A beam of light anywhere can light up the world. Light, a warm and outpour force, brings newcomers hope. Light, a thought for comeback, gives you an indelible desire.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside.
No matter where you are from, the desire to fight runs in our blood.
You don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally
Everyone long for unprecedented honor. Doing the best is the silent synergy among opponents.
my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one let me down.
Fight, guard, meet the unknown power. Challenge, attack. Rise to difficulties till being famous. Center of the world, shine like the star. Unbowed fighter, never walks alone. Highlight will be lit by you. Let the world see your light.
It's our time to shine.
And aggressive we are being, as Strong Pei is going to be taken out of this match. It's going to be first blood for the side of Team Castle.
ก็ตอนแรก
ตัวต้นเกมเขาได้ฆ่าก็เลยโดนธนูบอลช่วงต้นเกมเราก็ต้องพยายามทำให้แบบรูปเกมโดยรวมดีก่อนถึงจะแบบกลับมาสู้ได้ครับผม
Team Castle showing a great improvement. A game full of energy.
สวัสดีครับผมชื่อ007X นะครับจากการมาแข่งขัน KIC2022 ครั้งนี้พวกเราก็มีเป้าหมายที่จะไปให้ถึงแชมเปี้ยนนะครับแต่พอมาถึงที่เนี่ยพวกเรารู้ดีว่ามัน
We have a next match with Genji.
Do you have the confidence of beat?
Confident? Yeah, we are confident to lose them.
ก็ทำไมถึงคิดว่าจะแพ้จริงๆนะครับแล้วก็นี่เป็นครั้งแรกที่เราได้เข้าร่วม KIC ครับเราก็ค่อนข้างใหม่ครับอย่างที่บอกไปว่า
Guess my age. 20? More than 22. More than. Yep. You want me to tell you? I'm 29.
Oh.
You guys want to guess his age too? Guess.
Too young.
25?
Too young.
18 ครับเฉลี่ยก็น่าจะประมาณ 25 ครับก็ค่อนข้างจะเป็นปัญหานะครับเพราะว่ารู้สึกว่าเราไม่สามารถแบบตอบสนองได้ไวกว่าเมื่อก่อนครับก็พยายามเข้าไปลงแครี่อีกฝั่งแล้วก็เอาตัวรอดให้ได้ครับ
Okay, my main goal was trying to kill the carry and get out without dying. Thank you.
1, 2, 3 Only Summer trying to survive. It's not gonna be enough. He's gonna fall. It's gonna be 007X. The only option, the only hope that they have.
Hard to defend this base.
Defeat.
他们觉得他们会在第4名晋级正赛因为前3就是很想法打不过他们，所以能够晋级第4名。
มีกังวลบ้างนิดหน่อยครับว่าจะไม่ได้เข้าครับแต่ว่ากับในแข่งเนี่ยเล่นไม่เหมือนกันอีกครับผมก็ค่อนข้างยากเลยตรงนี้ก็ที่ได้เล่นเกมก็น่าจะอยู่ประมาณ5 ขวบครับผมก็เล่นเป็นเกมส่วนทำไมถึงต้องมาเป็นโปรเกมเมอร์เพราะว่าคือด้วยที่เราชอบเล่นเกมตั้งแต่เด็กๆเนี่ยสำหรับผมแล้วก็ทีมนะครับพวกเราก็ได้เล่นตัวของ HOK เนี่ยมาประมาณ2 เดือนครับผมจะได้คุ้นชินกับเกมแล้วก็ที่ผมชอบทำก็คือแบบดูผู้เล่นที่แรงสูงๆนะครับเพราะว่ามีเรื่องของแผนอะไรเงี้ยที่เล่นไม่เหมือนตัวที่แบบว่าไม่ได้ใช้ใน KPL มีปวดเป็นปวดหลังครับกับปวดนิ้วโป้งครับส่วนเรื่องถามว่าเหนื่อยไหมผมคิดว่าคือเรามีเวลาน้อยกว่าคนอื่นครับผมเราก็ต้องเต็มที่กับเวลาที่มีอยู่ให้ได้มากที่สุดครับผม
It is gonna be their moment to try to seal their ticket to the group stages. Congratulations go to Bacon Time.
ก็เอกลักษณ์สำคัญของทีมเบคอนไทม์หลักๆที่ทำให้แฟนๆมาติดตามครับก็น่าจะเป็นเรื่องของการที่เราสามารถพลิกเกมที่เสียเปรียบกลับมาชนะได้ครับผมก็หลังจากที่เข้ารอบแล้วครับก็รู้สึกโล่งครับผมก็รู้สึกโล่งแล้วก็ประมาณ3 อาทิตย์เป็นขั้นต่ำ เป็นตุ๊กตาที่เหมือนกับที่แฟนผมให้มาครับซึ่งตัวของ KIC เนี่ยมีเงินรางวัลให้กับทุกทีมที่เข้าร่วมถึง $250,000 นะครับผมก็ถ้าได้เงินรางวัลจาก KIC นะครับส่วนหนึ่งก็คงจะเก็บไว้ใช้นะครับแล้วก็อีกส่วนหนึ่งก็คงจะเก็บไว้เที่ยวกับแฟนครับผม
เขาบอกว่าแบบโชว์แบบ
ก็ตอนนั้นก็ยังเป็นเพื่อนกันนะครับก็ให้มาเป็นของขวัญวันเกิดประมาณ10 กว่าปีที่แล้วครับผมอันนี้ก็เป็นตัวใหม่ไม่ใช่ตัวนั้นเพราะว่าตัวเก่าหายไปแล้วอาจจะไม่ได้เจอกันบ่อยอะไรเงี้ยเขาก็เข้าใจครับส่วนเรื่องเงินเดือนก็อยากให้คนทั้งโลกจำ ก็ถ้าอยากจะให้คนจำชื่อผม 007X ในฐานะอะไรก็น่าจะเป็นเรื่องของผู้ที่เสียสละได้ทุกอย่างเพื่อชัยชนะของทีมครับ
Biz pratik zekamızı kullanarak rakipleri alt etmeye başaracağız. Bizim kozumuz zekamız. Türkiye'yi temsil etmeye gidiyoruz. Şampiyon olarak döneceğiz.
Bizim şampiyon olmaktan başka şansımız yoktu.
Yani biz kazanmak zorundaydık yani. Birinci olmak zorundaydık. İkinci olmak bizim için bir seçenek değildi yani.
Sonuçta Türkiye'nin açık ara en iyi takımıyız.
Parmaklarda, diğeri kafada. Kafa uyumu olduğu zaman zaten çok rahat şekilde oyunumuzu oynadık.
Namağlup olarak geldik. Bunun daha üstü yok.
Bu takım kurulduğu zaman Türkiye şampiyonu olduğumuzu anlamıştım zaten. Çünkü biz Avrupa kadrosundaydık zaten. 3 kişiydik. Diğer 2 kişi gitti. 2 kişi de Türkiye kadrosuna alıp ben de koç pozisyonuna geçmiş oldum. Çünkü hem oradaki oyuncularla iletişim iyi bir şekildeydi ve Türkçe bildiğim için de aynı zamanda yabancı olsam da buradaki Türk oyuncuları tanıyordum. Yani aslında oyuncular arasındaki köprüydüm bir nevi.
Anlık oldu bir anda yani. Yiğit arkadaşım Snape 10-10.30 gibi beni aradı. Dedi kanka işte nasılsın, iyi misin? Böyle bir şey var. Oynamak ister misin? Dedim niye olmasın, deneyelim. Toplandık 5 kişi. Koçumuz, yedek oyuncumuz falan her şeyden hazırdı.
Biz Knight'la tanışıyorduk önceden zaten. 2018'den beri tanışıyorduk. Talha ve Yiğit'i geçen sene çok beğendiğim için özellikle Talha'yı. Çinlilerle zaten biz Avrupa takımla beraber oynuyorduk. Yani bir güzel bir birleşme oldu.
Takım da iyi, oyuncular da iyi yani. Gayet eğleniyoruz da oynarken, çalışırken beraber. Yani çok hani 2 ayda 6 aylık bir ilerleme kat ettik bence yani. Çok verimli geçti o zamanımız.
Bu serüvenin en başında var olmak, en başından beri oynamak, yani ilklerden biri olmak keyif verici. Çünkü Honor of Kings çok bence cidden kaliteli bir oyun.
Baktığınız zaman yani çok farklı hero'lar var. Mank gibi bir hero da var jungle'da. Baktığınız zaman yani support hero'suna benziyor ama oyun sonu tek atıyor herkese. Bir yandan Lam gibi bir hero da var. Kai gibi bir hero da var. Hiç hasarı yok ama ölmüyor. Yani bu yani her maç farklı hero'lar oynamak, farklı rollerde iş yapabilen hero'lar oynamak bana zevk veriyor açıkçası.
Oyun Çin'de sürekli turnuvaları olan, işte 6-7 yıldır olan bir oyun. Biz ise 3 aydır bile belki beraber değiliz.
2 aylık bir takım olduğumuz için yani şöyle düşün. Bizim takım kuruldu ve dediler ki siz dedi şampiyon olacaksınız dediler. Yani ağır bir baskı bu. Ve biz ilk olarak sinerjiyle uğraşıyorduk. Yani bir ay boyunca hani diğer takımlar 2 koyuyorsa üstüne 3 koyuyorsa biz 7-8 koyuyorduk. Öyle söyleyeyim. Hani biz nereden baksak günde 12 saat, 13 saat oyun oynuyorduk ve her gün bizim off day'imiz bile yoktu.
Yani biz de takımca bunu yaptık aslında. Bu kadar hani ezici bir üstünde kazanmamızın nedeni bu. Biz adaletsiz yarıştık çünkü biz daha akıllıca çalıştık. Yani süre aynı, herkese verilen süre 2 ay ama o 2 ayı nasıl değerlendirdiğin önemli. Yani onlar 2 ayda belki bizim 1 ayda yaptığımız şeyi yaptılar ama biz 2 ayda onların belki 4 ayda 5 ayda yapacağı çalışmayı 2 ayda hazırladık yani kendimizce hazırlandık o şekilde.
Bende koçluk kafası yok, oyuncu kafası oluyor çünkü ben oyuncunun gözüyle gördüğü şekilde oyunu görüyorum. Sadece bir kuş bakışım var. Yani o yüzden daha o hissiyatı alamadım ama gördüğüm kadarıyla yani takım nasıl yönetime baktığım zaman da başarılı olduğumu da düşünüyorum aynı zamanda.
Final maçının kırılma anı bizim için şu şekilde. Biz ilk maç çok rahat yendik. Yani neredeyse çok ezici bir üstünlük vardı. O yüzden hep harita bizdeydi. Yani tek taraflı oynandı ilk maç.
İmkan bile vermeden 10 dakikada yine FUTNOVA'nın o alıştığımız o agresif oteller.
Oyunun sonuna doğru ilerliyoruz. FUTNOVA inanılmaz bir performans. 3'te 3 yapan bir isim var. Gerçekten muazzam bir oyun.
İlk maçın toplamı 21 dakikayı falan da geçmedi yani. Üçüncü maç bir sorunla karşılaştık diyebiliriz.
Anoreksik ikili birden buluyor burada. Bir geri dönüş senaryosu onlar için 3. maç sanki 4-1'i gördük Gökhan.
Yani 2'de 2 geldi ve devam da edecekler mi bakalım? Havaya savrulmasına rağmen orada ilerleyen bir buggy vardı. Bir skor daha çıkartıyorlar.
Hani burada biraz hani hissettim ya. Dedim Talha bir şeyler yapmalısın yoksa çok geriye düştüm bir şekilde. Hani dakika 1.5 falandı, 1.40 falandı. İnanılmaz geri düşmüştüm rakibi Jungle'a göre. Orada işte oyuna full fokus oldum işte. Sonra işte sakin kaldım. Elimden gelmeyince oyunu oynamaya çalıştım. Sonra Gold'u toparladım. Hatta iki fight'ta da adamları güzel yakalamıştım. Ondan sonra objektif kontrolü falan filan derken bir şekilde döndü oyun.
Dostun sonunda Marco Polo'ya girdiği sayesinde orada direkt onu aradan çıkartarak zaten maçı direkt kazanmış olduk. Üçüncü maçta bizim için biraz kırıcıydı yani. Kıran kırana geçti.
Bir ulti değil, Knight'ın üzerine geldi sadece. Closer düşer. Oyunu kapatır mıyız Gökhan burada?
Yani öyle de görünüyor ve artık 3-0'a doğru ilerliyoruz. Chris'in aldığı hasarlarla birlikte son bir deneme vardı ama FUTNOVA seride durumu 3-0'a getirmeyi başarıyor.
Burada ne kadar çok yensek de kaybetsek de her zaman tecrübe yani en üst planda oluyor. Yani bizim elimizden geldiğince Türkiye'yi temsil etmeye çalışacağız. Tabii ki bu hayatta hiçbir şey kolay değil. Bu da kolay olmayacak. Onun için yani umarım elimizden gelen en iyisini yaparız.
İnsan zaten genel olarak göremediği şeyden korkan bir varlık. Yani Türkiye'de de böyleydi birazcık. Hani rakiple antrenman yapınca bunu az çok çözebiliyorsun veya turnuva maçlarını izleyince başladığı zaman ki turnuva maçlarını izleyince çözebiliyorsun. Burada da aynısını yapacağız biz Türklere yaptığımız gibi. Kore'deki maçları izleyeceğiz. İşte hangi takım hangi kompları daha çok oynuyor, hangi oyuncu hangi hero'ları daha çok oynuyor genel olarak. Onu çözmeye çalışacağız. Oyun mantıklarını çözmeye çalışacağız. Hani önümüzdekisi azaltmaya çalışacağız elimizden geldiğince.
Kendi konfor alanımızın dışına çıkacağız. Türkiye'de hep bilindik bir ortam, yani hep bildiğimiz oyunculara karşı oynamıştık. Şimdi hiç tanımadığımız, hiç karşısında oynamadığımız oyunculara karşı oynayacağız. İlk başlarda belki zorlanabiliriz ama sonrasında alışacağımızı düşünüyorum.
Elinin taşın altına koymak lazım aslında bu süreçte. Bir şey yapmak istiyorsak da. Aslında ne diyeyim yani hayal kurmak boş bir şey. Böyle hayaller değil de direkt yavaş yavaş merdiven çıkıp başarmak aslında bir hedeftir. Biz de hedefimize ulaştık. Şu anki hedefimiz de en iyi şekilde temsil etmek ve birinci olmak tabii ki. Çok büyük bir ödül. Bu ödül de yani herkesin hayatını değiştirecek neredeyse. Öyle bir büyük ödül. Umarım hedefimize ulaşırız.
Her oyuncunun olduğu gibi benim de hayalim Oversea'de hani o final koltuğuna oturmak ve onu kazanmak diyebilirim o maçları.
Kazanmaya odaklıyım. Benim kariyerimdeki tek isteğim dünyada biz bırakabilmek, dünya sıralamasından.
Hedefim ben o gün başlamıştım, yani oyunlara ilk başladığım gün ilk izlediğim turnuvalarda belirlemiştim. Honor of Kings dünya şampiyonu olmak kısa vadede benim için hayal ama uzun vadede hedef olarak görüyorum bunu.
Ya 8 KP'ye takımı diyelim, diğeri de KP'ye takımı.
Ama merak ediyorum bu arada, o 8 tane olayını merak ediyorum. Kendi aralarında maç olacak mı olmayacak mı?
Vuracağız. Berat alacak Luvan'ı, bom bom bom bom bom.
Kingo da alacak yanayı çıtır çıtır.
Bitti.
Bitti, oyun bitti direkt yani. Tartışmaya gerek yok.
1, 2, 3, FUTNOVA win!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 Honor of Kings International Championships Group Stage, Week 2. It's going to be our last day. I'm your caster, Pena.
I'm your caster, Nora. As we just mentioned, today's going to be the last day of our group stage, and time flies. Actually, we've already been halfway through our tournament.
Yeah, exactly. Can you imagine? Like it just started a couple weeks ago, and then right now it's almost like already just qualifications, right? Like,
yeah.
We're done with group stages today. It's going to be the last matches that we're going to have for Group D. And then after that, it's going to be the top 8.
And there's something off note that the draw is going to start tonight. And after the draw, 2 days later, we'll just go for that quarterfinals. So actually, that's going to be quite short time.
There's going to be quite short time for teams to start thinking about how they want to face this, what they want to do for those BO7s. It's going to be a completely different stage than what we just saw in the BO2s or BO1s before.
As we were doing BO2, you don't need to save any heroes or save any options. You just grab anything you got, everything you got. But it's totally different when you're playing with best of 7. Strategies will be much more important during the benefit phase.
Talking a little bit about Bacon Time and FUTNOVA, who are going to be the 2 teams from the other areas that they're going to be saying goodbye today if they're not able just to turn things around against Destiny.
That's gonna be quite hard for them, to be honest. But because like for both of the teams, they only got 1 point in their hand.
Yeah.
And they end up the last game as a draw. So actually that makes the gap even more significant.
There are 9 points out there, right? So if they want to just make it through, they need to go and try to grab those 9 points. It would be great for the boys from Bacon Time today to take those 3 victories. Because a lot of them, as they just mentioned in the video, average of 25 years old, which for a lot of esports athletes, it's already a pretty old age, no?
I know, like for esport industry, actually the average age maybe is like 21, 22, or like the career is going to be quite short. So for them, though they're quite young team towards our tournament, but the truth is actually they're considered as old.
Well, and if you can be 25, 26, 27 and just be competing at this high level, that just shows that you actually have great skills. They would love to just take this as what we saw there from 007X, thinking about taking the prize money and then just go back home and take his girlfriend out.
Get married. I remember that. One for trip money and another for the money to get married.
Yeah, FUTNOVA Esports. FUTNOVA Esports on the other side, like they think that what they want to do and the reason why they are such a strong team is their intelligence, right? Like how they're so productive, how they use the hard work just to create the progress of 6 months in only 2. Understanding the game and understanding the heroes is going to be super important. And let us just give them a hand, no? Let's just check a little bit on the heroes that we can introduce to them today.
This is kind of became one of our tradition right now.
Yeah, of course.
Check Huang, we saw this hero yesterday, quite late game, but when you're playing against with those teams who's not going to be able to close out the game, it's going to be a good choice.
Foshan DRGGK yesterday just showing us how it's done in a hero that is not such a popular pick as Huang. On the other side, Hoi, another hero that is not a very popular pick.
Yeah, Ino played it once.
Yeah, Ino played it once, but it wasn't a completely different scenario. Like, Hoi needs a lot of items and it needs to be protected a lot, not only by only one support, but your top laner needs to be a tank. You cannot go out with a warrior.
Yeah, because this hero is quite immobile and also item dependent, so he barely can take care of himself. So that's why actually he's not like quite favored for all of those players.
And Garo, the other option, was going to be a very good counter pick against such a meta pick hero like Gunsun Lee. Because Garo has such a long range, right? I would say that he has the longest range among all the marksmen that we have in this game. So Garo's long range and the ability to slow down the movement speed and the attack speed from your opponent just makes Garo just a great pick against Gunsun Lee.
To play in a defensive way.
Exactly. Well, let's check what's going to happen today with the matchups. Let's see which teams are still with us. Only 2 remaining teams from the other areas. It's going to be Bacon Time and FUTNOVA.
Yeah, you can see there's only 2 teams right now. For Bacon Time and FUTNOVA, probably this is going to be their last showcases, but still we hope that they can bring us something refreshing and hope they can enjoy this journey.
It's going to be a really nice match, the one that we're going to have today as our first matchup. FUTNOVA Esports going to be playing against Bacon Time. That's going to tell them exactly where they are.
Yeah.
Just like facing Bacon Time or Bacon Time facing FUTNOVA is going to tell them exactly what they're made of.
Yeah, and actually these 2 teams are only two of the teams from other regions that made a draw. in the group stage. So actually, the first game is going to be one of those tests to see what they've learned from their opponents or from this group stage and show it to us.
Through all these days, for sure, they've been collecting a lot of different experiences, right? And knowing the boys from FUTNOVA Esports, the ones that they like grinding 12, 13 hours a day, I'm totally sure that FUTNOVA Esports today is going to show us something completely different to what we've been seeing before.
Like before, actually, FUTNOVA, their composition is quite solid, which surprised me a lot. They, even back in their own qualifier, the compositions that they use is quite similar to those compositions that teams from KPL region use. Instead, they would use like Lianpo as a support. And that's their playing style. So actually, they really prefer to play in those 5 versus 5 big team fight.
We're going to have a great match first, and we need to start getting ready for that, because what's going to happen between FUTNOVA Esports and Bacon Time is going to define who might end up in 3rd and who might end up in 4th.
Yeah.
The truth is that the chances for them to try to make it through, try to make it to the other side are very, very slim. But at least in this match, they can try to fight for honor.
As we mentioned, this is going to be the final test for them to check what they've learned from this journey. And we talk a lot about FUTNOVA. Actually, I want to talk a little bit about Bacon Time.
Go ahead.
Because actually, Bacon Time is not one of those teams who's quite distinctive. Like compared to other 3 teams from this wildcard qualifier, they do not have so many highlights or standouts. But you can see from that video, they're quite introvert, or they're quite enjoying this journey.
Yeah, they're enjoying the journey at all, like completely. If you analyze the video, like every single time that they ask them, like, are you confident about winning? And they say, like, we're confident about losing. We hope to win, but if you ask about confidence, we're confident that everyone else is stronger than us. That kind of attitude, in some sort of way, releases a little bit of the pressure and puts the pressure on their opponents.
And that kind of mentality could like sort of balance yourself. You won't be so rushed into something, or even you being defeated, you won't be that what we call scared, or what we call unhappy, upset.
Let's see what's going to happen today. The coaches for today, same as before. For FUTNOVA is going to be Nito, and then for Bacon Time is going to be Xiao.
And also the lineup stays the same. For these 2 coaches, like from FUTNOVA, Nito, actually he played a really important role in FUTNOVA. He's the one to call for those members gathering together and build up this. Actually, this team was undefeated back into their qualifier. End up all those games with 3-0 or 4-0.
You mentioned a very interesting point in there. It was the coach, the one that built the team. The importance of that one person that is going to be the leader, that's going to be the bridge in between players. The fact that he was able to speak the language in such an international environment, it's very important, right? Like, it's very difficult to play if you do not speak the same language as your teammates, for sure.
And if we're talking about language speaking, no doubt we need to talk about Xiao. This guy can speak 4 languages fluently.
Yeah, there you are.
Surprise.
So it seems like if you want to be an esports coach, you must learn how to speak multiple languages so you can actually build around the teammates, right? Like, for me as a coach, like, what you need to do is to be able to understand your players. It's not that much about understanding the game, more than understanding the player. The player is the one that's playing. So at the end of the day, what you want to do is just to be a psychologist, how to get the best out of every human being holding that console.
And if we take one step further, actually that's going to be something good to Bacon Time. Their options of those players could be wide open in the future because of their coaches who can speak several languages. They can just, be more international or find more players and help to strengthen up all those powers.
Yeah, you could just go around and just start asking for people. I know that a lot of fans from Bacon Time are watching the stream right now. They're super confident that they can take this victory today, and I'm totally sure that right now, all of them, the fans from Bacon Time, are enjoying and really counting the minutes for this game to start. And so if you're a fan from Bacon Time and you would like to play, why not? Reach out. Hopefully, if you're good enough, you can come and join us for the next KIC.
We are looking forward to see more and more people overseas to join our tournament. And for Bacon Time, we've mentioned about their age before, but that somehow shows actually they're quite experienced. All of them have several years about like playing mobile games. So they know that how they're gonna play mobile games, and as they had a better understanding towards our game, I guess today gonna be something different.
As the industry has been evolved and as the games have been becoming more similar between each other, just being able to transfer that knowledge and that experience from different games into the one that you are competing in right now is going to be a necessary skill for any esport player, right? It's not the same as it was 10, 15 years ago, right? Like, it's like you're good at one game and that's it. Right now you need to be good at game genres. Like you're either good at MOBAs, you're really good at FPSs, you're very good at battle royales, game card collectors. If you're really good at the genre, then allows you to open a lot more doors. And that's an example of what Bacon Time is right now. Players that they were really good at understanding MOBA games, that they just came in, took this challenge, and made it all the way to KIC.
And it's some sort of help to build up their versatility.
Versatility, yeah.
You can see those players are quite, I would say, happy, and also it seems quite well prepared for this tournament, for this matchup.
Everyone looks in a mix of stress and anxiety and being calm or pretending to be calm. Real calm does not look that tense, right? I understand, like they need to be anxious and they need to have a little bit stress on them. That's for sure, because it's gonna be their last game.
And for FUTNOVA, as we mentioned before, actually they were undefeated before in their qualifier.
Yeah, we've mentioned that.
So I guess they want to go for their last victory in our journey.
Let's wait and see. The BP is going to start. FUTNOVA Esports against Bacon Time. FUTNOVA Esports is going to be taking the blue. Bacon Time is going to be taking the red side. I expect a very common BP as what we've seen. I don't think that neither of these two teams are going to allow Zhang Fei to be out.
Zhang Fei, especially for Bacon Time, if the Shimengxi is quite favored. It depends on FUTNOVA's first pick, whether he wants Shimengxi or Gongsun Li.
Probably Gongsun Li would be a better pick. Not even allowed over there in the bands. Gongsun Li just has been such a strong hero, right? Like it's been such a familiar pick. Yesterday, after watching Huang Zhong just showing up in the mix, that shows you that there are a lot of other different ways how to play the game. So hopefully for FUTNOVA Esports and Bacon Time, as they go back, they can just keep practicing and try to use those different heroes.
And for Bacon Time, actually something that really surprised me about is the hero pool of Marks, because he's one of those players from other region who's really obsessed with playing assassin mage.
Yeah,
which
exactly.
is not normal actually.
Yeah, it's not that common, right? And in a meta like the one that we have right now, where your mid laner is going to be more utility than damage, then probably just playing an assassin is going to be difficult. The option of Shimengxi just would open Marks the option to play Shangguan Wan'er.
Yeah, Shangguan Wan'er, that's exactly the cue what surprised me in the previous series. I never saw only like a Glow from Genji played once.
Yes.
So actually this is gonna be a quite good choice for Marks. And Bacon Time, they just taking away this Ata and Zhang Fei.
Ata, Zhang Fei, they don't have the Bomber Cat to fall in with that combo, right? Options for mid lane, It's going to depend a lot on what the option for top laner is going to be from FUTNOVA, right?
If Beijing wants to contest Shenmengxi with the mid-wave priority, Zhou would be a nice choice. Or if they want to do more about those roles or engagement, Zhao Jun is going to be nice. It depends. Zhou, the first way that I mentioned.
Yeah, if Summer is able to come in, use his ultimate just to lock people in and not allowing them to run away, then Mimars can have green light just to deal damage with the fire.
Zhou Yu and Shenmengxi are two of those mages now in this meta can contest for this priority of the mid-wave. Neither other mages can do that.
I think there's a handful, right? There's a handful of mid laners right now, and that would be wave priority. Like, I want to have wave priorities, then I will choose that group.
Yeah.
But at the same time, not only thinking about wave priority, the bomber catch Shenmengxi and what Zhou Yu can do, they can deal lots of damage at the same time, right? Something that, for example, Wang Zhaojun is not able to do. Wang Zhaojun, for me, it's more a cleaning wave and then just running away kind of hero. And Zhou Yu becomes a little bit more mobile and more aggressive.
Because those AoE damage he can do, and also those burning marks that he can dealt on his targets, will allow him to do consistent like damage.
Consistent and constant damage dealt by Zhou Yu. Let's see. They choose Direnjie. Good pick. Good pick.
This is gonna be the one who can win an upper hand on the bottom, play against Marco Polo.
They choose Marco Polo very early. I don't think that Bacon Time, based on what they had as their composition, would have picked Marco Polo. That Marco Polo pick in there just so early that it shows their hand very early in the VP stages.
One reason maybe is because after seeing Bacon Time build up such a solid front liner, Zhang Fei and also Ata, Marco Polo are gonna be the one using the true damage to deal something. And also, FUTNOVA is quite afraid of Bacon Time would choose Marco Polo because, as I mentioned, they're quite favored about using Lianpo as the support.
And City Boy might just lock that Lianpo in and then just show us one more time how this Lianpo support is supposed to be played. Options for jungler, I believe that's going to be Miyamoto Musashi or Jing. One of those two. I would prefer Jing actually, instead of Miyamoto Musashi.
Okay,
what do you think?
This is gonna be a nice choice.
Because?
Because of its, it's a meta pick, and also his ultimate, once he locked down on his opponent's jungler, he can reduce the HP restore.
The one thing about this here is that he does not have much of burst damage. He can lock in, but Feng comes with Purify, would allow him to survive.
Yeah, so that actually mentioned us about another strategy that GK used yesterday. Like, once you know your only target would be someone, the only thing you need to do is to force out his ability, and that's it. So for a 007X, this game, he only needs to use ultimate to lock down Marco Polo, force out the Purify or the ultimate, and that's it. Because without the Marco Polo, there won't be that aggressive or enough to do the output damage.
Well, let's wait and see if his goal is going to still use his second ability to move in, to move out, just to come back with a dash. If he can hold to his ultimate, he might be able to still be of a lot of problem for Bacon Time after using or dispensing of his Purify.
One of those features that why Marco Polo relies a lot on Purify is because he's the only hero in our game without any control ability. Can you imagine that? Like, his lack of control ability, but his ultimate, when he uses his ultimate to dash in, he can easily be broke, easily be interrupted. That's the reason why he needs to Purify, allow him to finish his ultimate.
We see a lot of Marco Polo just evolving through all the different patches, right? Like, it's a hero that's been with us since the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
And right now, just seeing that Marco Polo is still one of those picks that's still around there, right?
That's called classic.
It is a classic. It is an Honor of Kings classic, Marco Polo.
Yeah. And also Feng, right? Feng's always, I guess, he's one of those classic heroes. Zhang Fei the same. You can see actually our game has been published for over 7 years, and a lot of heroes we already had a fulfilled understanding towards them, but due to the meta, actually like those characters that they had or keep changing.
All right, let's wait and see. Here it comes. FUTNOVA Esports against Bacon Time. Is it gonna be FUTNOVA Esports, the ones that are gonna try to take the third place? There's gonna be Bacon Time. It's gonna take the snap shit from their hands.
Or is it gonna be another draw?
Is it gonna be another draw? Who knows? Nobody knows anymore.
Bacon Time, they already take some moves.
They're trying to take the blue. City Boy comes in, unable to contest that. Summer is going to keep it.
Lost didn't use his smite, but from Bacon Time, we can see Summer just used the smite.
Yeah, he came in late, right? And Summer still comes in, still has 15 more seconds for his smite to be available. 007X comes, Lost has control of the smite, comes to 2,600, not yet in smite range. Lost is gonna take that red. 007 taking extremely low. Knight wants to take him down. It's gonna be first blood for FUTNOVA.
FUTNOVA, they want more. They just force out Zhou. You splash it again towards Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei be taken down by FUTNOVA. Attack again. 3-0 opening for FUTNOVA.
3-0 opening for FUTNOVA. Great work from them. They lost the blue, and then Bacon Time tried to just completely damage their opening by going to the red. And they actually handed 3 kills for FUTNOVA.
Ooh, so actually, can we say it in another way that the reason why Lost saved this smite is because after seeing Bacon Time carrying 3 smites, he know that you are gonna go for my red buff. So that's gonna be my battlefield.
Yeah, I think that he just came late for the blue contest.
I'm overthinking.
I just think that he just came late, and then when he just pressed on his mic, the blue was not available no more.
But that's some mistake that Bacon Time just had, because all of those 3 smites were in cooldown at that evasion. So that's something they need to note.
Bacon Time making the rotation with TianYun to top lane, right? Allowing TianYun to be closer to the red buff. And at the same time, Feng is going to follow him, which is bad for Feng because he's more red dependent than TianYun.
True. Marco Polo need the red buff, and also he can't contest TianYun solo lane.
City Boy being extremely aggressive. 5 people from Bacon Time come in just to check on the vision. And Knight just staying on bottom lane. He's a man who needs his minions. He does not care about anything else right now.
Maybe for Knight, after he already take this minion wave, the next movement he's gonna do is just to rotate in the mid. Gain the vision control.
Rotating to the middle, as you just called. Mimarch is going to be launched on the air. The damage does not follow. Mimarch is still alive. He's going to be able to clean that wave.
And you know, actually there's a saying when you're playing this game is you don't need to take down your enemy. Dealing enough damage, let them to be unhealthy, go back to home, that's enough.
And FUTNOVA takes control of the Tyrant.
Yeah.
If they've got the power play, they need to use it in some sort of way. The decision was to go for that objective.
Go for that objective, take it down and ground some effective, and also with Shenongxi and also Lost, they're gonna be quite powerful in the early game.
Alright, now Moss is already in level 4, moving to level 5. He's got his ultimate available. FUTNOVA needs to play a little bit differently right now since Moss initiation followed in by 007X lock in could be bad news for them. They've got already an advantage, right?
Yeah, they already got 1,000 gold lead and also 3 kills in lead.
So what about if right now we just try to play smart? Again, Big Pen comes in, it's wide. Lost trying to find an angle on me marks. The kitty bombs jump in. It's going to be City Boy, the one that's going to initiate. He's going to take one. He's been taken extremely low, but it's going to be 007X, the one that falls. Another 2-0 trade for FUTNOVA Esports.
FUTNOVA for today's game. It seems like they're well prepared for this game, and that was quite a nice counter-attack. Well, we need to admit that Moss find a unique angle.
Yes.
But what the pity is that by using this ultimate, actually 4 people be pushing back under their own turret. So this is gonna be something not good for Bacon Time. Check is Moss find a really nice angle, but
And he just pushes them in under the turret.
yeah, so
Protected.
That's true.
We talked about that, right? Like we're always saying that Tranfei has initiation, that Tranfei is very useful hero, but you need to find the right angle. If you don't find the right angle, then just hold to your ult.
Yeah, just take those games played by teams from KPL region in the previous series. They use this Tranfei, try to sneak around to the rear, right? And using an ultimate to push everyone out.
Yeah.
Not just gonna force you in.
3,000 goal advantage right now for FUTNOVA. Almost 6 minutes of the game. They need to be smart. Right now, City Boy is going to be found over there in the bush. Gonna have to run away. Moz is gonna use his ultimate, trying to lock in 007X. Is going to be wide. Moz ultimate, one more time, not being of the best effect.
Moz is using his ultimate in a quite luxurious way.
Yeah.
It seems like actually it's not easy for Zhang Fei to save those energy bars.
I know.
Waiting for all those energy bars to be filled up.
And he's just using it as if it would be like very cheap.
Yeah, and what's worse is that without the ultimate provided by Moz, there's no way for Bacon Time to push back.
Right now it's FUTNOVA, the ones that they're in the lead. Now this is going to be the question right now. You're in the lead. You've got already a 2,500 gold advantage that you have not seen before. What do you do? Do you push? Do you stay together? Are you trying to be more aggressive and trying to finish the game right now?
I agree with do it in an aggressive way. Since you already got 3,000 gold lead. And
now or never.
These kind of heroes are quite early game play style. They're totally capable to do some initiation.
But look at that, Miyamoto Musashi trying to find the angle in.
But that's going to be a little bit hard.
It's going to be difficult. Feng right now is trying to get control of his breath.
But for him, good luck. Good news is that he can protect this red buff.
Yeah.
But he still need to wait for the item.
City Boy and Marco Polo just waiting in there. City Boy not even standing in the bush, just standing next to the bush.
It's like, okay, I am here, so what?
Look at that, 007X. Knows that Feng has purified, so he does not deal his ultimate. Hermes taken extremely low.
Extremely low, so he's not gonna be able to guard this tower. He's gonna be very dangerous.
Look at that Knight being extremely aggressive. I like the way that this man is playing this hero today.
Has destroyed a tower.
They're fully used those characters that this hero has.
Yes.
Using those solid front laners to constantly gain the vision control, just to push forward, to conquer more for their marksmen to do the constant output.
Rotation to mid. Feng is standing very, very far to the front. He needs to be a little bit more careful. I know that he believes that with his Purifier and his ultimate, he can escape, but there's no need to try to force that. Let Knight take the vision. Let Knight go around and tell you exactly where 007X is going to be.
That's true. And when you're playing such a high-tempo games, especially where high-pitched tournament, every single ability matters a lot.
All abilities matter. One more Tyrant for FUTNOVA. They're playing this straight to the book. This is just a textbook move. Control the objectives, control the vision, and right now everything looks blue for them.
5,000 gold lead. We rarely see it when we see like two teams from other regions play against each other. Right?
Moss comes in. He's going to receive the fire from the kitty bombs.
Good news to Bacon Time is that due to this Xiao pick, actually they can easily to guard this mid tower. But the problem is they still need to try to guard their field.
They need to guard their field, but look at that. Lost makes the TP straight coming for the blue buff from Bacon Time, not allowing 007X to have control of his own resources. 007X has not been part of any of the fights yet. He's just been a bystander, just going around trying to hold to it. Now, as the time goes, Lost damage is going to start just being not that critical. Lost's damage is not going to be that important.
He's gonna be able to do some control, but that's it.
Exactly.
So that's exactly what Bacon Time's doing now. They know that for their marksman, he need a quite comfortable spot for him to do the output, and they need time for Ata and Zhang Fei to pile up. So they're trying to buy some time. And this is something worth mentioning, is that once you're not able to take down this mid tower to your opponent, one strategy is take the second tower on both side lanes. So you
try to push from top and bottom, no?
Yeah, and the mid tower is going to be isolated.
Lost stepping too deep in the bottom lane. Handing Bacon Time an opportunity for them to turn things around. That kind of mistakes cannot happen. Look at that. Right now it's going to be 007X, the one that has green light to push on bottom lane.
When 007X tried to do this split out push, FUTNOVA rarely have the power to contest with this hero. He's got 7,000 gold, not bad. And also his second ability will allow him to dash forward or escape away from all those around. So the problem for FUTNOVA or for those teams who got a gold lead or a resources lead is that how they're going to
Why? Why? You don't need to go and take on Hermes. Like you already have a gold advantage. In terms of that, if they kill you, you're handing the opportunity to them to turn things around. You don't need to engage in those 1v2s. There's no need.
Even you got a gold lead, you still needs to be...
If you have a gold lead, you need to safeguard your gold lead. Don't go around just trying to force things that don't need to be forced.
True. Because if you're quite flagrant, it's gonna cause some mistakes, and that will allow your opponents to find a way to counterattack.
Now this is gonna be interesting to see how is FUTNOVA trying to make it all the way to high ground. It's gonna be easier for Bacon Time to protect their high ground by having that throw you, right?
And we can see Bacon Time, even they already guard their mid tower. I was quite surprised about this kind of situation. For FUTNOVA, if they go too deep, trying to head to this high ground tower, it's going to be a little bit dangerous since the mid tower is still alive.
Kuang just putting pressure in top lane.
Yeah, but Marco Polo is not one of those marksmen who's really good at taking down towers.
Yeah, exactly.
He's good at doing engagement, but not taking down those towers.
I don't know. I don't like the way that this is looking. Look at that. Hermes is taken extremely low. Feng is going to jump in with his ult. He's going to take on one kill. Right now it's going to be Moss, Summer, and 007X, the ones running away. The minions come in, and right now is the opportunity for FUTNOVA to try to take at least the mid lane turret.
Exactly. They have a high opportunity to do that. Just let Knight to standing in the mid of that mid lane and using this wave to try to push forward. They can even take one more.
The kitty bombs come in. Very, very close. Summer just getting out of there.
Yeah, the
by a
shield.
little hair.
Wow. FUTNOVA still want the upper hand, but actually I don't think that's going to be the deciding fact. I still think that Bacon Time has their possibility,
yeah,
to turn this around. They just need to ensure that Hermes is going to have a comfortable spot.
They're already engaging. Knight jumps in, but it's too early. Lost is trying to find the right angle. It's going to come in. City Boy is going to put 3 people on air. But Feng is not there yet. Now he comes late, but he's still available to try to take one more kill.
City Boy has so many highlights in this one single matchup. You can see every engagement. Once his flash is available, he just dash in and smash on the ground. Like at least 3 people gonna be knocked out.
Exactly.
Quite nice.
Let's wait and see what's gonna happen in here. I like the way that FUTNOVA is playing, but they're not paying attention to their bottom lane.
True.
They need to pay attention to that bottom lane and try to split bacon time. They need to create a power play. And power plays are created by just splitting your opponents in half. Get them, instead of a 5-0 rotation, to a 3-2 or a 4-1.
Oh,
As
nice
that,
one.
007 is going to jump in, is going to lock in on Shenmonsi. Shenmonsi is going to fall, but 007 is going to follow him. Hermes needs to use his second ability to push back. As FUTNOVA, all 4 people of them, they came in trying to get him down.
Yeah, the sacrifice that 007X did was significant. Since he take down Shenmonsi, FUTNOVA actually would be not that capable to take down those HP bars.
Yeah, exactly.
And also force out the ultimate from Apollo.
Snape is the main source of AoE damage, right? So without Snape, they depend a lot on what Lost and what Feng can do. But without chipping in the HP bars first, it's very difficult for them to do this.
So on the other hand, for FUTNOVA, they know that after they will not be able to speed up, they just take down that Shadow Tyrant. So actually, there's 2 dragons in their hand right now.
2 dragons in hand right now. There's one Vanguard coming in bottom lane.
The strongest one. Again, Zhou Yu might be very good at cleaning those minion waves, but not my Vanguard.
Wow! Imperial Order comes in and locks in onto Knight. Feng trying his best to try to do slowly but consistently some damage to the turrets. The fire comes in, cleaning that last ballista that was putting damage to that turret, being taken to half of its HP.
Actually, FUTNOVA could be more decisive. Like, there's actually 2 minion waves arriving at the high ground tower simultaneously. Actually, they can just focusing on taking down 1 high ground tower at that time.
Yes. Like, they need 3 minion waves to come in at the same time. Zhou Yu is going to put all his abilities on one turret, and then they can focus on just taking the one that is going to be completely afar.
Yeah.
So if you already have an advantage on the bottom lane, what about if you just try to focus me marks over there on bottom?
Try to do something.
His damage is still not there. Summer is still pretty tanky for him.
But if Faken Time don't want to respond, don't want to come and give an answer, do some counter attack, they will just use Zhou Yu to clean this minion wave. So maybe FUTNOVA just go for the next.
That's the problem.
Shadow
Look at the waves. The waves come one at a time. So it's very easy for me marks just to clean the waves.
Yeah.
It's not being a challenge build right now, but FUTNOVA is going to try to engage. It's going to be 007X, the one that is going to come in, lock in on someone, but it's going to be counter-attack. Feng is going to fall. It's going to be a 2-1 trade. Summer and 007X are down, but Marks and Hermes can still protect the turrets.
But to be honest, these kind of sacrifices quite useless because it's just slow you down.
Yeah.
Just slow FUTNOVA's pace. Once we saw those trades, but that might be 1 kill trade for the high ground tower. But see this one. The minion is already killing up.
Why to engage there? There's 23 seconds for the Overlord.
And there's
just
no
wait
minion
for
wave.
the Overlord.
There's no minion wave get into the high ground tower.
Just wait in there. There's no need to just rush it in there that much. All right, pushing back. They're going to try to rush this Overlord. 007X just coming out of the fountain, leaving high ground. Summer trying to get the vision. Gonna be spotted.
Oh, that was
very,
so close.
very close.
That was so close.
Very, very close.
That was so close because Summer still got his smite.
Let's wait and see.
And now here's one of like piece of my advice that FUTNOVA needs to use these vanguards smartly.
Yep.
Manage 3 waves arriving simultaneously at the same time.
They do need to be very smart.
Yeah, they don't need to release it now. Okay, they released it anyway. Because the Tempest Dragon is gonna spawn, right?
Yeah.
So
Tempest Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. They could have hold to it a little bit longer, at least 10 more seconds,
that's what
just
I
to
mean.
force Bacon Time to defend the Vanguard or to contest the Tempest Dragon.
That's what I mean. That sounds like more timing or tricks gained by experience. But if they spawn it, they need to use it wisely. You can't just spawn it and do nothing.
Well,
Just
right now they need to start it. Right now it needs to be 5 people from FUTNOVA coming in to take the dragon. It is only going to be Lost and Found, the ones that they're going to take it, but it's extremely slow.
Because there's debuff. They just taken down that Shadow Overlord, so there's going to be a debuff put on FUTNOVA. The speed is going to be quite slow. So that's the reason why I said they need to manage the wave. This is a quite nice one. 2 vanguards, but they didn't like push forward thoroughly. You know, once you got gold lead, you just give all those resources away. Actually, you're just sending money to Bacon Time.
Yeah, exactly. They're just allowing Bacon Time an opportunity just to turn things around. Look at that 007X cast Vision over the HP bar of the Tempest Dragon, and he's gotten a great angle.
FUTNOVA, they don't want to hazard to this Tempest Dragon since Bacon Time have got 3 smites in
So
their
go
hand.
and clean the wave down to the bottom. Just go down.
Or once they saw 007X showed up in the minimap, that's gonna be a cue for them. Like they already know that one of your members are absent. It's time for engagement.
Let's see, Feng is gonna jump in. He's going to be wide. Hermes and Mimars are still alive. Loss is being taken extremely low. Now 007X has a great angle. He comes in. He's gonna lock in onto Snape. Feng is running away for his life. Uses his Spirit Fight that is going to allow him to survive. He's gonna revive one more time. Summer is taken down. Lost is going to fall. Resurrect him one more time using his revive. The kitty bombs come in. It's going to be the fight for Bacon Time.
And even worse for FUTNOVA is that the only member carrying the smite in their side has been taken down. So for Bacon Time, it's their time to push back.
Stressing me out. This is stressing me out so much. Like FUTNOVA has had the lead for the last 10 minutes. And they are not playing as if they would be the ones in the lead.
Yeah. They just keep holding back or hold on something. I know that they might be quite cautious about this matchups. And once you've got such a significant gap in your goal difference, you should be more aggressive and try to close out the game, or even take 1 high ground tower down or gain you more advantages.
The understanding of wave management is still not there. They're not being able to control that.
But check the minion wave.
Look at that, Snape one more time. He's gonna be taken down. Feng uses his ult to run away, but he's going to be locked down one more time by 007X. FPN, the boys are just falling like flies. Knight needs to run away, trying to survive, so it's not going to be an ace.
This is a 3-0 trade, and Bacon Time just let one of those high ground tower go and tried to
Where is Lost going?
He tried to steal the crystal, but
Can he steal the crystal? He's got 2 people there, he got no minions. Where is he going?
He wants to try, but what about the Tempest Dragon? They're just gonna hand it over to Bacon Time. Tempest Dragon got easily taken down by Bacon Time. Wow. Wow. With those effects, with those earnings, taking down this Tempest Dragon, Bacon Time's now allowing to be more aggressive. They can use those minion waves to push forward. Even better is that they've got Zhou Yu, they've got Jie, both are quite good at taking down those towers.
It's going to be difficult right now for FUTNOVA to try to get out of here. They just handed in the keys to victory to Bacon Time when they had a gigantic advantage.
And we can see actually there was a 10,000 gold lead 8 minutes ago. Wait, a nice catch.
Marks cannot leave, but it's going to be FTN right now just jumping back because they still have the Tempest Dragon buff. Knight jumping in, regardless of that, he's taking true damage from every single angle. 007 just needs to wait for the right moment to just jump in the fight.
They're trying, but this landform for Bacon Time is not that comfortable. Hermes has no environment for him to do the output. But that was a nice gank done by FUTNOVA.
25 minutes.
Yeah, after they've taken down Zhou Yu, actually I guess this game's gonna last for another maybe 5 minutes. Both teams gonna wait for the next Tempest Dragon.
I just don't understand what's the decision from FUTNOVA.
I know.
It's not decisive at all. And you would not I'm not expecting this in this moment of the tournament.
And I'm actually quite surprised because after I watched those performances that they showed back in their own qualifier, they are the team that always going to close out the game in 10 minutes.
Yeah, so maybe just right now when we make it all the way to 25, they're not used to this kind of game.
Maybe, because they never been to such a late game.
Let's wait and see. Right now it's going to be Bacon Time, the ones that they're trying to initiate. Hermes taken extremely low by the kitty bombs.
Well, but now, the good news to FUTNOVA is that they finally got a high ground tower advantage on the bottom.
Yeah.
Because the Tempest Dragon gonna spawn on the opposite side.
But Bacon Time has a better understanding, so their priority is not actually the mid lane that right now FUTNOVA is so critically trying to push. But the first thing that Bacon Time does is just to keep 007X down in the bottom lane, cleaning the wave. They clean the wave and then he can rotate quickly to contest that Tempest Dragon.
And also gonna do not let the bottom lane to be under pressure.
Look at that, he's going to be locked in.
Oh.
He's going to use his revive. The kitty bombs come in, but he's not gonna be able to take on Marks back. Power play for 50 seconds for Bacon Time, one more time.
But again, the Tempest Dragon just spawned. You don't need to have that when the Tempest Dragon is gonna spawn. They're all aiming at 007X, but he's wanna push back. Even the HP bar's not that healthy, and Mark Polo just chasing too deep. Even go to the opponent's high ground tower, another side. Check TianYun, keep chasing with this red buff, take Limpo down.
They have, right now, they have a priority over the Tempest Dragon and they do not even care about that. They've got Ballista. Snape is gonna be able to clean that wave if he uses his ultimate clearly. He's trying, but right now it's gonna be Moss and Summer, the ones that are gonna jump in for him. The turret is gonna fall. And there's Moss, Marks, Summer, Hermes, the ones that they want to take this victory.
4 people remaining in Bacon Time, though this minion waves has been cleaned up, but there's another following up.
Lost needs to go back. There's one more wave coming in. The kitty bomb's not gonna be able to clean that. It's gonna be a victory for Bacon Time when FUTNOVA had it in their hands.
Congratulations to Bacon Time. They suffered such a long time, over 10 minutes. But with the strategy, with well execution, they successfully just turned this around.
What's that? What's that? Like if it would have been just Bacon Time, the ones that they created a good strategy just to take the dragon back, to take the game back, I would be very happy for them. But right now I'm not happy for Bacon Time, I'm mad at FUTNOVA. You cannot be on such a great lead and then just let it go. It's just not the way they've worked really hard. But they're working really hard on what? On watching their own videos and their own performances. We've had teams showing us how it is supposed to be played this. In the last 2 weeks, we've seen so many different games showing us how it's supposed to be done. And right now we come in and we're not able to try at least to understand that. I don't get it. I just don't.
I know, this kind of feeling like it could be a huge pity for FUTNOVA. They've working for this, prepared for this for such a long time. Apparently they learned something from it, and that gains them such a great advantage. But why just hand it over to your opponents, right?
No, I don't think that they learned anything in terms of late game in the last 2 weeks. I don't think so. I do believe that if they would have learned something about that, they would have understand about wave management. But there was no wave management whatsoever.
And actually about that wave management, we've used that as a topic for over 10 minutes.
Yeah.
In the middle of game, though FUTNOVA had such a significant goal lead, we still got that kind of feeling about that clue that maybe Bacon Time has their chance. We mentioned several times, and it do end up in that way.
Yeah, they had a better understanding, right?
Yeah.
Like every single time at 007X, just going to the bottom lane and just clearly cleaning the wave and then just rotating back. It was a very good decision by Bacon Time. It was just a basic decision from them. So in terms of FUTNOVA, they should have forced something out of that. Contest that wave. You already have the super minions on bottom lane. How come we don't see FUTNOVA actually engaging on top, but we see them just roaming around mid lane without an clear objective?
True, like you're just useless wandering in the map. I know that kind of feeling. Like for FUTNOVA, we've mentioned they was undefeated, and actually all those games they played back in their qualifier will all end up within 10 minutes. But this time they suffered a lot in our journey. This is gonna be a huge chance for them just take down the first point, but they just missed it. I would say they missed it.
They gave it away.
Yeah.
They gave it away. Like Bacon Time just allowed them at the beginning of the game to get a very good advantage. And the first stages of the game for FUTNOVA were really good. FTN at the beginning, the first 10 minutes, they showed us that they can play, that they can engage in fights. But it's not about just engaging in fights. It's a matter of just cementing your advantage to a victory. I don't want to just keep saying every single game, oh, such a pity. Like, oh, they're going to keep learning. I'm so sorry. No. I want to be able to say they took that advantage, they cemented it into victories because they've been paying attention. I don't think that they showed that today.
They need to be more decisive. And you know, actually what worries me more is because we still have got one game lost.
Yep.
And after for the game matchup, you lost it in such a unacceptable way. I'm a little bit worried about whether their mentality is going to be influenced or.
Oh yeah, right now everyone is like super low. I can imagine that right now everyone is super low. When you are that close to victory and you just let it go, then it feels very bad. Right now they gotta be feeling like it was their own responsibility. What kind of an athlete they're going to be? I hope that they're going to be the kind of athlete that loses and then just stands up immediately, bounces back, and then comes up for a victory. And they're not going to be the kind of athlete that they just come in, they just lose one, and then they're just going to be feeling sorry about themselves.
Like no more suppressing themselves, right? Trying to release all those passion or all those ambition out.
Yeah.
That's something we are looking forward to seeing them to give it to us. But on the contrary, for Bacon Time, first this matchup, MVP goes to TianYun, goes to Hermes.
Hermes just being able to survive the ambushes from FUTNOVA during the late game. In the late game, like FUTNOVA just had one goal, and it was just to take Hermes down. And he was really good at using his second ability and just surviving, right? Like only killed one time in 26 minutes of the game. So that shows a lot about his understanding about movement.
And also, he's doing quite a good job during the laning phase.
Yeah.
And from this time, actually, he's trying to find a really comfortable spot for him to do the output.
Yeah. Feng jumps in with his ultimate in there, right? And then he dashes away. And then he just flashes away as well. So completely good understanding about position there from Hermes. Look, he does not engage at the beginning even. He comes out at the end, and then he just deals damage again and again, just poking and poking and poking. And no one from FUTNOVA could have done it.
And actually, the last team fight that we saw, we can take that as an example because that's Bacon Time after they catch the absence of the opponent's jungler, the opposite jungler, the lost, and they engage that fight.
Congratulations to Bacon Time on collecting this very sudden victory for them. Very well done from them. Understanding the game in a deeper level.
Yeah, that's once we've mentioned about Bacon Time. These teams, 5 members from them are quite experienced. Even not in our game, but they have played other mobile games before. So actually something would be, have some similarities because like all mobile games. So that might be helpful to their performance.
It did help them a lot. In terms of late game, they had a better understanding of it, and they played way better than FUTNOVA Esports at the end of it, right?
Yeah. And
look at the goal
lead.
Just look at the goal lead. It was always for FUTNOVA.
Yeah, for such a long time.
It came up all the way to 9,300 in a moment. It comes to a goal advantage that high at 20 minutes, 18 minutes of the game. You should be able just to seal the deal.
Yeah, because actually after you got such a huge goal lead, there's several ways for you to close out game. 5 versus 5 engagement. You have got items in advantage where you're afraid of, or you just manage those waves, try to take down at least one of those high ground towers, or to gain all those neutral objectives. But again and again, those vital mistakes be made just before the Tempest Dragon was spawned, or just like the minion waves arriving at the high ground tower.
Yeah, let's wait and see. I feel like it's just a matter of understanding the timings of the game and the different decisions in it. Well, first game is done. Second game of this best of 2 is going to come after the break. And we're back. Game 2. FUTNOVA Esports against Bacon Time. Let's see what's going to happen in this second game.
And from the last matchup, this game would end only in 2 results.
Yeah, it's going to be
Bacon
either
Time 2-0.
It's going to be either a draw, or is
draw.
it going to be just a Bacon Time win 2-0, just demonstrating that they are the better team. Let's wait and see what's going to happen in here, right? Like, is FUTNOVA going to be able to turn things around? Hopefully, right now, they're not going to take that defeat that seriously. They're just going to try their very best to move things the other way.
Yeah, just overpass, just take it over. Just do not to be like too focusing on that kind of defeat. Keep focusing on the next matchup. And actually we can talk a little bit about Bacon Time.
Yeah.
Because though they did a really nice overturn, but the problem is they should be more aggressive in the early game. You can't always rely on do those counterattack.
I wouldn't even say that they need to be more aggressive. They just need to be more stable.
Stable, yeah.
I think that the problem with them, why they gave such a big advantage to FUTNOVA Esports in the early game, is they tried to be aggressive and they allowed FUTNOVA an advantage.
That invasion happened.
Yeah.
Back into like 1 minute?
Yeah, it was in the first minute of the game.
In that red buff. That's gonna be something of note.
So after watching the first game, I think that the only thing that Bacon Time needs to do is just to be stable. I would even dare to say like go for a late game combo. Just go for a late game composition and then just wait and see what's going to happen. Go for Lu Bu and Sun Bin. That's it.
That's not the way that I mean aggressiveness. Wow, really?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Why not? Machao and Agudo, just go for it.
Whoa.
Go for it. Show us what you got.
Well, because one thing that I want to mention is because if we take a good look at those top laners, Machao is not that good to like be capable with Meng Tian to do those melee fights. So, well, I will leave that as a question.
Let's wait and see. Like maybe Summer has been just practicing a lot, and right now he just feels like
it's time to show.
It's time to show. He'd rather just right now taking that Machao and show in front of FUTNOVA Esports and just waiting in the next 4 games when he's going to be against Beijing Wave on XYG. So maybe right now is his last chance just to show it.
We can leave that as a question. But we can see actually they know the way how to what we call select this composition is you need to have one of those marksmen like Kuang who can easily take care of himself on the bottom. No need to worry about your bottom, no need to worry about your marksman. But the biggest question for Bacon Time is when you're trying to do this Machao system, you should have one mage who has got the priority of the mid wave. But
they've already played TianYun, and right now the other side is going to take TianYun. So what option do they have in there? I think that the only option that I can see of some sort of advantage would be Ying. And it would not be even for the wave. It would not be even for the wave. It would be only for the ultimate.
Or Ganjiang would be another option. And Ganjiang actually is one of the mage who can deal with this Meng Tian.
Let's see what Marks wants to do. Ganjiang and Moye.
I've learned a lot from our group stage, isn't it? I should write a book about like ban pick strategy.
Ban pick strategy by Nora.
Well, the reason why Ganjiang is going to be one of those mage is because he can use his long attacking range to clean up those minion waves. And at the same time, after Meng Tian had his troops, has his ultimate, but Ganjiang can use those soldiers surrounded by Meng Tian to stack up his passive.
He stacks up his passive, and then that's going to be bad news for everyone else. Now, on the other side, it's going to depend a lot on how Lost is going to provide at least some psychological pressure for Marks. If Lost can put some pressure on Marks and they just actually force him to think about Lost instead of thinking about Knight, then probably his accuracy is not going to be on point.
True. 庄子. Zhuangzi is this one that Bacon Time learned from FUTNOVA because Zhuangzi is quite favored by FUTNOVA before.
So they choose a Zhuangzi just to avoid initiation by
I guess so.
Snape and City Boy?
Just use his ultimate. But the problem is, actually, we can just highlight some people in these two compositions. For Bacon Time, we definitely need to put Ma Chao under the spotlight.
Yeah.
While he gonna be like comfortable, and also while he just well forming up, that's gonna be the key point for this composition. And on the other hand, for FUTNOVA, this composition is quite solid. And the way that playing with this kind of combo is trying to push forward. You need to have a really good understanding on your minion waves. You need those minion waves to use the ultimate that Meng Tian have, ultimate that Zhao Jun have. Like rely on Dianjie to keep pushing forward, keep taking down those towers.
It's just a matter of pace, right? Like just pace, pace, pace, rhythm, pushing, aggression. The option of Zhuangzi for Bacon Time might allow FUTNOVA an opportunity. They could have been facing a different, more aggressive kind of support. I think that on the other end, they could have even played with Donghuan Tai, or they could have played Lumber as well. The option of Zhuangzi facing a composition like the one from FUTNOVA, I think the Purify is not going to be that effective.
You know, that's something good, very interesting. Actually, it's quite an interesting topic because from those choices that those teams or these players selected, it's basically related to their characteristic or personality. We can see like members from Bacon Time, they already been experienced, but also will be so-called age, right? So they really prefer to do those counterattack.
Yeah.
Rather than just to engage, to initiate. If we like look back to this previous series, that's something to do with their personality.
Well, if their personality is to play to that, then they're going to give the opportunity to FUTNOVA one more time.
True.
Just to take control of the early game. Again, Bacon Time doesn't need to be aggressive. They just need to be stable. Just be stable and they just wait for the mistake. See the mistake, catch the mistake, go for it.
And prioritize Ma Chao. That's gonna be the key point.
Second game of this BO2. Bacon Time against FUTNOVA. FUTNOVA still on the blue, Bacon Time still on the red.
For FUTNOVA, if they want to play it smart, the strategy that they need to do, the movement they need to do is keep focusing on the top.
Yeah.
Keep trade HP bar against Summer, against Ma Chao.
We've seen a very interesting and clear understanding of the game whenever that we've seen that Meng Tian pick, right? That Meng Tian pick has been a very clear understanding of like whenever that I get to level 4, my jungler needs to be very close to me. So the pathing from the jungler and the top laner and the farming that the two of them can do, it's going to allow Knight to face that Ma Chao and level 4. So the 1 minute and 45, the 2 minutes is going to be critical for FUTNOVA.
Yeah, so actually if we take those games played by teams from KPL region as an example, we can clearly see that after they've taken away this Ma Chao, lots of teams gonna just prioritize the top before the before level 4.
Yes, exactly.
Try to keep pushing you back, try to trading down your HP bars. Once you're not healthy, you're not able to rotate, to farming up, to have more minion waves. And that's going to be the key point.
Yeah, it's a matter of not allowing Ma Chao to rotate out of that top lane, right? And it's not even the fact that they need to kill him. They just need to send him back.
Yeah.
If they send him back, then Ma Chao cannot protect that second red buff that is going to spawn in their own jungle.
Yeah.
Allowing FUTNOVA just to come in and invade.
And also, what's better for FUTNOVA is that they've selected TianYun as the bottom.
Yeah.
And when they're doing one versus one fight with Wang, actually TianYun definitely gonna win the upper hand because there's a counterattack happening. There's a special relationship between these two heroes. TianYun's second ability can purify the stacks, the marks that Wang did by his first ability. So he can easily take control of the bottom lane. So no need to worry about a bottom lane. You just need to put all your members, all your men up to that top.
Focus everyone.
Yeah.
And that's been something that we have tried to mention to the other area teams since day one, right? Like at the end of the day, it's not a matter of everyone being strong. It's just a matter of just having one or two people who are able to carry the team.
Yeah.
One or two people that you're going to be surrounding. One or two people that you're going to be helping. So in the mid and late game, if they make it to mid and late game, those two people can take control because they're going to be gigantic. So early game, don't focus on your bottom right now. Early game, just try to go and allow the top lane a little bit more of an advantage.
And that's what we call understanding. Or that's why we said about the importance about reading the play. It's not only about this meta or this game, it's more like our different composition has its uniqueness. You need to know what's the key point for you to do the execution. And after you can totally clearly read the play, and that's gonna be your priority.
Right now, our game has been paused by the referees. We're having some technical difficulties that we're trying to solve just to keep the game as what it should be, right? Like being very fair for everyone. One of those things in esports that if it is the first time that you're watching the game and you don't understand what's going on in here, it happens all the time. No?
Yeah, because we're doing those battlefields online, and you know about internet.
It happens to us at home. Why it won't happen?
Yeah, why is my Wi-Fi working?
True. Let's wait and see when this is going to go, and then we can get back in the game. Same as we are very anxious to get back in the game. The players as well are super anxious just to get back in it.
For these two teams, again, this is going to be the last day of our group stage, and maybe it's going to be the last showcases both for FUTNOVA and also for Bacon Time.
If they draw, if FUTNOVA takes the victory in this second game, that's going to be it for the two of them. They won't have mathematical options to move forward. But if Bacon Time takes the victory, then it's going to be FUTNOVA Esports, the one that are going to be disqualified first.
So the result actually have some impact, though it's just like mathematically, but there's still hope for Bacon Time. For these two teams, they fight for such a long time in our journey, and I believe they want to do their last show great.
Yeah, come on, like everyone wants to go on a high note. Everyone wants to leave here like very happy. They're really like very anxious, just waiting for this game to just start again.
Hey, you know, after watching those pictures sending back from Korea, we can see the board behind of those players. There's some drawings or some writings.
Yeah, what's up with that?
A lot. And do you remember there's another player called Zhu? I forgot which team he's from, but back into that wildcard qualifier. I saw him wrote something and circled it, and even draw a picture, like a profile of a pig. It
would be nice. It would be nice for us to get a good photo of everything that the players have written in there.
Ah, true.
It is a nice experience. For a lot of them, it's the first time that they make it all the way to Asia, right? And just the experience of coming in and being all together, one hotel, one studio, during a month and a half. That's a really nice experience for them. And I'm totally sure that for those who are younger, like this is something that will stay with them for the rest of their lives.
True. And after actually, for these two teams, there's another similarity is that several members in their individual team are friends for such a long time. So you can take this as a trip, isn't it? Wouldn't it be nice?
You get to compete and you get to travel with friends.
Yeah, I would be quite excited if I can, you know, travel with my bestie and we can just go for competitions together.
Yeah, who knows how long time they've been allowed to just to play around as we get back in the game. Really sorry about that technical difficulty, but we've been able to solve it real quick. Back online, 1 minute of the game.
And we can see those passing from the mage. That's gonna be quite vital. But you can see, actually, after Zhao Jun cleaned up the waves, he didn't rotate. He didn't roll me. He just stand there. Ooh,
First
nice
blood
one.
is gonna be for Feng. Right now it's gonna be Moss, the one that's gonna come in and take advantage. And it's gonna be 1-1 trade.
1-1 trade. That's fair, but Feng still got the upper hand since he got the first blood. Extra gold gonna be given to him.
Extra gold for Feng.
So that's what we've mentioned about. Actually, FUTNOVA don't need to worry a lot about their bottom lane, but they still keep prioritize their bottom lane, which quite surprised me.
It is pretty surprising because in the moment that Montiel makes it to 4, Ma Chao was still on 3. If Lost would have just prioritized that path in there, coming in, they could have initiated a 2v2 fight in there where they have the complete advantage to take the victory.
And what surprised me more is that Snape actually never moved. He just stand there and the HP already been poking down by Ganjiang.
Yeah.
So low.
When you're facing Ganja Moya, like that's the last thing that you want to do. Is standing in one place, allowing him enough time to aim at you. He puts a target on you, and if he can deal all the burst damage that hero has available, you won't survive.
So actually, there's some tricks when you're playing against with Ganjiang. Since I'm a mage player.
Ooh, let's go! Show us, mage player.
After Mimark using his flying swords, actually there's some room, some space left for you in the mid of those flying swords. And that's the reason why actually you should do some melee fight with Ganjiang, not standing far away. And since Zhao Jun with his passive, with those shields, he's gonna be really great to do those melee fight for mages.
And what they need to do is just to go straight and stand in front of his face, right?
Just standing in front of you and do some poking damage.
Stand in front of him, there's no way that he can just get you out of it. Ganjiang still has one more ability that can push you back, right? So normally that would be the combo that they would use when that is the case. Pushing that person back and then immediately follow with the blades. Rotation, Snape is gonna have to use his flash. Flashes away because it was Agu duo.
Now it's Bacon time to do something. They got priority flash using the ultimate to pull back, but what about the damage? Where's the marksman? Feng's already forcing back to the wall. Nice flash! Oh, extreme rescue. That's unexpected.
Unexpected. We thought that was gonna be a clear kill for them.
Yeah.
Now Bacon time should just push up. Knight and Feng are still in between the turrets. At least slow them down and take this turret down.
But watch Bacon time. After they poking down during just HP bar, they just use this minion.
Finally, Summer is going to show up.
Has destroyed a tower. Red team has slain an enemy.
Wow, things gonna be really troublesome for FUTNOVA from now on.
Yeah, exactly. They allow a very long fight in here. It took Summer a little while just to come in and just to actually read the cue, no? That he was needed in bottom lane.
True. And Summer is being so liberal.
Even Knight made it there first.
Oh. And he already got 1,000 gold lead, play against Knight.
Things going in Bacon time's way. Our time immune. Moss leaves around, just being a fish in the water.
Wow, for Bacon time, the good news for them is now Ma Chao's quite well farmed. And also for Kuang, he just can, you know, be alone at the bottom, dealing those vanguards, and that's it. He don't need to
There's no more need for Fang to be in the bottom lane anymore, right? Like, look at that, 40 seconds for the Tyrant. So what about if we just take that Tyrant and we just try to push on top? Just the rotation. Just try to do that rotation. Send Machado to the bottom. Try to split push in the bottom, and then just send Fang to the top.
Split push gonna be a really nice choice to let Fang to take down another tower on the top. But if they want to vie for that like neutral monster, it's gonna be quite risky. Because junglers like Agudo is not good at taking down those neutral monsters.
Yes.
Because of the smite. You can see, actually the smite that both junglers carrying are in different colors. His green, wait, let's see this invasion. Meng Tian be taken down, nothing he can do.
Knight just jumped
One
in.
lost, bring back!
Knight just jumped in with half of his HP, trying to protect the blue buff.
But the point is, no one's standing behind him. No allies were there. So actually, he's just him alone. So FUTNOVA now are facing a quite dangerous situation.
Yeah, right now everything starts to crumble as the turrets are just falling one after the other.
Red team has destroyed a tower.
Bacon Time takes one more turret. It's time to rotate for the Tyrant.
I'm quite surprised about Summer taking that Machado, and he's quite mastering it, I can say.
Yeah, he's playing really well. He's playing very well. Look at that. Minions coming though to the bottom lane. The next objective is going to be the bottom lane turret.
And you can see actually there's minion waves on the top.
So instead of just pushing in there, like since right now you already have no minions, why don't you just go for the dragon? Just initiate the dragon right now. They need to clean. They need to clean the wave. They already spotted that Lost is in top lane.
But this gonna be sort of risky. But since FUTNOVA had no like those purpose about I want to contest this Tyrant wave.
And even if FUTNOVA would try to come in and contest in a 5v4 fight in there, it's gonna be all for Bacon Time.
Yeah, maybe. It depends on those positioning, I could say. For Bacon Time, well, back to that Tyrant, actually Fang was out of mana, and Anglo was in low HP bar, so it's about timing. If they got the whole vision control, that's going to be quite easy for them to take down the Tyrant or Overlord.
Moss jumps in, controlling the vision. 8 minutes and 30 seconds of the game.
4,000 gold lead goes to Bacon Time. So actually, the situation is quite different compared to the last game. So we can actually check how Bacon Time is gonna act when they have got the gold lead.
Agutuo just standing up in there very, very deep, taken down by Bacon Time. Taken down by FUTNOVA.
Oh, Meng Tian. A quite nice engagement, but there's no damage followed up, and check Luban Master with this Ginger Flash and his ultimate, another normal attack, nice one. And this ultimate done by Luban Master tried to pull some bomb back, but all of those members from Bacon Time just want to get away. Lam won't allow you to do that.
Lost comes in, and the last moment taking the kill. Moss won't be able to run away. Tries to a very, very last effort trying to clean the wave. Good trade for FUTNOVA.
0-3 trade. And FUTNOVA just can buy themselves more time. And I want to highlight one person is Feng. He's Tianjie, using his ultimate plot with his flash. Taken down Feng, which gonna be the biggest factor of winning this tournament, winning this engagement.
Wait and see. Look at that. Summer is going to be brought back. One more kill for Feng. He's building and building. If FUTNOVA can turn things around, this Feng, these last two plays that he's had, are going to be critical, and we might see them in the highlights for sure.
True. Lost, trying to find some chance. It sort of gives me that kind of feeling. It's like these two teams, they only know how to play this game when they fall behind. Right?
Familiar ground.
Right? Yeah. The picture is quite familiar. It seems like happened just minutes before.
Happens all the time. Look at that. The Tyrant is going to be for Bacon time.
Because Moss carrying the smite would allow them to take down this Shadow Tyrant. And we can see Lost now. He has got the sensation about, okay, I'm gonna take the responsibility about doing this flat out push. That's quite a nice improvement.
Might be. Let's wait and see what he's going to do. Let's wait and see. We can only wait and hope. Bacon time, 3 people in mid. Both teams just have a lot of priority over the mid lane wave, right? Which right now at 11 minutes and 30 seconds, if FUTNOVA has not been able to take the turret in mid, it's been because of the presence of Gander and Moya.
You know, actually I found another interesting fact when I'm looking at these two teams playing. Because we always want to highlight the importance of what we call mid-wave priority.
Yeah.
But what's for? It's because after you got the priority of the mid-wave, it allows you to do more things, allow you to move one step quicker, earlier. But the point is, we can see like clearly they know they need to clean the wave, gain the priority, but they don't know what to do for the next step. They're just standing there and just or roaming.
They clean the mid wave and then they just try to push straight into mid.
Yeah. So actually that's waste of what we call priority. You need to do more things, gain more resources, or do split up push, or trying to find some chances for you to do the gank. Anything. But you can't just rely on everybody gathering in the mid and trying to engage. So it seems like there's some like misunderstanding.
Yeah, a little bit of misunderstanding in there. Communication needs to improve, right? The communication in between players. There needs to be one person that's going to be a little bit more decisive, making one decision, then everyone else just following through.
Having a shot caller maybe help. Knight.
Hold the Vanguard in mid lane.
Knight.
Knight jumps in. He's receiving so much damage from everyone.
This man, he's been using like a sponge, just like throw it out.
He took all the swords from me, Mark.
Wow.
The Winter Spear is not available yet for Snape. Still in cooldown. The Vanguard comes in, the turret's gonna fall.
And there's 2 Vanguards just leading on 2 different waves. So which turret is gonna be the one FUTNOVA wants to guard? The mid.
The one in the mid, Hermes still has a very nice place. Mimar's trying to find the right angle, throws in the blades. Both of them are gonna be wide. Rotation to top lane.
Wow, apparently Bacon Time has quite a good understanding towards wave management. Like every push that they did, they always managed 2 or even 3 mains arriving at the same time.
10 more seconds to the Shadow Tyrant. Bacon Time has the priority over this one.
Well, I know we are gonna witness Tempest Dragon spawning.
Yeah? You think that it's gonna be
Yeah.
all the way until 20?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
It's been a while seeing Tempest Dragon. 3 kills lead in FUTNOVA, but they got 3,000 gold deficit, so that's not gonna be.
It's not a matter of the kills, right? They might get all the kills that they want, but at the end of the day, it's not going to be about how many more kills you got than the person in front of you.
Bacon Time now, within this buff granted by taking down the Shadow Tyrant, they're able to be more aggressive, to trying to do something. Even you just, poking down those damage, and that's totally fine. but you can't just trying to harass. But once you want to do something, you need to do it thoroughly.
You need to go all in. You need to go all in.
And this is exactly what we call like roaming. Everyone is just like roaming.
Right now, Bacon Time is going to clean the bottom lane. And they can rotate for the Overlord.
Summer already take responsibility of doing this split up push. Quite nice one. 3 minion waves be managed on all of those 3 lanes. Bacon Time, they know that the key point, the ultimate mission is to take down this high ground tower. They know it.
Yeah, but they won't be able to do it with only these three minions.
Yeah, so that's the reason why Agudo is now doing something on this Shadow Overlord.
Lost and Fong and City Boy are just on their way.
They're not allowing you to do that. Oh, they missed 1 minion waves on the top.
And
it's gonna be late.
One on the bottom as well.
It's gonna be late.
They need to go back and clean, and that's going to be the cue for Bacon Time to start the Overlord.
Destroyed a tower.
Are they reading the cue?
What a pity. Like they got this awareness, like I won't just hand it over to you. But the point is they forgot to clean up that minion waste on the top. Just forgot it. And now the Shadow Overlord again taken by Bacon Time. And even with the high ground tower on the top in advantage, it's Bacon Time's upper hand now.
Bacon Time right now has all the tools. They've got all the tools in hand to finish the game. Now, are they going to allow FUTNOVA to see the Tempest Dragon, or are they going to try to go for this last push? They need to learn from FUTNOVA's mistakes, right? FUTNOVA allowed Bacon Time in the previous game to turn things around, and they paid for it.
So
Bacon Time gonna commit the same mistake.
They don't want to, and I guess they're capable to take down another high ground tower on the bottom, since they have quite a good understanding towards those wave management. Using this vanguard on the bottom, slowly pushing forward, or force out some of your ultimate. City Boy wants to engage.
Agudo is gonna be engaged. Initiation lost disappeared after Fang just put a knife through his chest. Knight taken extremely low. He needs to go back to recover some HP. The Vanguard's coming in mid lane. The Winters here is gonna try to clean. Not fast enough.
That's totally not enough, and there's even Vanguard on the top, but FUTNOVA still wants to fight. It's not the best time for them. Junjin needs to retreat. But what about high ground towers? All of the 3 high ground towers has been taken down by Bacon Time, and Bacon Time with 5 people remaining on their side. The next movement, they're just gonna retreat and be stable.
Retreat and be stable. You already have the super minions.
Yeah.
On all lanes.
You have such a high superiority. Even you wait until the Tempest Dragon gonna spawn, it's still gonna have the upper hand.
Yeah. It's only 60 seconds. 1 more minute until that Tempest Dragon. And right now, what Bacon Time needs to do is just to go back home, recover HP, get the red, get the blue, and then just make the last push.
I feel like FUTNOVA is now quite lost in this game.
Yeah.
They do not have any logic hiding in their rotations or passing or any movement that they take. It feels like they just trying to do something, but what's for? They don't have a certain answer for that.
Yeah, there's no that clear goal for them.
Yeah, just acting reactively.
Summer gonna push his sprint.
Oh, the
Lost
mid.
taken extremely low. He needs to go back. He took so much damage from E-Mark.
Tempest Dragon's gonna spawn.
It should be enough time for Bacon Time to take that.
Bacon Time, or
they need Ganja and Moya to join in with the damage as well. Leave only Moss getting the vision.
Hermes already put all of those abilities to this Tempest Dragon. So Bacon Time need to retreat, and Mengtian find a nice angle using his ultimate, try to block away people, but his HPR is extremely low, and Jacko master the ultimate just be purified by Zhuangzi. Ma Chao just came in, taking down Mengtian, and he's aiming at Direnjie. Direnjie is gonna revive. The crystal, what about the crystal? Zhao Jun trying to get back, trying to guard his crystal, but there's still minion waves on the top, and there's still 5 people remaining from Bacon Time side.
That's gonna be it. Bacon Time is going to call the victory in this one. It's gonna be Lost Shrine. One last time, his last effort. It's not gonna be for them because Bacon Time takes the crystal, takes the victory.
Congratulations to Bacon Time. Win this round, end up with 2-0.
FUTNOVA came in a very good attitude. You can see it, the frustration from Knight in there. He knows that they had the victory in that first game that could have just allowed them to snowball into the second one.
And that's exactly what we were worried about from the last game. Is there any influence that they've got from the last game?
We were just really worried about like how they were going to take this second game, no? And we wanted them to perform better, or to try to perform in the same way that they performed in the first 10-15 minutes of the previous one. And sadly for them, it just didn't happen.
And for the game 2, it's more like they've already lost themselves. They are just reacting passively and do not know what exactly they need to do. And
you can see it there from Knight, no? Like his expression, his reaction. You can see it. He's a man that did not want to lose this matchup. Probably they worked really hard to work on this BO2 to try to get like the best performance and the best result that they could have gotten, and sadly for them it just didn't work out.
Yeah, you can see it from those Mengtian movement. He tried several times, engage, dive in, absorbing like immense damage, but no damage could be followed up from his allies or etc. So
they tried, they came, they battled, they did their best, and for them this is going to be the end of the journey. That's going to be it for FUTNOVA Esports. They won't have a mathematical option on moving forward into the next round. Right now they still have 2 more games. They'll be playing both XYG and Beijing Weibo. And for Bacon Time, they still have a chance. Bacon Time, with those extra 3 points, put themselves back into the path.
And for the next matchup, Bacon Time's gonna play against with XYG.
That's gonna be our second match of today.
Yeah.
That's going to decide their destiny. A victory against XYG would put them in a very serious position and serious battle for the second place.
And also, that's gonna be quite what a surprise to all of us and all of our tournament, but I still like have those hoping towards Bacon Time. But for FUTNOVA, they still got 2 matches rest. I just do hope they can try to bulk up and trying to refresh and just, you know, put all those effort in this tournament, and no regrets should be left on this battlefield.
And no regrets, just come in and just try your best. If you compare yourself to the other teams that they're competing in here, they've been working really hard, 12-13 hours daily for months, and trying to make the progress that they showed us today. They played really well in some moments of the game. It's just that. I don't think that FUTNOVA Esports is battling against Bacon Time. I don't think that they're battling against XYG or battling against Beijing Weibo. I believe that FUTNOVA Esports is battling against time. They're battling against experience that they have not been able to just stack in. They're just in need of that. More minutes, more games, more time.
Well, actually, if we rethink about our attitude or our thoughts, it's more like we mentioned several times about how FUTNOVA is being dominating back in their qualifier. So after they joining this journey, we really held such a high expectation on them. But again and again, wow, what a pity. This time, this matchup MVP goes to Hermes.
Hermes, damage of 24.2. I think that's fun pick. was really good for them, and Hermes just taking double MVP today, right?
Yeah, 2 MCs in a row.
2 MVPs in a row. Just showing us how Bacon Time are very lucky, very, very, very lucky of having a player like Hermes in there with them.
And it seems like Bacon Time do have that kind of priority on Hermes. Every time when they're doing those engagement or team fight, they know how they're gonna secure Hermes. Allow him to do that kind of damage.
Like in the same as what he did in the first match, right? His understanding of how to keep himself safe.
Yeah.
And you never see him just dying from careless movement forward. Like he understands the importance of his second ability, not only to deal damage, just to find the good angle to just keep going in, keep poking. As long as he's alive, he can just always keep dealing damage.
Yeah, and you can see every team fight, there is always 3 members surround him, just like guardians.
Every single fight. Nothing that could have done from FUTNOVA.
Yeah, but what is, it is.
It is what it is. Let's see what's gonna happen with them in the next game. I'm cheering for Bacon Time for the next game.
Me too.
I know what XYG can do. We're completely sure that XYG is one of those teams that they have great levels of skills. They have great players. Just the names over there in XYG are gonna be a huge challenge for Bacon Time. So the only thing that we can do for Bacon Time is to cheer for them, because what's coming for them is going to be one last final.
And do you remember the last game happening yesterday? Scars play against AG, the last game, right? I hope that something similar could happen today.
Yes. For those of you who did not watch the game yesterday between Scars and AG, Scars was so aggressive, just really having that goal of trying to take that victory against Chengdu AG. Sadly for them, they had an advantage, and then the same as just what happened to FUTNOVA today.
Yeah.
That they weren't able just to transform that advantage into a victory.
So actually, like for these teams, I don't know, is it because they've always fallen behind? So actually that's gonna be a problem for them to deal. They need to get used to those gold lead and how you're gonna maximize your lead, how you're gonna utilize your advantage and close out the game. That's gonna be the key point.
It's just a matter of understanding, right? Like they understand the basics of it. They understand that they need gold. They understand that they need to have an advantage. Now, after understanding the basics, then you need to come up and just try to work a little bit more on the deeper understanding of the game. What do you do with that advantage? What do you do with that gold lead?
We can leave that topic in the next matchup. And now we will have a short interview with one of the members from Bacon Time. Let's see who's going to be with us. Hello, Summer. 先来和大家打招呼吧。Hi, Summer. Could you please say hi to our audience?
สวัสดีครับพี่ซัมเมอร์ช่วยแบบสวัสดีทุกคนในหน้ากล้องครับสวัสดีครับ
Okay, so after finish this game with 2-0, how do you feel right now?
หลังจากได้ชนะเกม 2-0 ใช่ไหมครับช่วยอธิบายความรู้สึกตอนนี้หน่อยครับ
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับดีใจมากๆครับเพื่อนเล่นกันดีมากครับผมไม่ค่อยได้ทำอะไรเลย
Oh, he said, I'm really happy. I'm so happy. But our teammates did great. But he said, I really didn't do anything.
He's quite humble. Okay, so the next question is, actually there's still 2 matchups left. So what's the plan for the rest matchups?
ตอนนี้ยังเหลืออีก2 เกมใช่ไหมครับได้เตรียมตัวอะไรเพื่อที่จะการแข่งขันครั้งหน้าไหมครับ
ก็ตอนนี้พวกเราก็ซ้อมเต็มที่ครับแล้วก็กดแรงเล่นด้วยกันบ่อยแต่ว่าก็จะพยายามให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับ
We did prepare from playing a ranked game, and then we'll try our best in the next 2 remaining games. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for sharing, and really looking forward to your play for the next matchups. Thanks for you having our interview.
Thank you very much to Summer just for showing us that he just believes that he did nothing. I think that he did a great job.
Yeah,
I think that Summer just did a very good job in there. Like being a top laner sometimes is a difficult job. You don't get that much support from other people.
Yeah.
All right. Next game is going to be Bacon time in their final opportunity to try to make it out of group stage against XYG. All of this is going to happen after this break. All right, second game, XYG against Bacon Time. This is big time. It is big time for Bacon Time.
True.
Big time for Bacon Time because it's going to be their final chance to try to make it out of group stages. They must win against XYG. Since XYG right now got 6 points, and then right now Bacon Time has 4.
So if Bacon Time end up with 2-0, they still got a time. They still got a chance.
Yep.
On the contrary, for XYG, also they need this win, right? 2-0, they're still trying to gain that first place against Beijing Weibo.
The one thing that does not work for Bacon Time is the fact that they tied in the first round against FUTNOVA, right?
That's the point.
If they would have come in with 3 points plus the 3 of today and then 6, and they would be just in a direct competition against XYG, then winning this game 2-0 would allow them to have an upper hand.
Yeah.
But they didn't. They did not. They did draw. And right now, they not only depend on winning this game against XYG, they depend at the same time that XYG is going to lose any points. That's going to lose more points against Beijing Weibo and against FUTNOVA Esports.
So for Bacon Time, actually the biggest challenge is not only they need this win as 2-0, but also for XYG. XYG do not want to end up with second place, I'm sure, because already the rank from Group A, Group B, and also Group C has already been settled.
Yeah.
The first place, Wuhan Star, Chongqing Wolves, and also Foshan GK. No teams want to play against with him from the first round in quarterfinals.
And that's the problem with XYG, right? That since if they finish second, and they won't be able to play in qualifiers against Weibo, then it means that it's going to be one of those 3. It's going to be either GK or Wolves or E-Star.
Yeah.
Nah.
No one wants to face that kind of situation.
No. XYG needs to come out guns blazing because they need to try to take the first place.
So for XYG, the first step they need to take to secure this spot is they need to end up with 2-0 against Bacon Time.
Yep.
So actually the strategy they used would be a little bit different with the one that they play against with Bacon Time last time.
All right.
Because last time they used Luna and Bali Shouyue. Apparently they want to try to use those compositions to warm up, preparing for that best of 7. But I guess this round, this thing won't happen.
They know they need 3 wins. They're going to have 6 games, 6 small games today. They need to win all 6 small games to finish first. And even after they do that, they would still force Beijing Weibo to a tiebreaker. So not only they need to win 6 games today, they need to win 7 games.
True.
And they need to win against Beijing Weibo 3 times today.
Yeah, we already mentioned like the biggest pity for Bacon Time is that they did a draw. And the biggest pity for XYG is that they didn't make it as a draw happening from the last round.
Yeah, exactly.
End up with 2-0. Weibo won the 3 points in their hand.
They're getting ready for the game. I'm certain that XYG is going to take this with what it is, a very big, important game for them. So I'm not expecting any direct changes to their strat. I'm expecting just a very meta, very dominant OP kind of composition.
So in that case, maybe they will just go for Meng Tian, Zhou Yu, Lam, these heroes, and try to build a solid one. Just keep pushing forward, right? Jin Jie plus with Luban Master. This kind of competition.
From the previous games, we've seen how they like a lot to put a lot of pressure, at least to share the spotlight with Kuxia, right? So Kuxia is going to be their main hope if they want to be able to win all the 7 games they need to win today.
Yeah. You know, actually that mentioned me about something else is that we saw like teams with gold lead or resources lead can't close out the game successfully. Actually, the same thing happened on XYG. Last time they play against Weibo. They always win the upper hand in the early mid-game. But the problem is they're not able to close out that game. So actually we can use this matchup to check is there any improvement made by XYG?
I don't think we can use this matchup to check.
I know what you mean.
I don't think so. Like this is not, it's not the same to be playing against Beijing Weibo and then just have a lead against Beijing Weibo and then try to solidify against a team that knows how to reply than what they're going to be doing today against Bacon Time. I don't think that is going to give us a measure on what actually is happening in there. What it could be is a good opportunity for them just to get in shape, just to try to get their fingers loose, to loosen up a little bit for what's going to be, hopefully for them, a very, very long evening today, trying to force Weibo to a corner and trying to win the matches.
Yeah.
I see that XYG is going to take that game for that, trying to finish this game early, trying to finish this game in 10 minutes. 10 minutes and 10 minutes and then just get done with it and then just go back and just prepare for their real battle at the end.
Use this matchup as a warm-up. And actually, you know, if we take...
With all due respect, right?
Yeah, I know.
It's not that we're using the word, using this as a warm-up, as in we don't believe that Bacon Time has a chance. Anyone has a chance.
Yeah.
Every single person that stands in the battlefield has an option of winning. Now, realistically speaking, after seeing the Bacon Time matchup against FUTNOVA and after seeing what XYG has been showing in the previous days, we gotta admit that that chance is very shallow.
And to what we so-called warm-up, it's more like to light up their vibe.
Yeah.
To like just let them to be fully engaged into this tournament and be well prepared for the next one play against with Weibo. And you know, if we take a good look at our schedule, we would find out actually it's quite not that good to Group D because there's only 2 days left for them to prepare for that best of 7.
That's true. That's true. The schedule is working against them, right?
Yeah.
Because they finished today. Probably they're going to finish very late, and then after that, only two more days. Who knows? It's going to depend again with the draw, right? Because what we're going to have on Friday is going to be only one BO7. They're going to have one best of 7. It would be very bad for them if anyone from the Group D ends up in the Friday matchup. That would be just very bad news for them.
Yeah, because we're going to knockout stage. There's no chances left for them.
Such a different game this becomes whenever that we make it to knockouts. When you make it to knockouts and then it becomes a global BP, it's just a completely different game.
And it's going to be hyper competitive.
The BP is going to start. Bacon Time is going to take the blue, XYG is going to take the red. Directly, a first ban is going to be Dranfei.
I guess Bacon Time would stress on their mage, stress on their mid lane. So the second banning would be something helpful. Banning away Shen Mengxi.
Well, not allowing me Dranfei and not allowing me Shen Mengxi, so I'm not going to take Lupu. There's no need of taking that Lupu unless that you want to play Lupu. No. There's no need to take Lupu at all.
But the problem is now that meta mage still out there. But if they take that, okay, but what about Meng Tian? I guess Kushi is just gonna take Meng Tian.
He could just take Meng Tian and then just carry for a while. Well, they decide Mai Shiranui. You leave Gunsun Li out there, and I'm probably XYG is gonna want to take it.
They will have Gongsun Li plus Meng Tian or Lam with Meng Tian. Also very nice because they're afraid that Bacon Time will use Lam to do the counter pick towards Meng Tian, so they just take both.
Mai Shiranui, what's the thinking behind that first pick of Mai Shiranui when you still don't know exactly what's gonna be XYG's option in mid lane?
But I kind of have that feeling because they already banned away Shen Mengxi. Try to create this spot for him, for this hero. XYG, Zhou Jun. Oh, this is what I mentioned, a solid one. So probably they would have Jirenjie and Luan Master on the bottom.
So solid Zhou Jun pick in the middle. Allowing Diren Jie to fight against Gunsun Lee would be a good option, no?
Yeah, because the second ability allows him to purify the passive down by Gongsun Li. So...
And Master Lupin is just such an OP support, so it would be actually really good for them.
So the second phase, Bacon Time might just banning Diren Jie away or Lupin Master away. If they don't, I guess XYG just gonna go for it. Lambert don't want XYG to be so aggressive, and that's some sort of XYG playing style, you know.
Yeah, XYG.
These 5 young men always being like.
I think it's in XYG's culture, right?
Yeah, it's in their blood.
Their motto is just go and fight. Fight, fight, fight. That's what they always want.
Because the way they made it towards our journeys, they fight the way for them.
Yeah.
They grow up from what we call domestic or non-professional tournament.
Yes.
And all the way line to here, they fight a way for it. Liu Bang with this lamb.
Yeah, no need to pull Master Lupin, right? They can still keep Master Lupin with Lupin number 7 as an option for a composition for the next game.
Yeah, there's too many things that XYG can choose. Bacon Time, Gui Guzi. I'm quite surprised about this choice.
Yeah. Gui Guzi, a good one. It's a good pair with Atta, right? Just if Gui Guzi can allow the speed boost. Next follow with Atta, then it's a very good initiation.
But when you want to play with the timing is everything.
Yes.
You're not allowed to make any mistake. They changed it to Lian Po.
Lian Po support.
I kind of know that the reason why Bacon Time trying to use 3 tanks to build up such a solid and strong flying line. Well, they know that the damage dealt down by Lam is solely not enough.
Yeah.
So they just trying to use those tanks to buy more time for Gongsun Li to do the output.
They're just building around Hermes. Like from the previous game, we already saw that the main damage dealer is going to be Hermes. Whatever that 007X can do is just going to be an option for Hermes to find the right angle to come in and to survive.
Yeah.
I'm totally sure that XYG has been watching the games, the previous matches, and they understand that. So focusing on not allowing Hermes that is going to be their responsibility.
And
How Liu Bang is going to come in with the shield after the battle has initiated, luring Bacon timing to start in the fight.
And XYG already replied it with Lady Sun. Lady Sun is one of those marksmen who can be really capable to dealing with those tanks. If he uses his second ability, targeting at one of those heroes, allow him to do those armor pierce.
Burst damage can come directly from Lady Sun.
Yeah.
Tumbles in, boom, directly straight. Disappearing your HP.
True, especially in the late game. So actually we can highlight the fight that's gonna happen on the bottom lane. Well, if it's gonna be a solo lane, that's gonna matter a lot. Once Xiao use his own mechanics and win the upper hand towards Hermes, well, everything's gonna be changed for Bacon Time.
Let's see, like Kusia, as we just mentioned, Kusia has a total dominance on top lane against Summer. It's a 90% winning rate for him in there against Summer. So let's see what's going to be the padding that the junglers are going to have. If the junglers are going to just move both of them, starting from bottom all the way to top, 2 minutes is going to be our first big fight.
All forces, move out!
All right, 3-2, rotation to mid.
And
XYG total dominance over the mid lane.
Yeah. And also, this minion wave also had by Xiao can accelerate his farming pace. XYG also wants to stress on more on Xiao.
Xiao comes in. supporting Kuxie to take on that sprite. Kuxie is gonna make it first to level 4, then Summer.
Oh, Ling. That's unexpected. Zhao Jun is not one of those mages can contest Gong Zhenli in the early games.
No, it is not. And at the end of the day, they just came in and Ling just showing us that regardless of what the hero is supposed to be making, I'm gonna be the one making my own decisions.
You know,
Hermes
there's
goes
some
back.
details while Ling is playing with this Zhao Jun is that actually if you broke his shield, it can allow her to do some damage. If you do those melee fights, the shield be broken, it's gonna have a range attack.
Look at this, September comes in, shares the minion wave with Kuxie, procs the ult, Summer still in 3, trying to deal damage, comes in, push twice, first blood.
That's not surprised.
Not
because
surprising.
The same thing happened before from the last matchup. It's totally the same beginning. Just let Kuxie to initiate the very first brawl and win the upper hand on the top.
So what should they have done then?
For Beijing time.
007X, the pathing that he should have taken is a completely different one. Start from bottom, come to top. Help me marks in mid lane to clean the wave quickly, and then the 3 people rotation to top lane at least would have made XYG hesitate about engaging. If they engage, well, push back. But if at least try to force them to hesitate. Just a 2v1 against Summer is just handing him the keys of the house.
That's something we call coordination. Like you need to have a quite tight coordination.
Kuxie procs his hold one more time. Ling has his ultimate available.
He's gonna be quite solid.
Hold into it. Winter's here is gonna come. It's gonna be 1 person, 2 people, 3 people are going to fall. Double kill is gonna be for Xiao.
Because actually there was numbers advantage from XYG. There was 2 people who engaged the team fight, but it ended up with 4 people. Right? That's what we call backup.
Yeah, like in the moment that they see that the fight is happening, clean your wave quickly and then just start rotating. No hesitation whatsoever. 007X, spotted in mid, taken down.
And now Kuxie is going to be the general. And once it arrived at 4 minutes, that's going to be the cue for XYG to speed up. Because the tower protection is going to be disappeared.
Mars comes in from the bush. Xiao calls in Xiho. Xiho comes in, and right now they're going to try to push all the Bacon Time players back.
Xiao's almost out of mana for over 2 minutes. But he's still trying to maximize his damage. Fight until
the
totally
end.
out of mana.
Wow, look at that. Moss gets a good initiation, but the damage does not follow. Summer cannot join in. Kuxie already procced his ult, forcing Bacon Time to slow down.
You can see that members from Bacon Time, they do have that kind of awareness.
Yeah.
You're out of mana, you're not capable to doing those team fight. I want to find the chance, but the problem is about the coordination. 1 man's never enough to deal with such a solid composition in the early game.
Destroyed a tower.
XYG really wants to finish this quickly.
Yeah,
They're gonna allow Xiao to take the blue.
Yeah.
They've got control already. September already has the blue from Bacon Time. They're gonna allow Xiao just to take the blue so he can just stay online for a little longer without having to go back home.
And even better is that it allows her to reduce the cooldown.
Cooldown reduction. Kuxie rotates to the red. Gonna allow Xiao to take that one. Hermes jumps in, taking extremely low. Look at that.
Whoa. Kuxie won't let you go, I guess.
Nope.
Just threatening you and with a flash in Kuxie's hand.
He did not want to engage that deep in there. 007X is holding to his ult for too long time. Proxit hits the wall.
trying to find Ling. Oh, nice frozen.
Nice frozen from Limong. September comes in. He can find so many people. He comes in. He's going to take one.
Wow.
Going to be two. Double kill for Xiao.
Kuxie, this man, he takes 59% of the damage down during this engagement. Killing spree goes to support again, Xiao. Using
can they
passive,
come and
bring
support
back,
him?
Flash out and use the ultimate to block away the enemies.
Flashes away now. Kuxie is taking damage from the turret, damage from the hero. Xiao comes in with his ult. He's going to be wide. Me marks with the fan that is going to be wide as well. Counter attack from Moss.
Wow, Kuxie, he's still alive. But isn't like how many times he is gaining for this life just to come in and use the second ability. Killing spree goes to Lady Sun. Kuxie just one man as a troop, standing there without any fear.
No fear whatsoever. Comes in, and right now it's gonna be 3 people from Bacon Time trying to support this. 5 seconds for 007X to come. Rotation to top. The top turret is gonna be the next target.
That's crazy. That's like, this man only got like 4,000 gold.
Yeah.
And now we can take September's gold, 7,000. He earned this gold by the time that Kuxie gained for him.
That was his whole job.
Yeah.
Like his job was just to stand there and then just suck in damage. Bacon Time thought that they have 3 people, that they could have taken him down.
Yeah.
How come he's gonna stand against 3 of us? Kuxie just demonstrating a better understanding of the hero. Well, that September comes in, forces Hermes to dash away.
Now there's already 9,000 gold lead goes to XYG. It's only 8 minutes. They want to use those minion waves, try to push forward, use the ultimate, try to block away. First Ata being taken down. Rampage goes to Lady Sun. And this super minion still alive in the mid.
Allowing them to come in. Now it's going to be the minions coming in for bottom. September takes 1 more kill. It's going to be killing spree for him.
And now double kill goes to Lam again. There's minion waves on the bottom lane. XYG still got 5 members with healthy HP bar remaining. They're trying to do the last effort to take down this crystal.
Super minions come in. Hermes is going to fall. The victory is going to be for XYG.
Congratulations, XYG again got another point from Bacon Time.
Good victory for them, right? Like we talked about how they wanted this to come in and get this done quick. Not even 10 minutes. And the way that they rotated around showed their superiority.
Actually, they do win this game with high superiority. All those coordinations, and we can see even those mechanics that they show. Take Mengtian as the example. The man, one man as a troop, standing there, build up such a high wall, block all those damage away. That's quite stunning.
It was really nice to see, right? Like we talked about it at the beginning, right? Like we said that the spotlight was going to be on Kuxie. He did not disappoint. Came in and they just took in the damage and then allowed September enough time just to come in and take the kills. Without Kuxie just taking the damage, September wouldn't be able just to come in and just take so many kills.
And
Xiao took a lot of them as well.
True. Like those compositions, they wisely use it and they just snowball the game quickly, like instantly close out the game. And that's something actually we need to mention about it. Once you got goal lead, and that's exactly what you need to do. Like speed up your farming pace, and once you got 9,000 gold lead, that's going to be the cue for you. You don't need to worry about whether I'm going to engage or not. You've got 80% winning rate.
Just move all together and then just get this done. That's exactly what XYG did. Like you always saw 3 to 4 people all together making the rotations, coming in, coming around, learning Bacon Time to jump in. They just wanted Bacon Time to have this, at least this very small idea that they could engage. And whenever that they took the bait, they just finished the fights very quickly and kept just building up more and more and more advantage.
That one happening in the mid for like 4 minutes. In 4 minutes, began with 2 members from XYG Sen. end up with 4 members. And
Yeah.
that's what we call like coordination. You need to know that once there's something happening, you need to do something.
Keep your eyes on the mini-map.
Yeah.
Keep your eyes on the mini-map so you can exactly see what's happening. The moment that you see that your teammates are engaging, just go there. Finish cleaning your wave quickly and then just go there. That's why we always talk about wave management and just having the opportunity to clean the wave faster. The faster you clean the wave, the faster that you can just rotate. Always be on your toes.
The deciding factor is never about the priority of the mid-wave. It's more about the action that you're gonna take after you gain that priority. And that's what XYG just showed us from this matchup. So actually, I guess Beijing Time will learn a lot from this kind of tight coordination.
Yes, they will learn a lot. Sadly for them, they needed to take a 2-0 win against XYG, and this mathematically is just gonna put them out of the tournament.
And for this matchup, MVP goes to September this time.
MVP September. I would have given the MVP to Kusia. I'm so sorry. I disagree with this pick. Come on, like if you give the MVP to everyone who's just taking more kills, it just sends the wrong message, right? And I want everyone at home to understand that what September does depends a lot on Kusia.
Like,
look at that.
Every engagement, there's Kusia standing in front of all those
You'll be able to see it in there. Like only this one was just a 1v1 solo kill. He comes in, takes the 1v1 solo kill against 007X.
And take away that blue bar.
Yeah, this is the one fight that we've been talking about. Like everyone, it's like 4 people from Bacon Time dealing damage to Kusia, and Kusia does not fall. The only thing September needed to do was just to jump in and just take the kill. Here, one more time. Great team effort from XYG. I think that it's a great team effort.
These 5 members, they've been together for over 2 years, fighting from the smallest matchup to this like highest level of our Honor of Kings tournament. Always these 5 people being together.
Lucky them, they found in those 5 members a good family for XYG to keep performing at the top level. This was a destructive victory against Bacon Time, but it's only the first one out of these best of 2. They still need to come up and deliver one more good presentation.
Yeah, XYG need a 2-0 win. So they need to use that 3 points to secure their spot. And again, actually, we're trying to see that they want to use this matchup to just light up their vibe.
It was a good start. It was a really good start. They started with their right foot for sure. Good performance for them, especially for Kusia and September, both of them being vital for this XYG victory.
Is there any possibility for XYG to take another warrior for the top for the next matchup?
A different warrior? Well, there's always
like Mulan.
There's always Mulan.
Like Ma Chao, maybe. Is there any possibility? Because we can see like there's truly some gaps between these 2 teams. And if we've mentioned about after they secure the spot, going for the further stage, 2 days left for them.
Yeah.
If they want to practice officially and trying to, bring up those muscle memories, maybe this is going to be the chance.
Well, it could be a good chance for them to practice, and at the same time, it would be a good chance for the other teams that they could be watching them just to try to spot those weaknesses, right? So at the same time, it's like double-sided. It's a double-sided situation. It could be good for you to be more familiar. It could be good for the other teams to be more familiar about you as well.
Yeah, so we're gonna keep watching coach's decision.
Let's see what the coaches are going to decide. But all that is going to happen in the second game right after this short break. All right. Let's go. XYG. They need 7 wins to try to make it to first place. They already got 1. They need to come and collect the second one.
Yeah.
For Bacon Time, losing that first game is horrible news because right now, mathematically, they depend on miracles for them to pass.
So for Bacon Time, actually, it would be such a relief, and I guess they already foresee it because you can see their attitude back into that video, right?
Yeah.
They're quite peaceful and quite calm towards all those results. So for them, maybe just enjoy the last of the journey in our tournament, and that's it. And for XYG, just as you've just mentioned, they need to have 7 wins in a row.
Yeah, they need 7 wins, right? They need to win 2 times against Bacon Time. They need to win 2 times against FUTNOVA Esports. They need to win 2 times against Beijing Weibo.
And
force it to a tiebreaker and win 1 more time against Beijing Weibo.
Yeah,
That's
so the pressure is on XYG right now. Let's see, first round. Bacon Time still got the blue side, and let's see what they want. Mengtian gonna be a nice choice, especially they saw.
Nah, XYG is not gonna allow them to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, XYG wants Kusia to be in a good position. But why to leave that mountain out there? We better just force you to something different, and they have more understanding and way better ways just to try to fight back. Up until Bacon Time is not going to choose a top laner, they won't choose a top laner.
Yeah.
They will just counter whatever pick that you're gonna have in here.
Because actually from the previous series, we can see Bacon Time also put some highlights on Summer.
Yep.
Summer is quite trustworthy and let him use warriors like Ma Chao. So Kuxie would be the counter attack to take the responsibility.
All right, Jing.
You know, after I saw the 3 picks that XYG did so far, this turn they want to speed up. And even much more surprised is that Bacon Time wants to do it head-to-head. These 6 picks that both teams have selected so far, the early game is going to be explosive.
Explosive early game. Bacon Time, that ban of Lupo not only works against XYG, it works against them as well.
Yeah. That also give a cue that Bacon Time wants to have another tank on the top.
Yeah.
In that case, maybe Xiao Dun would be a nice choice.
It would be a nice, choice, Xiao Dun. But right now, XYG gets the first pick. If they get Xiao Dun, how is Bacon Time gonna reply?
That's the point.
That's the thing. Like, if they get Xiao Dun, like then you could have had at least the combo of Tranfei and Lupo, but you banned it for yourself.
That's the trick. Actually, from the second banning, they should let Ata away. Marco Polo got banned.
They should have just left Ata, at least Ata in. They were so focused on not allowing XYG to get a strong top laner that they just forced themselves into playing TianYun.
Actually, I already predict that they would use TianYun. Well,
how come?
Like, first, again, to their personality, TianYun is one of those top laners, not good at engage, but better to do counter-attack.
Yeah.
Using the first ability, pull everybody away. And second, it's because of the passive that TianYun have, allow him to stand longer in the front.
With the mobility that you have from the players from XYG, you've got September on Jing, you have Xiuto on Direnjie, you have Lin Meng on Shen Mengxi. Who's TianYun going to be able to catch? TianYun is so slow. It's true, like he can suck in a lot of damage. But in terms of pushing anyone, who's he going to push? There's no one to push in there.
Or we can take this composition in another way.
Okay.
The combo that Xiangyu and Zhang Fei did, they can easily tear up those positioning that XYG have.
That is something that I would be able to see. Just trying to use those 2 heroes as a combo.
Yeah.
But again, if you were thinking about just pairing that Tranfei ultimate with a different ultimate, you should have left just Lupu out there, knowing that it's either gonna be you taking that Lupu or it's gonna be the other team taking Lupu. If they take Lupu, I take Xiao. If you take Xiao, I take Lupu.
Maybe it's because they know that they want to have 2 tanks in the front, so they do not want you to have Lupu, which can do true damage to those tanks. So that's the reason.
Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see what's gonna happen.
Well, actually, what worries me a little bit about Bacon Time is that we know that combo that these 2 tanks can do, just split up your opponent's positioning. But the follow-up damage needs to follow up instantly. The ultimate by Marco Polo and also Lam.
Yeah.
They need to aim it at Direnjie. Once you open the door of for your allies, the damage needs to be followed up. And that's something
needs to be immediate.
Yeah.
Like immediate. It needs to be instant.
Like tight coordination again.
That's a very big ask.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. That's a very, very, very gigantic ask.
Because from the previous series, the most biggest problem we saw from Bacon Time is that actually they're not that tight about their rotations, about their decision made or whatever. So that's something to do with this composition. And on the other side, for XYG, they're quite familiar with this kind of combo.
Yeah.
You just need to be stable, need to be solid, and keep pushing forward, and that's it.
It seems that's going to be the second game between Bacon Time and XYG. XYG is going to still be on the red side, and Bacon Time is still going to be on the blue. Let's see the openings. Jing is going to go for her blue, and Lam is going to go for his blue as well. But look at that, Jing starting from blue allows her to make the rotation from bottom to top.
Yeah.
And that bottom to top rotation has been such a gigantic problem for all teams from the other areas. Ling Meng comes in, does he have the flash? He doesn't have flash available, it's gonna be a 1-to-1 trade.
But Liu Meng got the first blood, so
Yes.
she got the upper hand. And what's more is that Jing is quite comfortable and well formed up. But Lam, after one death, he's gonna be quite slow.
Xiao knows that he didn't bring the smite, so he can just keep re-aggroing that blue buff, but he's not actually able to take it. Look, he just stays there. He just keeping vision, playing with the buff, re-aggro, pulling him out.
Just like he's at his own home.
Yeah,
Make yourself at home. But he's
toying with the blue.
standing in the opponent's field.
Summer wants to come in to contest.
September is coming in and Smite's already be available.
Smite's available. Free blue buff for XYG.
Yeah. Bacon Time, I know that the Lime, after he revived from the fountain, he know that he don't want to contest, don't want to waste any time.
Yeah.
So instead of came back for this blue buff, he just go for that red one.
He tried to play stable. Better decision than just coming in and trying to take control of the blue.
He can't stand for a death in a row.
Xiao gonna make it to level 4 real quick.
They didn't spot 007X.
Kushi rotating to the red buff area. Look at how Xiao just kept everyone locked down on bottom lane. Xiao's doing nothing more than just standing over there in the bush.
Yeah, and that's what exactly when you're playing as those engaging support. You should just stand there using a threat.
Coming in, kitty bombs falling from the sky. Moss still not on Ford yet. His ultimate is still not available.
Yeah. But
Change that. Right now he has available, but he doesn't know exactly where Jing is, so he doesn't want to proc yet.
Jing is sneak into the opponent's blue side.
He has no vision, so he does not dare to start that fight.
He can steal it away. Well, the reason why XYG can just be so bold and get invade into the red buff even got numbers in deficit is because they already forced Marco Polo to go back home.
They're coming for Hermes. Might is going to come in with the flash. It's going to be pulled on air. It's going to fall. Right now it's going to be Moss trying to counterattack. Coming in and making an opening for 007X. Trying to stack his passive. He's receiving so much damage. He won't be able to take the kill. It's going to be Mimars, the one that's going to follow him. A 3-0 trade for XYG.
Such a solid front line that XYG have. And now, relying on this advantage, they can even push forward. Shodo use ultimate, just stun Xiao and force out the flash.
Forcing out the flash from Summer. Running away. More control coming in from XYG. They've got total control, total vision of that red buff jungle.
You see this ultimate and use the flash to change the direction.
Yes.
And just engage instantly.
Just waiting because he knows that Marco Polo is going to dash away, right? So what you need to do is just to predict the direction that you're going to dash.
Yeah.
Fire coming in, trying to clean the wave, trying to protect the turret.
We can see actually there's something that Summer wants to make happen. He's trying to find a quite nice angle to enclose those spots and trying to push all of those members from XYG to surround them. But he's been kept watching by Crucial.
Like he's got a mark on him, right? Like he knows. He knows that right now he cannot take that much damage. He's only a level 6 TianYun, facing a level disadvantage compared to everyone else in the battle.
6,000 gold lead already over to XYG. There's another solo kill.
September spots him, mirror domain, vanished.
It makes me feel like back in time, they know that they need to deal with XYG, all of those members, but sometimes they forgot there's another jungler out there. And there's actually 4 people giving enough pressure to force.
Yeah, that's one of the things that characterize September, right?
Yeah.
Like his jungle style when he's playing with this kind of assassins. And it's very difficult. You never get to see where he is in the minimap.
Like before the core items has been built up, he's invisible.
Yeah.
You won't know, like you won't spot him. But after those core items he had or gold lead he had, he's gonna be invincible.
Understanding how to just get yourself in the minimap, just make it yourself just completely invisible is very important. Moss is going to proc his ult. It's going to be wise. Pseudo is still alive. He's dealing damage. It's going to be Summer, the one's going to fall first. March being taken extremely low. Right now he's going to be Ling with the flash. Comes in, but he's going to be pushed back. Takes a double kill.
But here comes Jim, made an ace on Bacon Time. There's minion waves on the top, and Bacon Time still needs some time for people to revive. Heading to the crystal, 0-2, end up down by XYG. Congratulations again.
Congratulations, very decisive in that last fight. Coming in, taking the kills, doing exactly what they needed to do. The fact that Xiao just survived for such a long time. At the beginning, like Moss tried to initiate on him. His ability was wide, and then Xiao found the right angle, and they just kept dealing damage, allowing enough time for September to come in.
Yeah, but Moss made some mistake. That ultimate, that Zhang Fei,
it was wide, yeah.
It was wide, but it's not purposive. He's not pointing at Dianjie. It's a little bit, there's some angle, you know. Not be that accurate, so that's the point.
Not being that accurate.
Yep.
Something that he needs to work on. Like that's gonna be his homework for sure, right?
True.
Just go back and then just kind of like keep practicing, watch the videos, and then just check what everyone else is doing.
So from this game, actually now we can see mathematically, Bacon Time had no chances to move further, and for XYG, they win it as 2-0, got another 3 points. The biggest fight for them is going to be the one play against Weibo.
Exactly, and they just started that huge rally that they need to do today. They started in the best way. 2 very quick victories coming in and showing that They are in a great performance, great pristine performance. Now moving on to the next match, we're gonna have FUTNOVA Esports is gonna be playing against Beijing Weibo.
And actually that matchup can be something for XYG just sitting downstairs and just observing. How's your condition right now? How'd you play right now? Is there any chances for me to catch and try to find someone out?
Of course, like from FUTNOVA Esports performance in the first game, they've got some good understandings, right? Like they've got some good abilities. They can create opportunities. What they haven't been able to do is just to completely just catch to those opportunities. Let's see if Beijing Weibo is going to allow them, the same as Bacon Time allowed them, just to start building up. Let's wait and see. With Beijing Weibo, you never know.
True. So we already mentioned about the focusing matchup's going to be that one happening for the last game. And for XYG, is there anything you're curious towards those members?
I'm just curious about what they're preparing. I'm just really sure that I want to know something that for me it's one of the most important things about this KIC is what kind of advice do these people have for all the players around the world that they're watching them right now.
That's a good point.
For me, that's the main idea. Besides just their performance in the game, besides just thinking about like, oh, what are you gonna prepare for the next match? And then they're just telling us that they cannot tell us. I would rather just them just sharing a little bit of their experience with everyone around. We have viewers right now in Latin America, Europe. We have viewers all around Asia. People that want to know how to get better. What about if we get some tips? Let's get some tips from the best. Whoever that we're gonna get from XYG in the interview, I would love just to ask them that. Tell everyone at home how to get better at this. Done.
Any advice?
Any advice?
Okay, so we're gonna prepare that for our next interview. And for this turn, XYG, they are also again showed us their best performance, and the MVP goes to Ling.
Ling just being very aggressive, right? Like he dashed in, he used his flash twice.
First blood.
For the first blood in the last fight. Like he comes in and he flashes in under the turret just to go and get more kills. That was critical for XYG to take the game so quick.
Nearly 40% damage were dealt by Ling.
When you're playing the Bomber Cat, you're always expected to see those numbers, right? Anything under 35% with the Bomber Cat, for me, it's a very big disappointment. Like you've got such a long reach, and you have your cooldown is so short. Just keep going all the time, poke and poke and poke and poke. It might not be lethal damage, but it's consistent damage.
Yeah. And from these team fights, actually we can also highlight Kuxie and also Xihe. They're standing quite solid, and this one, the only mistake that Moss had during that engagement.
And it was a lethal mistake because then after that, there was nothing else they could have done.
Just be destroyed.
Yeah. Destroyed completely. Very well done from Ling, very well done from XYG. Being able to spot those mistakes and being able just to solidify and to just catch them.
I'm so happy to see like members from Bacon Time. They seem really enjoying this tournament.
They have to enjoy this. Who knows when it's going to be the next opportunity? Next time we're going to have this competition, at least it's going to be 1 year from now. It's going to be grinding time right now, but at least if you already know that you cannot make it out of the group stage, enjoy yourself. Go on. Come here and enjoy the platform because you only have one more game. At least for Bacon Time, they have one more game against Beijing Weibo, and then that's going to be goodbye for them.
Bacon Time, only one matchup left, and also for FUTNOVA, next matchup, they're going to play against Weibo. They already had no pressure on those ranks or on those points, and after there's actually a break for them to bulk up, to rethink about their strategy or vibe. Is there anything would surprise us?
Well, I hope so. I really hope so. Believe me, I had a very big reaction towards the game from FUTNOVA because I'm really looking forward to see them perform to what we know they can do. We know that they're really good players, and they were showing us that. It just feels like if you would be a parent, you know, As a parent, you are expecting the best from your children because you care for them. And that's why when they make mistakes and you see them that they have opportunities to grow and they have opportunities to be successful and they don't take them, it hurts. I would say that it is not a matter of being mad at them. It's just a matter that seeing them so close and them not actually taking it, it hurts. It's not nice to see.
And we can see the group stage, actually those rankings already be settled down, right? Group, it's only because of like who's gonna be go to the group stage with the first place or not, and that's it.
That's the only thing that we need to be expecting for today. Let's check on who we're gonna have for the interviews. Let's see who we have on the other side.
Hello， 9月，先和大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 XYG 打野9月。
那又恭喜你们再次赢下了一个2-0的胜利啊！就是我们刚刚有聊到说，对于你们的这些对手，有没有什么建议可以给到他们的吗？因为你们在前中期一直做的都很好，有没有什么建议给到这些外卡赛的队伍？
就是前期注意一下自己的野区吧，然后前期对自己阵容强度，然后站位要多注意一些。
Okay, so the first question is, what's the advice that September can give for those teams from other region? And September said that in the early game, they need to pay attention to their protection at their jungle, and also they need to have a better understanding towards their composition, and also they can just pay attention to their core players. And the next question is, you're gonna play against with Weibo, and after last time you end up with 0-2. Is there any preparation you did, and is there anything that you're expecting, such as like pentakill? 那我们知道上一次的话呢，其实你们是0-2惜败给了微博。那在这段时间里面有做什么样的调整和准备吗？然后上一次微博对到你们的时候，暖阳拿了5杀，你作为打野对位有没有这样的一个期待呢？
有期待吧，然后但是不知道可能什么时候有机会可以拿5杀。然后调整的话就注意一下自己中期运营的细节吧。
Okay, so they did some preparation, especially keep focusing on making those details happening in the mid game. And also, as the jungler, he also been expecting to witness the pentakill that he can have. Okay, thanks for sharing. 感谢你接受我们的采访。
A lot of highlights. The spotlight is going to be on that last match of today. That's for sure. Like XYG facing Beijing Weibo. I'm totally sure that September has been working really hard on how they're going to face that last one.
Yeah, and I can see from that smile, maybe they're hiding some secret weapon.
Let's wait and see. Next match is going to be Beijing Weibo against FUTNOVA Esports. Everything happened after the break.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high and light. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is in my sight. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, in time. Everything that still holds us. 'Cause it's
Game 3, Beijing Weibo against FUTNOVA Esports. Let's see, this is going to be Weibo's first presentation of the day. Let's see how they're feeling, no?
Yeah, because actually today's going to be quite nice to Beijing Weibo. They're not being put under a huge pressure.
Nope.
Only they need to take 1 point from XYG will secure this spot.
That's it. That's it. Just come out, play against FUTNOVA Esports, play consistent. Play consistently, and then you should be fine. Then go against Bacon Time, play consistent. You should be fine. And then just go against XYG, all in that first game. Boom. If it'd be me, I would just go all in the first game.
All in.
All in. All in. Boom.
All in, you mean like the most played composition or the most like confident hero?
I would just go with meta picks. In this moment, if you have 3 games and you only need to win one of those 3, you just go all in at the beginning.
Yeah.
Take all the meta picks that you can get, and then just get all the meta picks, and then just go and try your very best just to force them out. The understanding of that is in the BP, in the moment that someone in front of you is taking meta picks, psychologically, you try to get meta picks as well. It's just that kind of a pressure that you have in a chess game. It's very difficult when you're being attacked not to attack back. It's just that kind of like a psychological pressure. It's a psychological war game.
Like you've been forced to come and answer.
So if you pick metas, in front of you they're gonna pick metas as well. And if they just lose on those metas, it's totally fine. You just took 5 strong heroes out of the mix.
True.
And they just go to the second game, and then you can just play on your familiar, on your feature picks, on your feature heroes.
I agree with you, like and also like the way you just mentioned. For the last match for tonight, I guess we were just gonna go all in for the first match. And the second round, since they do not have any pressure for the ranking, they would go for another something refreshing. For example, like Zemo to use that warrior.
Zemo warrior is still gonna be a meta pick. When
I know.
When you have a meta player on a warrior right now under this composition, under this patch, that's already like a meta pick.
But still, they need to first finish this game play against with FUTNOVA.
True.
And for FUTNOVA, this is going to be their second play in today. And after this, they will have the last game play with XYG. And that's it. They're going to finish the journey.
And what heroes did they play the last time that they had match against each other?
Wow, they picked Guan Yu with Kai once this comp, and I'm really looking forward to see that again.
That's for Beijing Weibo, right?
No, that's for FUTNOVA.
FUTNOVA played on Kai.
Yeah, that game, Weibo used Ma Chao and Agudo, warriors. And FUTNOVA replied back with another warrior, Guan Yu.
Interesting. Let's see. Maybe that composition from FUTNOVA right now is going to be available one more time.
Definitely.
If it didn't work the first time, why not to give it a try the second one?
And again, I want to mention about Scars because the last show they gave us, after they know that they need to say goodbye to our tournament. Actually, that's the biggest highlight they got when they play against with teams from KPL region. So I'm wondering, will the same thing happen today?
Yes. Is it going to be that? Is it going to be just a great show from FUTNOVA Esports?
Yeah. Still, I got some faith in this team.
I do have lots of faith. I have lots of faith. Like they are for me a great investment. For me, FUTNOVA Esports is a great investment. You've got a bunch of really nice, cool kids that they love playing the game, that they understand the responsibility that they have as the champions of their area, coming in, trying their best, and they're what we need. People who likes to grind 12, 13 hours daily during 6 months, during 2 months, during 3 months, 4 months, It's not every single human being that can do that.
Yeah.
You need to have drive. And that drive is why I believe that FUTNOVA is a great investment.
And from what they said in that video, they know that there's going to be a long journey and long term for them to improve. But they also know that they need to do it, break it down step by step, make small improvement, and once it's going to turn to a big difference. So
one step at a time.
Yeah.
And that first step over here is going to be Shenmengxi. That's going to be the first pick for FUTNOVA.
And what even worth mentioning is that they banned away this Agudu and also Donghuang Taiyi from the first ban phase. They did some homework because they want to reinforce the early game, the protection of the jungle. They banned away this Donghuang Taiyi, and also they don't let you to have Ma Chao and Agudu.
Just by choosing Agudu away, like what else could you pair that Ma Chao with, right? Moving forward, Lost is going to have a second opportunity on Yukio Tachibana. His first game with Yukio Tachibana was not bad. It was actually pretty good in the first 10 minutes of the game.
But even they got such a significant goal lead in that matchup, they still kind of be lost in the late game.
Well, hopefully they came back and they just watched that game, and right now Lost can come up and take on the positive things. It was not all negative. There were a lot of very good and positive things. If he can just focus on those positives and try to avoid the mistakes and the negatives that he just made, and I'm totally sure that he can have a good performance right now. Now, it's going to be against a different opponent. It's going to be Beijing Weibo this time.
So, for teams like Beijing Weibo, even once they catch your mistake, they're just gonna start snowballing. And that's the point. No mistakes is allowed to happen when you're playing against strong teams like Weibo. So for Lost, actually he needs to change a little bit understanding towards this game. For the early game, he can still be aggressive, but he need to know that in the late game, or will there be a late game for them?
September already gave them a very clear advice, no?
Yeah.
And September just came in and said, you know what, guys? The one thing that you guys need to do is to protect your resources in the early game. It did not come from us. It came from your opponents. And when your opponents just openly just tell you, like, you know what? Like, what about if you just try not to do that and you try to do this? I'm totally sure that September just wants them to get better. He wants them to improve.
And from those 3 picks that FUTNOVA just selected as so far, they're quite strong in the early game.
They are very strong in the early game.
And
now,
even
is it gonna work? They need to check if it is gonna work or not. It's not the first time that we see strong picks in the early game. That's no insurance of anything.
Oh, 鬼谷子. Well, it's okay with this 鬼谷子, but personally, I would prefer Lambert more. I do like them to have a show, you know, because 鬼谷子 is one of those supposed can make miracle happen.
Yeah, Lumber, please.
Lambert
please,
gonna be like more solid, to be honest.
Lumber, please. That's the only thing I'm going to say.
And Weibo again used this Byron as a counter pick to this Mengtian.
That's an interesting point. We've already realized that Byron is a good pick against Mengtian, right? And that's something that during these group stages we're already solid to say. That's a good pick. Why to show your ability with Byron right now in a match where you could have just chosen any other top laner?
Because that's something to do with the most his own personality or what stuff. Like Zemo is quite a good warrior player, and Byron is more like a warrior than what we call tank or what else. Ata, for example, as playing as a tank, he's playing a defensive way against Mengtian. Just make sure that your top won't be fall behind, and that's it. But Byron is one of those heroes who can even gain the upper hand when you're doing those solo fights.
I don't know, I see it differently. I think that my question would be, if you already know that it works, And right now, you're just using it in a game where you could have just solved it in a completely different way. You know that Byron is going to be necessary for the knockout stages. When you're going to be facing other KPL teams. Do you really need to take it out right now? Because that's going to give an opportunity for everyone else to know exactly how you play that Byron. So, is it really necessary?
Wow, if I'm the coach, I'm also gonna let him to use Byron.
Okay.
Because I want you to like officially use it on this battlefield, on this stage, and try to, you know, lose your finger and try to bring up all those muscle memories. Well, actually, it's well known that Byron could be a counter pick towards Wang Tian.
Exactly.
Everyone knows that.
There's nothing to prove anymore.
So it's just about like practice, and that's it.
But then people is gonna be able to see your practice. And that's
I find some mistakes.
That's for me the one thing.
I know.
The one thing is that you do not want to show. We already know that the hero is a good pick. You don't want to show in there like no one is perfect. In the moment that you start showing your mistakes, in the moment that you start showing your weaknesses, it's gonna allow the other KPL teams to actually be able to spot that.
But in that case, you know what? The most confident enough that when he's doing this top lane fighting, he won't fall behind. He won't let any mistake happen.
Let's wait and see.
Right?
I hope so. I hope so. Believe me, I really hope so. But FUTNOVA is going to be taking the blue. Beijing Wave is going to take the red. Immediately, Xingyu straight up directly for the blue. Rotation from FUTNOVA. Coming in, trying to contest that as well. Smite. Launch in there. City Boy has to flash away out of this engage.
I know that Lost already foresee it, so instead of taking that blue buff, he just opening with that red one.
Xingyu brought the smite, right? So even if Lost would decide just to go there and try to contest it, they don't have the smite advantage.
So actually the next step would be how you're gonna make up for the loss of the blue buff. That's something crucial to your jungler.
Not only the loss of the blue buff, because right now Lost just came into his blue buff area and then found nothing.
It's
totally empty.
And what about the top? You can see Zumo already won the upper hand.
Wang is already on level 4. Knight still on level 3. Rotation to top.
See you just standing there and gain the vision control, and in that spot, in that bush, he can totally master where your spot is. Oh, that's
Let's go! Love it! Well done.
Wow.
Excellent.
No.
First blood goes to Feng.
The same thing is happening.
Exactly.
That's exactly what I want to see, to be honest.
Just the burst damage in there, right?
Yeah.
Nothing that Chelsea could have done.
Okay, let's take
both of them are on 3.
Chelsea already used his frenzy, you see.
Exactly. He's already used his frenzy and he left the parasol in the back. Only thing that Feng can do is just to try to spot where he's going to show up. New blue buff invasion. 3 people from Beijing Wave are coming in for it. Smite it in. 1 more blue buff for Xingyu.
Then what about Lost? We can see Lost is keep having or sharing this mid waves in the mid. But what about Knight? He's quite painful. Everyone looking for Chelsea be launched up, and another bomb filling up from the sky.
Oh, take
nice
that down.
One.
They take Chelsea down for a second time.
Oh, nice one. 1-1 trade, but it's support. Trade for marksman. FUTNOVA totally can accept that result.
I will take that trade every single day.
Oh.
Lost taking mid. Wang wants to take him back. Pushes his ult. Bro skip to the river. Takes 1 more kill.
So, is there any possibility that actually for FUTNOVA they can kind of put Feng under the spotlight? Everyone should gather around her, protect her, try to let this hero to have like 2 million waves or even more like resources, trying to speed up his farming.
That's going to be City Boy's responsibility, right? Look at that, when Yang jumps in, he's not able to take Feng completely, only half of his HP, but it's 4 people from Beijing Wave with a rotation to the bottom lane.
Yeah, we will know that I can't just let you snowball. I need to shut you down for one.
Fimo comes in.
1 versus 4.
1 versus 4. What can Feng do here?
Can she do a trade? Not enough. And what about Zemo? With this flash, he just saved it, and this is another 1-1 trade.
Yang comes in, takes on 2 people, makes it a 4-1 trade finally for Beijing Weibo.
Double kill goes to Yang.
Back to mid lane. Look at the replay in there.
Why again this first blood solo kill?
They want us to understand exactly what happened. Waiting for the parasol, boom. Hey.
Well, because Feng first hiding into that bush, so you know instantly Xiao gonna lost the target, so he can't stack up that maple marks, and that's the reason why he lost the first initiation, the first priority.
Good use of the environment for them, right? Very good use of the environment for Feng. That's only Zemo right over there, taking full control of the vision. He knows that right now he can still take a 1v2.
Yeah. He still got his flash.
And he's not afraid of that. So people just come in and then he's just easily dealing damage. Mountain disappears of the map, was taking a 2v1 in there.
And FUTNOVA is quite lost right now. Because there's so many things happening at the same time, all over the map. Your field be invaded, there's minion waves on the top, and there's even someone try to threat you, try to force you to come and answer to fight.
Yeah, exactly. And they
so many things to deal with.
And they have Huajun, like Weibo has Huajun on that throw you. So they tried to protect this mid lane turret for such a long time, and sadly for them it's finally gonna fall. The only thing that Lost can do in here is just to look at how Yang is going to take control of his red buff.
There's little things that Lost can do.
Rotation to top. Chelsea taking that turret easily, even though he lost his battles, his independent battles twice at the beginning of the game. Still looking pretty healthy.
Yeah, and especially after Xiao has been released from that bottom lane, don't need to face head-to-head towards Feng. That's gonna be a good news for this hero, personally, right? Gonna be Libro and just gonna lead the pace.
Just going around, just rotating around and just being free. And that's the main idea of what you want to do your marksmen to do, just for them to be free, not to be locked up into one specific place.
Yeah.
And right now with Xiao already with red buff, the only thing he needs to do is to jump in. Zemo is receiving so much damage from Lost, but it's Lost the one that has gonna have to run away. Zemo procced his ult and took that battle back to him.
And there's minion waves in the mid, easily just taken down this tower. 7 minutes, and there's 7,000 gold lead over to Weibo.
7 minutes 30 seconds. Minions coming in mid. Already at positioning. Look at that. Huajin procs his ult, pushes the fire in. The minions are still very healthy. No one from FTN can actually make a rotation in deep enough to clean the wave. The turret falls and the rotation to top.
Yeah, and after using this ultimate, there's no bomb can came from Snipe again. And check the fire that done by Huajin.
He's a throw you right now. Like, there's nothing else that FTN can do to contest that. They thought about just having Shenmeng Xi as their main pick for mid, but not even Shenmeng Xi's long range is being able to get all the way back to the back laners.
8 minutes. We will just slowly take this high ground tower, take down these towers one by one. Stable, but no pressures given on FUTNOVA.
Constantly just consistently just being able to protect her own red buff as Yang has control over FTN's one. The minions are going to start coming, the bangers are going to follow.
This might be the time for them to close out the game because they already spawned those vanguards on 3 lanes.
Yes, they did. The ballistas comes in.
First high ground tower.
CU proxies ult. Simo jumps in. The Armageddon is going to reply back. City Boy is taken to 1/3. He's going to disappear.
And there's Vanguard in the mid. Check Yang. This Lam, he's still just using his second ability and trying to get more kills. But with this Vanguard, the Crystal has been taken down. First game, congratulations to Weibo.
Beijing Weibo take the victory of this first game in a very nice and quick fashion. Came into control of everything and just pushed FUTNOVA esports back to their base.
There's some standouts made by FUTNOVA.
Yeah.
From Feng. He did a solo kill on the bottom. That's going to be a great achievement for Feng. And but we still can see, like, because it's a 5 versus 5 game, so the coordination needs to be tighter.
It needs to be tighter because you cannot just depend on the mechanics of one person winning the 1v1s. Look at what just happened. He wins the 1v1 against Chelsea, and how does Beijing Weibo react towards that? 5 people rotation to bottom lane.
Yeah. Like, after they saw that Lady Sun won the upper hand on the bottom, they just fastly rotate to the bottom and shut her down.
Not allowing her just to keep building. It's just that. It's just whenever that something happens, you need to react in a way that's going to allow you to stop their advantage. They didn't want Chelsea to be on a bad position bottom lane, so they just come in 5 people, push on Lady Sun, and at the same time they took the turret.
Yeah. Well, it just, like, put it in other words, like, when it's still like a flame, you can easily take it down. But once it's, like, grown up as a fire, it's gonna be a little bit hard for you to control that situation. And that's exactly the same when you're playing this.
Don't let it build. Don't let it build. That's another advice that we're gonna give to everyone watching the stream right now and just trying to learn a little bit about the game. Just don't let big advantages build. Try to fix them when there's still, like, very small mistakes.
And also we can see actually there's something changed from those strategies made by teams from other regions that they know they don't want to contest with their opponents in their game. So they just hand all those buffs or monsters over to their opponents. But the point is, you need to find a way to make up for your loss. You can't just easily, like, everything give it to your opponents. That's not gonna work.
If you reply back to their invasion with you not engaging, it's not a decision that is gonna allow you to win. It's just gonna be a decision that is gonna slow down the way that you lose.
True.
So they need to come up with something else.
Yeah.
I hope that they will just go back to the board and then just keep trying different things.
Like, there still needs to be a lot of experience need to be learned from those, like, strategies or from those games. And for FUTNOVA, I guess maybe for the next matchup they will just go for that Guang Yu and Kai.
Guang Yu and Kai.
Yeah.
Right? Guang Yu and Kai would be a really nice pick. And I don't think that Beijing Weibo is going to mind if FUTNOVA goes for that, right? If FUTNOVA goes for that, Beijing Weibo has 100 different ways on how to reply back to that. So nothing that they should be very worried or stressed about. The MVP for this game, Beijing Weibo Nanyang.
32% damaged out by Lam, by this jungler. That's not usual, right?
6 kills in total.
Oh.
When you imagine that Lam, you always imagine Nanyang, right? Like, for me, he's a really good jungler whenever it comes to assassin. So seeing him with this MVP and with that kind of KDA, it comes as no surprise for anyone. Well, at least, like, we can watch and hear his performance and we can try to learn a little bit more just the way that he uses his ultimate, right?
Yeah, bring all those members back and trying to engage.
Because I think that that's the key. When you're gonna use your ult to bring people back, you don't want to bring back one. You're gonna try to bring back as many as you can.
So the angle and the timing matters a lot.
Yeah. If you can bring two, then why would you only just attack on one? Try to maximize out of your abilities.
And by using this line, actually this is a hero that Yang used to take that pentakill. Play against XY.
Yeah, we talked about that pentakill before, right? And then we were just expecting to see what he's gonna show today, and the way that he played this one just tells us that his game. I was worried about Simone playing on that Byron, right? But there was not enough pressure from Knight that could show us or try to get us some understanding on how to play against it.
Yeah, so that would be the main reason for Weibo to choose that hero. Well, personally, I don't want to push Yang, you know.
All right.
But we've already witnessed Rock got a double pentakill. Is it possible for Yang to achieve that?
No, at the end of the day, I don't think that for Yang he's thinking about that, right?
Yeah, I know.
I think that what he's thinking about is just how he can just be of the best use for his team in terms of taking the trophy.
Yeah.
Those two players are in completely different moments of their careers, I imagine. I don't think that for Yang he needs to prove anything else. He's got FMVPs and he's won titles. So for him, it just comes down to, can he allow Beijing Weibo to take one more trophy? More than, is he gonna be able to take one more pentakill, no?
True. They won the 2020 Honor of Kings International Championship before, but that was 2 years ago. And after, their best record is the Challenger Cup, the runner-up for this year.
Yeah.
They were so close to that trophy, just one step away this time. If they gain the first place and to get into the next stage, that can maximize the hope.
Let's see. It's going to depend a lot on what they can show us today as well. They still have one more game against FUTNOVA Esports that is going to come right after the break. Okay. Beijing Wave against FUTNOVA Esports. One more game. One more. And then we're going to be done with this best of 2. FUTNOVA, they took Montian, Yukyutachiwana, Shenmongxi, Lady Sun, and Lumber. A very solid, very strong early game strat.
Yeah.
And they were still unable to protect their resources.
Actually, after they selected this kind of composition, I was quite optimistic with their early game.
Yeah.
But the problem is, it seems like it's nothing to do with what they selected as their composition. It's more like they don't want to contest.
I completely agree with you on that.
Opponent.
Completely agree with you with that. I think that you just made a very deep and smart comment in terms of it's not about what you pick. It's about your decisions when you have those heroes and those opportunities. It is true, those heroes allowed you a box full of options and a box full of surprises. But if you do not open that box and you just keep it closed and you keep playing this passive, regardless what you pick, it's always going to be the same outcome.
Yeah, so it depends on if FUTNOVA really wants to do an early game playing style. They can just be consistent with the last composition, last playing style. But on the other hand, if they don't want to contest, go for some mid-late game playing style.
And then just kneel down and cross fingers and then just hope that you're going to make it to mid and late game.
Yeah, why not? Show some heroes that's gonna be really good at cleaning those minion waves might help.
Let's wait and see. But FUTNOVA really does not want to see that Agudo Machal. They really don't want to see it. Both games the same 2 heroes that have been their first bans, Xiao and Agudo.
Yeah, and also this Agudo Machal has been such a nightmare for FUTNOVA from the last round.
Yeah. They decide to give Mai Shiranui to Snape. Different strategy, going with an assassin maze.
And is it because they've learned something from the last turn? Because Weibo, from the last round when they were playing against with FUTNOVA, they used Guan Yu and Kai and also Mai. So while they go for that Guan Yu and Kai, I'm still being curious.
Well, if they're gonna go for that Wang and Kai, they need to make those options right now. They need to lock both of them as their second picks.
Cao.
Are they really? And if they pair with that with Atta, then it's gonna be Cao going to jungle?
We saw it once, right? Played by Hero, if I'm correct. I forgot. Anyway, but Cao is quite risky, to be honest.
I wouldn't say quite risky. It's extremely risky.
Okay.
It is just he's not meta. I'm so sorry. He's just not part of the formula. And if you're going to be playing with some heroes that they're not part of the formula, then at least just play with heroes that they're familiar to you, right? And I don't remember any matches from the qualifiers where FUTNOVA actually played with Cao.
Yeah, that's the point. If you're quite used to this hero, and if you're really mastering this hero, and that might be another option for you to find a way out. But you never used that before, so just let it go.
Yeah, but you need to be familiar with it, right?
Yeah.
You just battle the fact that the other team is stronger than you with the fact that you are way more familiar to this hero.
Yeah.
And then just understanding just those little details might open an option.
So instead, we can see FUTNOVA just go for the familiar composition again. And for Weibo, we can see Nuanyang, we mentioned about his land before, and another signature hero of him is definitely, no doubt, FMVP hero.
Jing! That's already 50% of a victory for Beijing Weibo.
Such trustworthy.
I'm gonna be real with all of you. Whenever that I see Nuanyang on that Jing, even regardless against who he's playing, he could be playing against the top KPL teams, and he only pulls out that hero when he feels like, okay, yeah, gotta get things done.
Uh-huh.
Right now, they're playing against the representatives from Turkiye.
So that back to our previous topic about mechanics and also your understanding towards one specific hero.
Yeah.
And Jing's gonna be the one for Nuanyang.
Now pairing that with Yixiong and with Mengtian.
They still need a marksman allows them to do constant damage. Yuanjie gonna be a nice choice.
TianYun is gonna be a good choice, exactly. Sadly for them, they do not have Master Lupin anymore.
Yeah, be banned away. Su Lian.
Su Lian.
I can feel like there's some similarity between Su Lian and also Lian Po.
Yes.
You can see it, right? So maybe that's one of the reasons why Su Lian is quite favored by them.
Ooh. Okay, now hold on. I like this combo from FUTNOVA. I like this combo from FUTNOVA.
Okay, explain it, please.
If you allow Knight just to start the first 4 or 5 minutes of the game, not being ganked again and again and again as it has happened in the last 3 games, probably he will be able to create a big, strong, thick enough shield to protect that Mengya. And as long as Mengya is always dealing constant damage, it's going to be a threat. Now, how is Beijing Weibo going to reply back to that? They reply back with Sheldon.
Yeah. With the ability that Sheldon has, the first ability and also his ultimate, he can block away those bullets down by Mengya, which can cover tons of damage down by FUTNOVA. And that's what we call counter pick.
So if you were planning on just picking up that Mengya, why did you ban Master Lupin? That you could have, if you were planning on just getting that Mengya, that you should have just banned that Sheldon.
Maybe they never think about you would take Sheldon because it's quite rare in the previous series.
But if I am going to put my whole strat around that one hero, then the bans need to be the bans need to have a goal. The goal right over there would have been just completely, okay, I'm going to build around Mengya. So I'm going to ban Sheldon. I'm going to ban heroes that could be a risk for that Mengya. But they just banned Master Lupin and they banned Marco Polo.
Well, you know, actually that's something to do with those tactics during ban pick phases. Because we can see from those choices that teams from other regions made, it's basically because they know it's meta pick. I need to ban it away. Or I know you're good at playing it, I need to ban it away. But they forgot that they need to take one step further, rethink about what's going to be much more beneficial to their own composition, right?
In Latin America, we have a very big saying that says that they're playing checkers and I'm playing chess. So it's a we're playing different games. They're playing checkers, just thinking of what they have in front of them. And Beijing Weibo, on the other hand, is playing chess, and they're just 5 or 6 movements ahead.
But anyway, I still gonna be quite optimistic towards FUTNOVA. If they do achieve what you just said, play defensively in the early game, not being fall behind, there might be some chances for them. Because the ability that Lian Po, right? The ability Lian Po has can break the the first ability that Sheldon give.
Oh well, like let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. There's nothing else we can do more than that. And just expect that Knight is going to have a little bit better opening. And it's gonna depend on what his teammates can do to try to support him, no?
But I don't think they will. Oh, they are. No, they are not. I was like quite surprised. Like, finally, Knight has been put under the spotlight. But it turns out, okay, they're just trying to take away some of the monsters in the opponent's field.
Snape jumps in for the bears and forgets that he's a Mai Shiranui.
Yeah.
How many fans, how many abilities is gonna take you to take those 3 bears?
And even worse is because once heroes like Mai, you use all those abilities to take down that monster, there's nothing allow you to escape from it.
True.
If someone just came up to you. Just like this.
Just like that, Snape is going to be taking extremely low, and that allows Huajuan and Xingyu to clean that wave and make a quick rotation. 1 minute and 40 seconds. This is the moment. Simo's going to make it to 4 in there. Proc the ult.
Again,
3v1.
Exactly the same thing.
Yep.
Happened from the last matchup.
Again and again and again and again. It's the exact same script. Look at that. Knife being brought back. 4 people, rotation, mirror domain, taken down. Can Lost come back and try to get 1 trade at least?
Oh, they can get more even.
Oh, look at that. He gets 2.
Oh. 2 versus 2. This is a 2-2 trade. And check, Mengya's already being here. Another normal attack. GP taken down. There, another one. This is a 3-2 trade.
I love that.
Oh, exactly
Finally.
like what we said. Like from yesterday, the same story just happened, and today, without any pressure, without any burden, they just burst out.
Finally. I'm very happy to see this.
Me too.
I was not expecting that, but look at that. Feng has been paying attention to all the comments, and he's been paying attention to the video, and he comes in and then he just makes something happen.
Yeah,
adding that one more person.
Well, first I want to highlight Knight. This guy gained such a long time using his flash, using his possibility to escape away, and everyone just put all those damage out on that Ata.
Yeah.
And check Mengya, this rotation he made.
He just made it all the way from bottom lane, right?
Yeah, that's what we call it. You need to communicate, you need to coordinate, you need to have that kind of tight synergy. Finally.
And these are the first sights of that synergy coming in. Now Feng is going to be taken extremely low, turns around, starts dealing damage, but it's going to be taken down by Zimo.
Yeah. Because Huajuan, this Yixing was out there and using the second ability gave some control.
All right, it's time for Knight to leave. That turret cannot stand anymore. He does not want to.
But he had nothing to do with it.
There's nothing he could have done in there.
2,000 gold lead goes to Weibo because they already take 2 towers down on the side lane.
Now those turrets falling down there are gonna allow Yuan to come in deeper a little bit more.
Yeah.
And look at the way that Zimo is playing. He jumps in with the flash. Now he's going to be caged in. And it does so much damage coming in from Beijing Weibo.
Whoa. This is what we call positioning. You can see all those positions quite good. And also after Zimo being caged in that mid tower, all of those rest of the members was trying to split up and trying to, do some damage to force FUTNOVA to retreat. And that second ability offered by Xingyu for 2 people away.
Snape tumbles in, tries to get the damage. It's not going to be enough, right? It's going to be Huajuan, the one that turns around and just pokes him to death.
3,000 gold lead. We can see, actually we can learn something from watching these kind of matchups.
Okay.
Because we would always lost, never gonna make it.
Nope.
Anyway, so because when we're watching those teams from KPL region play against with teams from other region, we always see teams from KPL region would want the upper hand.
Yeah.
But this is the time when we saw Weibo actually fell behind in the early game. So how they make up for that loss, how they bring it back, how they turn it around, that's gonna be some lesson that FUTNOVA can learn face to face.
Oh, hold your ground, brought in, Xingyu jumps in and it takes 1 more person. Does not allow Feng an opportunity to escape. City Boy is being forced to repleague, and the turret on top lane is gonna be taken to 2/3 of its HP.
And next gonna be the mid tower.
Mid turret's gonna have to fall.
Well, for those heroes that FUTNOVA selected, especially you used Mai as the mid, there's no way for them to guard their turret.
There's not. A Knight already being extremely squishy. not a tank anymore.
And by using this minion wave, they try to push forward.
They try to push forward, taking the turret all the way to half of its HP.
And you see, when Weibo trying to push forward, trying to force, they're in a quite good positioning. There's two shields in front of all those members. Just create that comfortable spot for Xiao to do those poking damage. You see, Meng Tian and Xiao.
Zimot does not have his ultimate available yet, but it's not going to be necessary as the ballista is extremely healthy. City Boy jumps in, trying to clean the wave. He's successful at that. He's going to have to ult his way out of the fight. Snape tumbles in just to die to the hands of Huajuan.
Without the gold lead, and actually all those healthy balls were quite healthy from Weibo's side, so there's no way for Snap to do those insta-kill. He only got one item.
7,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
Only a reverberation staff coming.
And that's totally not enough.
Oh, far from enough. Lost, being spotted one more time, brought back by Xingyu. Nguyen comes in, takes an easy kill.
And now it's Weibo's time to trying to just push forward and close out the game. And you can see how stable Weibo is.
Oh, the flash comes in, takes on two people. It's going to be Knight, the one that's going to have to flash away, trying desperately to clean the wave. Stumbles forward and backwards, trying desperately to clean it.
And there's still a minion wave in the mid with this Sheldon, with this general Meng Tian. They can just use it, try to close out the game. 3 people remaining from the FUTNOVA side, but these 3 people, none of them can be able to deal with this. They need to fight, but as Mai just tumbled in, he just vanished. And what about Meng Ya? He just revived from the fountain and tried to clean out this minion wave, but he's being shut down. And another minion wave, super minion wave, still on the bottom. Crystal being taken down, another win. Congratulations to Beijing Weibo.
Congratulations to Beijing Weibo, taking a 2-0 victory. Very well done. That was really beautiful.
Because as we've mentioned during the game, we rarely see like teams from KPL region would fall behind. And this is exactly a vivid lesson for FUTNOVA to learn from how you're gonna make up for these losses.
I love the fact that FUTNOVA just showed us a good understanding on how to try to protect. Like we only have one more game for them. After this one, they have only one more game they're going to be playing. They're going to be playing XYG after in the 5th game of the night. After this performance, it just shows me that, okay, they're actually growing a little bit more. That decision that they took in there shows a clear plan, shows understanding, shows critical thinking.
Yeah. And that also allows us to witness the improvement of FUTNOVA finally.
Yeah, they've been improving a lot. Very, very happy for them. Not only they've got potential, but in order to turn that potential into actual ability, it just needs time and hard work. Analysis is super important. Regardless of how many hours you put down, if you don't do those hours in a smart way, there's no way that you're gonna become better.
Yeah.
But look at that, came in, all these defeats that they have been piling during this whole tournament start showing some fruits at the end.
Yeah, and FUTNOVA still got another match rest. They're gonna play against XYG. So is there anything, like any improvement that we can witness from the last game? I'm now being so excited to see that happen.
Well, hopefully we're gonna see a different composition. They showed us that they wanted to play Cao Cao, right?
Yeah, maybe that's gonna be the last showcases if they want.
Why not? Maybe they wanted to play that Cao Cao. Why not? Play it out there. They showed us that they wanted to play Sulie. Why not? They wanted to play Guiguz as well. Go for it. Go for it. What's there to lose?
Yeah.
There's nothing there to lose anymore.
So actually, we're gonna be quite curious and excited about what they're gonna go for their last showcase, and also for Weibo. After this, they're gonna have another game in a row. They're gonna play against Breaking Time.
Ooh, back-to-back games for Beijing Weibo. First FUTNOVA Esports, then Bacon Time. Let's see how they can keep performing. MVP for this game, Zimo.
蒙恬 we can see actually Weibo has that kind of certain execution during every matchup. First, Nuanyang would came to aid for the top with Zimo on the upper hand, and by using this Meng Tian, keep pushing, keep forcing, and just close out the game.
If you're gonna be playing that Meng Tian, you need to be aggressive.
And there's two shield.
He does not even have his ult available. He's just there, just cruising around, cruising left to right, and he has it available. Boom, procs it in with the flash. Comes in and takes two people from FUTNOVA.
Yeah, and do you see that like combo, both followed out by the second ability from Yixing, from Huajun, and also Jing, those damaged out, just like instantly be followed up.
Very good performance. Hopefully, in terms of BP in the future, FUTNOVA is going to have a little bit more of a clear idea of what they want to play, right? If you're going to be playing that Mongyam, then you should have put that Sheldon on the ban.
Yeah, and for this Sheldon, actually that kind of give teams from like other groups a sign. Because sometimes we would forget Sheldon, you know, because he's not that meta. Because sometimes he's gonna be like, you know, surprise you, and do a significant role.
Yes, exactly. Just the fact that right now marksmen are not part of the core of the compositions, right? That's one of the reasons why Sheldon has not been that meta pick anymore. In a game right now where the junglers and the assassins are the most core players.
Yeah, but sometimes
a support like Sheldon just falls down to second categories.
Yeah, but sometimes due to like certain compositions, he can play a really important counter pick role. And as you've mentioned, it's not that meta pick, so some coaches may just forgot it, you know. So instead of talking about Byron or other heroes, actually this Sheldon might be a cue or a sign for other coaches.
Let's wait and see. Hopefully we're gonna see a little bit more of that Sheldon during the knockout stages. For Beijing Weibo, that puts them all the way to 12 points. We talked during day one if Wuhanister Pro was gonna be the only team making it to 6 wins in a row. Beijing Weibo still has the opportunity, right? They've got 4 wins in 4 games, and that puts them already with 12 points. Could they be the second team making it all the way to 18 points? What do you think?
Well, there's high possibility. Even due to my prediction, I thought this is gonna be a draw. But yeah, I would go for a draw.
You would go for a
today?
draw.
Yeah.
Okay.
After like watching these matchups for like the previous matchups, yeah, I guess it's gonna be a draw.
I would like XYG to take a 2-0 that way. That way TianYun and Jacko can just cast one more game at the end of the day.
I hope so.
Yeah, that would be nice. That would be really good.
Okay, so before we end up this matchup, we'll have a short interview. Let's see who's going to be with us. Hello， 暖阳，先来和大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是北京波波暖阳。
恭喜你们赢下了这一场比赛的胜利啊！那也是一样的问题，就是在和这些外卡赛的队伍打到目前为止的话呢，你作为 KPL 赛区的队伍有没有什么建议去给到他们的呢？
建议嘛，建议就是因为他们是也是刚组建起来不久嘛，然后就建议他们先多看看 KPL 的那些比赛视频吧。
Okay, so the first question is there any advice that Nuanyang offered to those teams from other region? And Nuanyang said, since they're quite new to this game, and they should like watch more records of those playings made by KPL region. Okay, so the second question is, you're gonna play against XYG again for the last game. Is there any preparation you did? And also last time you got a pentakill, do you like had this kind of feeling you want for another pentakill for today? 那第二个问题也是最后一个问题，想问一下，就是你们今天最后一场还是会打到 XYG 的嘛？上一次你们是2-0战胜了，这次有没有信心继续2-0？有做什么样的准备？然后上一次拿了5杀，有没有信心再拿一个5杀？
赢下 XYG 的信心是有一点的，但是 也有可能打平吧。然后的话5杀的话，这种事情概率太小了。
Okay, so they do have the faith that they can win against XYG, but it also might happen to end up with a draw. And he didn't have any like expectations towards Pentakill. Maybe the teamwork's gonna matter more. Okay, thanks for sharing. 感谢你接受我们的采访啊，也是期待你们今天接下来的表现。
Full of confidence. And at the same time, from a very realistic spot, like he can see that it might end up in a draw. And a draw is more than enough for Beijing Weibo. Is XYG the one that needs to go for a double win?
Yeah.
Beijing Weibo with a draw, they still make it first place.
I do hope XYG can end up with 2-0 and go for the tiebreaker.
All right, the first half of today's stream is come to an end. After this, TianYun and Jacko are going to bring you the next 3 games, and after that is going to be the draw about knockout stages. All of this is going to happen right after this short break.
Welcome back. This is the second half for today's matchups, 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship, and the very last day from our second week of the group stage. And I'm the commentary for today. The next half, TianYun.
I'm the next half. I'm the next half, Jacko.
Just one more time of the self-introduction, and here we go. Like the fourth match of today, Bacon Time versus Beijing Weibo. Quite a stretch from Beijing Weibo.
Yeah. But I think the Bacon Time, they're really enjoying the tournament.
I mean, the first half, like the very first one between Bacon Time and FUTNOVA, actually went for a very long time. Every single matchup ending in around 30 minutes.
Yeah. I think the non-KPL team, they're really good at the late game.
I mean, their first encounter with one another resulted in a tie, 1-1. But the next time Bacon Time actually have their revenge upon FUTNOVA, that's something like you're looking forward to play when you're playing such a tournament.
That's what we call the improvement in during this tournament. Actually, they get tied in the last. They get tied last time, but this time Bacon Time actually they improve a lot.
Yeah, and for today's matchups, I think the schedule for Bacon Time is really good. So after like you fight against those non-KPL teams, and the next steps you're gonna face into is by XYG, even though they got like completely defeated by XYG, and finally they're challenging the best from Group D, because obviously the ranking, like WB is leading the ranking right now.
Okay, WB leading the ranking, and I think also the XYG actually show a lot of competitive in this group. So as for them, it's pretty happy to face this kind of strong team.
I mean, for WB, they're basically running towards getting the maximum scores throughout the entire group stage. So 18 minutes might be something they're expected to get.
Yep. 18 minutes. I just have some suggestion for the Bacon Time. If the late game is not available when you're facing the KPL team, you just play so aggressive in the early game. Just check the last game, Beijing Weibo versus FUTNOVA. Actually, FUTNOVA will create a lot of stress in the early game towards Beijing Weibo.
And this situation began to start since the second day of the group stage from the second week. Like those non-KPL players, they just seems to pay more attention onto getting the kills for your marksman. So I don't really care what happened on the top lane or mid lanes. All I want to do is trying to make sure we gain those kills, we win those team fights happen down in the bottom lane.
I think that's the same style that they're playing against with the KPL team. They just want to kill the marksman.
Like the same strategy has been applied all the time. So for this one, like Bacon Time will basically do whatever they can, trying to kill Xiao during the early phase of the gaming and the team fights engagements.
I think that's a good solution because the marksman is more easy to kill.
Yes.
Compared with the side laner, maybe you're trying to kill the tank or warrior. It's much difficult.
Like indeed, this is how the mechanics work. So after cleaning the wave, your mage will be disappearing from the map because it's during the rotations, and the most vulnerable hero standing up on the line will be the marksman, very easily to be targeted.
Yeah, 3v1, 4v1. Actually, you can guarantee the kill on that.
You know, we saw some good plays from those non-KPL teams trying to start up on the team fights in the very initial phase of the game, and they managed to do this. For example, the last one, we saw that for Nova versus Beijing Weibo, they get some kills. But like the post-team strategies, after you won a team fight, where is your gonna be? Like, where is the direction you choose to go? That will be remaining as a problem to those non-KPL teams.
Yeah, that's a big problem for them because after team fight, a lot of resources being released, and you have the good number, you can invade the jungle and you take all the resources instead of go back to your jungle land and farm it up by yourself.
Like one thing and one quality were expected for these 4 days of the matchups is that we really want to choose those improvements from non-KPL teams. So after choosing the right direction, went in directly for the kills to the marksman, after you successfully did it, we're looking forward to see more moves. What will be the direction? What will be your purpose after every single engagement?
Yeah, just take as much as you can, the resources. You have to do that because, as we mentioned before, the resource in the map is quite fixed and the public resources just like that. So much for that. So the more you take, the less they gain.
And if you just count down how many like matchup single ones that we have BO4 or BO2, 3 left. So every single BO2, we are going to see those teams like displaying and trying to do the battles on the stage for the one last time. This will be the one last time for Bacon Time. This is the game 6 for these teams. So they better leave us something, leave themselves something. No regrets, some to bring up like more things up to the stage.
You have to leave some highlights, just like during the qualifier. I think they leave a lot of highlights at the stage of that time. When they're facing the Beijing Wave World, absolutely that will be a huge stretch for them. But I think individual ability will prove something.
Of course. And next battle, like FUTNOVA, will be their last one for KIC. And the very last game for today, the 6th one, Beijing Weibo versus XYG. It will also be XYG's opportunity to try to revenge. And if like XYG won themselves a 2-0 against Beijing Weibo, we're gonna do one more round, trying to figure out fighting for the final #1. For Group D. So a lot of things will be happening. Is that gonna happen? I don't know, I'm not so sure.
Yep, and we have no idea because Beijing Weibo, they're playing quite good in this group.
Confidence and like proficiency is what we are looking for from those performances from Beijing Weibo. And Weibo will be on the red side while Bacon Time can take the initiative being on the blue side.
Yep. So let's dive into the BP. Zhang Fei, Meng Qian is not available. And then the assassin of the midland and the support Da Qiao has been.
I really thought like Mi Marks is going for the Shangguan. And I really like this player from Bacon Time. He is my favorite player from this team. I like the vibe he's playing. I like some atmosphere and attitude we have during the interview. Very shiny personality. The answer from Beijing Weibo.
Lump and Gong Song Li. So aggressive. This map is shut up a lot. Needless to say,
Ukil will be directed to go to Bacon Time's jungles. I think it's okay.
Yeah, it was really great. 007, I think, he played so passively during in the previous game. So this time he used this hero, but hopefully he can play more aggressive.
Like jungle controls might be seen from Bacon Time this composition. I think enough control over the mid lane, and if you plus the fact that they're going directly for the kill, I think the first round of buff will be secured.
Yep.
If Beijing Wave was not showing some surprising picks in the following up BP, I mean the first 3, I don't see a lot of threats directing to the very first round of the jungles, leaving like Bacon Time have enough time trying to reach for level 4.
Yep.
Second round of the bans here.
Yeah, maybe they will do a lot of things in the mid game from the side of the Beijing Weibo because Alarm together with Liu Bang, we already witnessed that power. And then the second round, Zhou Yu has been banned away by Bacon Time. And the other side, Donghuang Taiyi, Shilden. Oh, they actually banned away Shilden.
Like Shilden have been put on a bans a lot recently. Like starting from the 3rd day of the group stages, like yesterday we saw some plays. Some teams trying to make sure that Shilden will be banned away during the BP.
Yep.
And actually, I'm starting to think like, if you are playing a BO2 format, which means that the maximum number of the games you're going to be playing within the single fight will be 2. So they're trying to focus more on the support restriction of the support choices. But it will get completely different when it comes to BO7s in the future, which is about to come.
They're just practicing. And then the next round of the Bacon Time, Lambo is still available. The Wang Taiyi and Shilden has been eliminated, so the lack of some engagement. So I think the Lu Bu combined with Lambo, that would be the perfect choice.
The last 2 picks from the side of Bacon Time is pretty much can be predicted out because like the only like remaining the most meta pick for the frontliners might be Lu Bu, so Summer, with no hesitation, just directly went for it. And I could still remember in the very first introduction part, we used to have one audience sending us those messages saying that he really liked how Summer plays Lu Bu.
Yeah. Double plays reboot very well. He can catch the timing issue to ultimately separate the battlefield. And that's another challenge for the summer right now.
And the last pick from Ying Kai deciding to use this kind of assassin mage to go into the mid lane.
Yep.
Huajun will be using Shangguan all the time.
All the time. And we saw what Huajun can do when play with Shangguan. A lot of KPL mid laner play with Shangguan so aggressive and can dominate the early game. So when Shangguan reach level 4, they can have to care about it.
I mean, level 4 is what we're waiting for the very beginning of the game because both teams and both competition really relies on how fast they can make each players get to level 4 and get the ulti available. So level 4 will be definitely one signal where the team fight's about to be take off. And one more thing for this, like, I think if Zimo decided to go with a flicker instead of a smite, they might just stay safe in the early 2 minutes and wait for those weakness, for those mistakes made by Bacon Time, and then try to follow it up into the jungles.
Because the first round, actually, they're not that strong. In the early game, Shangguan needs some time to reach the level 4, and then the second round of the blue buff, maybe they will get some invasion.
The whole situation is going to change completely when these 10 heroes get to level 4, enabling them to do a lot of more things.
Shangguan, Liu Bang, such as this kind of heroes, need 3 minutes for them.
All right, so the first battle is about to kick off. This will also be the last one for Bacon Time. The 6th battle they have during the group stage between these very powerful teams. Hopefully they can have a great time.
Have a great time. Enjoy the last game on the stage, Bacon Time.
All right, since they have some assist and helps, some exchange lanes are happening down there, but not as usual because we normally expect like Chelsea constantly to go into mid, but instead they're trying to let Huajun get to level 4 as soon as possible, so they leave the extra experience lane to Huajun to get.
Yep, but look at this play. He must be taken very low and the flash being pushed out because Zimo has been level 2 right there. Look at the 007 as that would be a little bit slow for that. First blood goes to the Zimo and then he wants, but look at Lamb's already there. TianYun will guarantee another kill.
See the route from there, going behind the backlines indirectly after getting the kill. TianYun just with no hesitation, no even slight seconds to trying to decide where to go, just directly going to the blue.
So what will happen? It happens right now.
Wow, like 4 flashes have been forced out from Bacon Time.
4 flash, but Beijing Weibo only use only single flash from Zimo.
What a cost.
Costs a lot.
Even with no time differences, like these 4 members are facing their common skill went to gray at the same time. The few more seconds waiting, I think probably around 1 more minute will let them to enable to have this flash again.
Actually, they're real brave to do this kind of things to invade in the first round. But the strategy is that the Beijing Weibo they defend so well that the Shangguan go to the skies and then take a lot of damage. Someone's been taken down.
I mean, we can spend a little more time trying to analyze more about the rotations and the laning initially from Beijing Weibo. So we all know the clash lane, the top lane, those kind of medium waves that offer you extra experiences. That's the right reason for Huajun to go into the top lane at the very first time.
And right now it's been level 5. So fast.
Time is always ticking. Not to mention the next stage, Beijing Weibo are gonna facing those very powerful teams from KPL. So they better to just got fully prepared for the future battles.
Yep. And this kind of strategy is pretty common in the KPL region.
Make full use of those common objectives. We have been saying this for a very long time, for several times here now.
Yep. Maybe for the non-KPL team, every minute is in calculating, but for the KPL team, every second is in calculating.
That's
and look at Chelsea, issue its ultimate and then second ability to find the kill for himself, and Liu Bang will offer the protection for her.
Like extra protection, I don't even think this ultimate is needed to be pulled off because Chelsea can manage to get away.
Just make some sure.
Like safety insurance. Now, Beijing Weibo is taking this battle very seriously.
Yeah. Oh, look at Zimo once again. Dive into the jungle land and harass you. To delay you farming up.
That's probably the difference of gaming styles, right? If he's experienced with his might, I think he can possibly get his red buff.
Yup, and Chelsea's been taking very low second ability to box some damage, but oh, look at that umbrella! It's in the wrong position, so he just gets stuck at that wall.
All right, so 1 versus 1, 1 trading for 1. But if you're talking about who's getting more, I think Bacon Time, if they're losing in the goal, if they're losing the whole situation, getting 1-to-1 trade is also beneficial to your entire team.
Yeah.
A good thing. Fair trade.
Acceptable because you just take down the marksman.
Speed down a little bit. Your enemy is pushing too far.
Okay, look at Noyan 1v3, and then Liu Bang will issue the ultimate, but Summer just hold the triggers for such too long.
Yeah, this is how the ability should be connected from long. So after using the first dive, trying to get closer, you use the second ability, do those damages, and once your enemy got very low, you use the ultimate, put it back, and finish the kill. That easy.
And right now it's a full minute.
Killing spree.
Killing spree. Back over to Huajuan.
Has destroyed a tower.
They're becoming unstoppable from this time on.
Yeah.
Lion 1 versus 2. You can choose to dive in or otherwise get back. It's waiting for Xingyu to have the ultimate.
But I think Naya actually can do the 1v2 right now.
Yes, me too.
Because Marks doesn't have flash. It's hard to escape.
This information will be known by Nuanyang.
Okay, once again, rip off. And then Bacon Time, all of them out of position. Hard to defense.
Oh, the ultimate from Mars will be used, making them being less threatening in the future. 40 seconds.
Yup. But I think the mid lane maybe will in some danger.
It's a solo kill here.
Okay, 007 used all his ability to trying to clean the wave, so we have no ability to stop this happen.
I think Huajuan is playing very patiently. Because if you kill dive into the bush, like Huajuan will be losing side in the future. So you don't want to waste your energy, to waste your ultimate up there, and being patient is one thing to achieve this.
And patience is one of the crucial factors for the assassin.
Yes.
Okay, let's flash the ultimate and the flash out. Still not available to keep him safe.
This decision of their positioning could be rethink again. Because you are going solo into the jungles where you're only a lumber. So no damage will be followed up if you're going to be issued, if you're going to be the target.
You have to use a combo?
Yes. Making sure you have your backline standing not so far from you.
You have to play this kind of combo. Okay, I think Beijing Weibo, they go too deep, and look at this place once again.
All right, back to life.
But yeah, Chelsea is so flexible.
Getting ready to any kind of endeavors, to any kind of engagements will be what will be like Beijing Weibo doing in the following next half of the game. And right now getting every single jungle from their enemies. What they do.
Ultimate, that's a good position for them. And look at Noyan's being burned out by the passive. And right now, there wants more. Xingyu's been taken very low. Zimo's been taken a half. And Hamid, is that enough damage for the kill?
Still trying to win for more, trying to pursue the enemy, but Zimo will be an alta. Very hard to destroy at this time phase.
Okay, 1v3, but yeah, Chelsea's over there. Killing spree.
So we saw this kind of team fights for a lot. So basically, you're gonna see initially maybe those non-KPL teams will get some kills during one team fights, but after that, they're trying to lose focus. What will be the things they can possibly do? So if you have already used up all your abilities, And that's it. Go back, trying to take those common objectives or trying to do the invasions. You don't have to really stick to one team fights.
You can play back and forth and kite around the team fight, and then Moss is okay.
This is good.
This is good, but not enough damage for the kill. And then 007 left is really trying to kill Xiao at that time, and the pullback he emerged right there. Lady Sun used a flash to keep him safe, and the triple kill back over to Xiao. It's been dominating.
Yeah, since the position is really obvious from Bacon time, so Zimo can simply use a flicker, get back, and get closer to the backlines, making her map know where to go. Flash has been forced out. Another ultimate is being put out. Getting Lady Sun very low.
Have to retreat.
Has destroyed a tower.
If there's a double kill for Huajuan, definitely will aim this game.
Well, I'm pretty satisfied with Moss.
Yep.
The ultimate with
Okay, Moss uses ultimate trying to interrupt the step of Nuanyang. If Nuanyang uses ultimate jump inside, that might be the bad target in that time.
Because we all know the flashing ability and the mobility from Gong Sun Li, it's very, very hard to, for Lomber, only use one dash available using a flicker and the ultimate trying to pull up and knock up Xiaoxi. So I think like Moss did a great job there.
Moss did a great job, but some have to be followed up.
Of course.
Okay, and right now another skirmish created by the Bacon Diamond. The most been taken very low. Look at Lu Bu jumping to the back line and trying to destroy the back line. Oh, look at the damage, quite good, and Hammer is being pushed out. Oh God, it's eliminated within the seconds, and then Moss jumping to the back line, but Shangguan's ultimate has been valuable ace for the WB.
And
the
look at the
wave.
wave. Look at the wave in the
Already
mid.
inside.
Yeah, Beijing Weibo is looking definitely going to end this game quickly and shortly. I mean, yeah, this is how the team fight will be going. A lot of times. We have saw a lot of battles between non-KPL teams and KPL teams. So basically, if we take a single team fight into two halves, the first half you always saw those non-KPL teams manage to initiate quite good.
Yep.
But as a result, they start to lose focus on where their enemy's assassin will be. And after making a lot of very bold positions, and they finally have no one to make sure that the backliners will be protected safely.
Yeah, so it's quite important for them. Maybe the timing they caught at that time to initiation is quite good, but the timing to actually knock out the carries of the WB is quite hard for them.
I mean, to be committed into the team fights is one good quality if you really want to make yourself a very professional, a very powerful team. But if you're being too overcommitted, you almost forgot how to do a great team fights will result badly for your entire teams, though you still have to leave some ability trying to protect your own backlines. Backlines is extremely vulnerable when it comes to HP bars, so definitely you're leaving a lot of counter fight abilities trying to make sure that your backline, for example, your marksman, your mages will be safely protected.
A lot of teams just like Bacon time this time, they just go forward trying to kill the carries of the other side, but they forget they are in the bad position and Nuanyang already targeted on them.
Yes. I mean, from the very second I saw where Nuanyang is, I probably see the end of the game.
Yeah.
You don't want to see Nuanyang getting so closer to Lady Sun and Shen Mengxi at the same time, while all the frontliners, Lu Bu and Lumber together are went in directly, going very forward, straightforward to trying to do the engagements. So yeah, that's basically how every single team fight is about to end.
Yeah, but if they're reaching up, maybe they can do that better. Better than before. But they've been 8,000 or 9,000 goals lead by the other side. Yeah, there's no way for them. But it's a quite good team fight in that time.
I mean, this is a very good point. If you're comfortable or confident enough to do the engagements, just to make sure you are completely leading in your gold. If you're like 5,000 gold leading your enemy, I think every single endeavors will be good. You will probably get a lot of winning team fights after all.
So, which means they have to do this more earlier.
Yes.
Yeah. More earlier. Maybe do it the goal gap is pretty tiny. I think that time maybe they will have some initiation for that.
Or otherwise, you could pull yourself up with 2 different solutions for every single matchups. If you are leading, you can definitely go in wild getting those engagements into team fights. But if you're really losing when it comes to personal gold, you have to make sure that even though your frontliner might suffer a lot, but only thing you're trying your best to make sure is how well that your backliner is getting those items, how well they're fully protected during the team fights. So you have to make 2 assumptions before every single matchup happen. This will be like one lesson for future Beijing time trying to develop.
Okay, just for the future. Look at MVP of the WB on Chelsea. 39% damage.
Oh, beautiful. Like
very beautiful.
Like legendary, every single position he chooses during the team fights.
It was
so
chasing,
good.
It was chasing after full members of the Beacon Town at that time. He's a marksman, but he is a warrior at that time. Look at that. Actually, I think most the prediction he did
a great job.
Really did a great job. But damage and the CC chain follow up is not quite good from the side of the Beacon Town. That will be the big problem for them. The coordinary is so important.
And Beijing Weibo, even though that Chelsea is being knocked up quite quickly, but they finally make a very quick rotation trying to make sure that even though our marksman is being targeted, is being controlled, but your damage cannot be followed up. Look at where Zimo is, look at where Nuanyang is trying to make sure Mimark and Hermes at the same time will be saved alongside. So their damage will not be put onto Chelsea. This is all contribution as a result of the teamwork. So they have been working as a team for a long time.
And for the other side, I think when you play with Lambor and Lü Bu, you have to make sure every single ability lands on the right position, the right location. That's quite important. If you just waste your ability, you cannot initiate or offer some protection for the Lady Sun.
But still, I mean, everything happened just now will be a result from a very good designing at the opening from Beijing Weibo, sending Shangguan to the top while letting those mid lanes getting controlled by the other members. And after they gain the priority, make rotations, making invasions, and then Nuanyang dive in, getting the very first blood and gaining the blue at the same time.
Yeah, and Ada really strong enough and place him to the mid lane and playing the wave strong enough to protect the jungle lane. So 007 actually. They really did a good moves. They were trying to invade the red buff. Want to take the red buff from the Nuanyang. The last time, the last time the other team really did this before, but they gained the pentakill back at 6IG.
I mean, from my own observation of 4 days till now, 4 days of total matchups, the biggest problem or the biggest differences between KPL teams and non-KPL teams is not that how proficiency, what will be the proficiency like they have upon differently onto the same character. It will be like the understanding of how this game will be working will be like hugely differentiated. You can see the lanings. So basically every single non-KPL teams, they send those heroes to different lanes with the same premise. The mage going forward to the mid lane, while the warrior or the tank bot goes to the top, while the marksman will be only going to the bottom.
It's quite fixed for them. They have to be flexible for their strategy.
Think of like trying to create something new might be developed in the future. Okay, so much for the very first battle between these 2 teams, and we will be back shortly. Thank you for waiting. And the next battle will be kick up shortly.
Yeah, this will be a very, very, very last game for the Bacon time. Leave some highlights right there.
Yes, like early game engagements, Bacon time. I would have one single impression that I hold after several games they play, after their performance all the time. Throughout the wild card qualifiers to the group stage, we saw a lot of games from Bacon time.
Yep.
And they really love to use those compositions with good CC chains, with enough late game burst damage. For example, Lady Sun, for example, Lambert and Lu Bu together.
Yeah, they're really good at team fight. Maybe they can create more opportunity for them in the early game. Because from the last game, they look like have some scare of the KPL team or some scare from the Beijing Weibo. So they delayed the game more and more, but I think it's not worked for this team.
Yeah, they started to experience those struggling moments after the very first invasion from Beijing Weibo. Now, we have been said this a lot, so we encourage those non-KPL teams to perform like more aggressively in the early game, trying to get more kills to their side. But one true fact is that they cannot do this because Beijing Weibo or those very good teams from KPL started to do those team fights starting in level 2, leaving them have no time trying to clean the wave and then gather around for the team fights. I completely understand their problem, the difficulties they're undergoing right now. The pressure is really significant. No way to dodge this.
Yep, I think this kind of pressure, this kind of difficulty is inevitable at that time. It's just a matter of time. So just enjoy the game and improve yourself a lot. And with this kind of conversation, I think there will be something happened.
You know, this is really weird because Mai is available for Bacon time.
Yeah.
Every single time we saw Bacon time being on the blue side, Mai, if they have the chance, they will gain me mark to have this Mai Shidanui. But instead, they're choosing to put this priority of the hero to Summer, getting the Meng Tian for this player.
Yep, but they're really learning the strategy from the KPL team.
Wow, Luna.
Luna's been showed up, and when we play this hero, Luban Master together with Georgian actually, I'm willing to say that how Bacon Time play with this kind of combo.
Combo chains are supposed to be happen when you use this kind of two heroes sticking together.
Yep.
I would name one of the best KPL team who played this combo, Foshan DR GGK. Between Qingfeng and Agai, those combos, wow, hard to dodge, even perfection. What would be the word I use to describe this kind of combo?
Yep. You hard to dodge this kind of immaculate CC chain. And look at the second round, Lambo's been banned away. And then, Luban number 7 has been eliminated. The last pick of the Bacon time. Focus on support or marksman?
If I were them, I will trying to go directly to the supports.
To support.
I mean, a lot of marksmen are remaining. It's no clear truth that you can use only one position trying to lock down the choices.
I think Bali Xiao is on the way.
You have an opportunity where you still steal this Bali Xiao away from Beijing Weibo, getting one yourself. Like yesterday we saw a play, like a team, non-KPL team played like Xiaoyue, even though it's losing as a result, but I think the process is very huge.
Yep, but is that something wrong about the Bacon time to ban away the Johnson? No, it's definitely the right thing to ban away the Johnson because you're gonna use this kind of combo.
Yes.
Duban Master combined with Georgian, that's right, but you will leave a lot of things out. That's inevitable because this is the BO2.
Yeah. So many heroes are there, out there, available for each side of the team to pick.
Did not choose the Bali Xiaoyue.
In my memories, I think Chelsea going for Baili Xiaoyue is not a very common thing. Like even for KPL, those players does not usually want to pick these heroes to go up into the team fight. Maybe this kind of snipers just doesn't fit the personality from this player, Chelsea.
But when you dive into the BO7, that's the project you have to get to it, get used to it.
like deep hero pool will be a sure thing for those KPL players in BO7. Maybe in the future we're gonna have BO9s. I don't know. Starting from the very first KPL, we only have BO3, and then we changed into BO5, and then
we create all around
generation, like all around BP, global BP it is, and then we're witnessing a lot of BO7s, and now we saw the ultimate battles. Maybe the future, 2 years later, we're gonna see the BO9s.
That's the evolution of KPL.
And one more like ban places being opened up for each teams. 5 ban places, each team 10 in total. 200 heroes available in HOK.
Yeah, maybe that will happen in the future because the number of the heroes actually
growing, right?
Growing, increase a lot.
Every single year, nearly about 1 month, we're gonna see a new hero. Like they're being spawned from HOK.
Yeah.
Right?
Just like that. So new hero appear, and then there will be a lot of strategy will become different style.
Yes.
And you have to discover the new strategy because every meta will create different strategies. You have to discover and do some research on that.
I really like the idea of using mods as a support from Beijing Weibo. I think the best decisions of the hero they choose among this BP will be this mods.
Was actually really effective.
Very
countering against the Bacon Town this kind of dropped.
Really working.
Yeah.
You're a lot. What a mess, what a problem for Jin trying to make sure they can travel through like smoothly during the team fights using the ultimate. And one more thing, true factor, like 狄仁杰 might face a lot of problems. His second ability might be forcing out from mods constantly poking.
Yeah, after Jing's ultimate immune state being cut off this kind of part, so it's quite suffering from the mods. When I play with this hero. Really disgusts me.
I mean, sometimes we really have to take mods into consideration when we are trying to figure out what kind of supports in the very second round of VPs those teams is gonna be going for. We always neglect this kind of choices, huh?
Yep.
All right, the laning, no differences.
No differences, that's the same. And actually, I think some can more aggressive. Oh, look at the red side once again, which dive into the red and trying to disrupt. Flash out. Okay. Look at this little skirmish. Will create some kills or not. First ability available for the Mars to keep him safe.
I think that's a good sign. You're trying your best. You're trying to defend and protect your own jungles.
Yeah.
Making sure that you can force that flash out from Mai Shidanui, Huajian. It's good.
When your opponent plays so aggressive in the early game, you have to fight back. You have to fight back. Don't need to worry about that. You're strong enough. But 007 has been taken a half. All 4 members gathering together, and Zhao Jun was taken down by the other side.
This is how quick like Beijing Weibo responds, right? After having all the vision for 4 members down below, they finally make the quick rotations using the mobility offered by Mai Shinu's passive. Rotate directly to the blue, making sure that your member, even though you're going back, you're gonna be much slower than me.
Yep, that's what we call the average second intel.
All right, hiding in the bush again. Huajian has been disappearing from the mini-map for a long time.
Mars, that's the wrong way. Without the flash, only you can use it as a first ability, but not available for him to save a life.
Like 4 members surrounding Moss at the same time. And you cannot just simply trying to get through the walls in front of Noanyang, in front of Luna. Luna have a lot of gaps already offered by this hero.
Okay, once again, 007 has been taken very low, is in danger, and you have to make some rotation by Souzame, trying to do some damage over there. And Huajian has been taken down by the opponent. Oh, look at the CC chain of that. And Xingyu's second ability finally stun onto 3.
I like the very first 2, how Bacon Time plays. There's not much of the difference when it comes to gold. Not much of the difference of leading. Beijing Weibo is still trying to farm up for a little bit. While Bacon Time, every single engagement, I think it's okay. completely acceptable at this time of time.
Yep. But Bacon Town, they have to use some CC chain with Luban Master and Zhao Jun. This kind of location really effective. Look at that, we pull back something or not. Okay, just a blue buff. So this is successful security of that.
7X get himself a blue buff. Newly respawned from their own territory, even though they're like basically trying to restrict it, going back for a little bit. The situation is not very looking good for Bacon Time, but the blue went to a jungler. This is a good sign.
Yep, good sign. But 7 to be taken very low. Use ultimate trying to get out of this place. Lu Bu falling guard jumps in, and then they will find himself a double kill.
Good dive. Not a huge weapon, not a very heavy crowd controls ability will be shown from Bacon Time side. So you can see that Lu now is just grasping around. Nobody can seem to stop him.
Yep. It's really hard to go through with it because it shows a lot of gap of the individual ability.
Like only Luban's ultimate will not be enough.
Yep.
For Bacon Time trying to stop or trying to cause some interruptions for Nuanyang. Gradually, we saw those differences being built up from the side of Weibo. And setting free their marksmen, letting Chelsea to go into the mid, trying to create some new rhythm to the game.
Chelsea already can commit in the team fight. Eternity play is being built up.
I mean, this will be the second step when it comes to a very early game. After doing the laning 1x1, 2 versus 2, you began to shift your marksman into the mid lane or the top lane. After you tear down the very first tower in the bottom lane, this will be something new happening on the game.
It's quite simple rotation from the KPL team, but actually effects for a lot of things. Okay, Nuanyang farmed up so quick. Already level 11. Trying to engage. But Chelsea have Purify, can dodge a lot of CC off that. Oh, look at that. Lu Bu jump inside and find a lot of damage into the backline, but it's under the threat of the turret.
But look at the side lanes. All the waves are rushing into the second tower on the side lanes. So Bacon Time, after this kind of serious team fight, they have to retreat back. But unfortunately got cornered on the bottom lane. Chelsea doing the solo attack.
Oh, there's a double kill and Flash, you make himself to get away. What a play of the summer. Strike back with double kill.
Look at the time here, 6 minutes. This is the most picking time for summer, this player. And this hero especially, Meng Tian. Getting those HP recovery all the time by doing the solo and auto attacks. And solo battles for Meng Tian is really good. Frozen down. This combo is really beautiful.
Really beautiful, but not enough damage for the kill because Nuanyang really in reach. Really wealthy right now. Double kill back over to Nuanyang, but before Mimos that he plays down the second ability and Nuanyang's been frozen and taken down by the enemy.
This is one last contribution he gave to the entire team. Even before he went down, he used the second ability, froze down Nuanyang one more time. So Nuanyang is being directly targeted for 2 times during one play. One single fight got frozen down too. 2 times.
Mimatra said so much for that, bro. That's what I can do the best right there.
And firstly, Huajun will be the one initiate the whole team fight, but he's taken too much of the damage from Summer. And after all, initially, Chelsea, this kind of hero without the ultimate, the damage offered by Meng Yang is quite limited. Comparing with Meng Tian, of course.
That's why make Meng Tian so popular in this meta.
Yeah, I can start to see the reason why Bacon Tian going for this Meng Tian instead of Mai Shidanui. Summer really shows some hero pulls down there. Surprises me a lot. Lu Bu is okay, Meng Tian is okay. Sometimes we saw a lot of more heroes, like Warrior, being pulled out by Summer.
It's like Ata, Limport, this kind of tank, and Xiao Hodun. Maybe he can play a lot more warrior. Martial is hard to practice. Maybe Guan Yu is available.
Has destroyed a tower.
And slightly, we saw those little steps, minor steps made by Beijing Weibo, getting those outer turrets down.
Okay, Sama use the flash trying to get away, but he should use he should issue the ultimate to block some damage in that time.
I mean, Mark suffers a lot trying to clean the wave down there. So dangerous over that place.
Yep, but luckily that's Xiao.
You know, a little bit more shield will be provided when Xiao used the ultimate.
Yep, a 7 is trying to clean the wave, but not available for him.
But the ultimate is being pulled out and the down below trying to defend their high ground tower. So that Me Mark will extremely dangerous right now. Another fan from Huajun getting the kill, securing down one more kill to Beijing Weibo.
Yep, and right now Noyan can jump back and forth among the enemy.
All right, mid lane.
Yo, once again, find a stun and then use a flash. Ooh, look at the damage from Zimon, so high for that. And then Noyan just jump inside trying to find another kill for himself. And he's still flying, And Beijing Weibo actually can destroy this turret. And the medium wave is still available. But they would like to wait for a few 40 seconds for the Shadow Tyrant.
Look at the cooldown time for both dragons, all available for Weibo to pick.
Yeah. Okay, Noyan's been pulled back, but the CC chance not available to make sure the control.
Yeah. So the second ability might be pulled out as soon as you see and you grab the idea that that Lu Ban is going to use the ultimate. You have to use your ability at the same time. After somebody to pull back, then use the second ability. The time cost might be huge, might be long.
Such a long time. Maybe they can do some damage in the top side turret. And that's a chance for the Faken Time to strike back. Look at 007. Oh, find the stun onto Xiao. Xiao's been melted down within seconds and her Mer's been blocked the way out. And right now everyone will dive into the fountain, into the base and destroy the base. And congratulations to Beijing Weibo.
I mean, before this game even starts, like 2 games earlier, we talk about how determined that Beijing Weibo is going directly gaining themselves the maximum amount of the scores they're gonna have. Each team will be having 6 battles. If you win them in total, you're gaining yourself 18 scores in total. So the very last game for Beijing Weibo will be the 6th game going against XYG. The very first encounter between the 2 teams, Beijing Weibo managed to score down 1 pentakill for Noyan and even more, 2-0, complete victory. So I think the whole teams, all the players from Beijing Weibo is just expecting to perform even better in the last one. This will be a huge pressure for XYG especially. And to take the topic back, Bacon time, one last hit. The last battle they have in KIC.
Last battle they have in the KIC, and actually they performed so well in this during this tournament, especially in the wild card. Actually, they showed a competitive high quality matchup when they against with each other in their qualifier.
This is one thing I want to emphasize, because even though they are ranking at the very last spot after the wildcard qualifiers, we all know only 4 teams will be making out of the wildcard qualifiers, and they have scars, they have Genji, a lot of very good ones during those games and competitions. But after the 4 days or week 1, week 2, 2 days of the competition and battles, I think Bacon time will be the best one. When I was kind of doing the review out of those non-KPL teams, they are good at team fights. They are good at each single roles and each single positions. We saw a lot of plays by Summer. I think this player is really good. They have a lot of experiences in other tournaments, in other games, and I really think they are bringing us those surprises as a result from the former esports tournament experiences.
Yeah, former esports experience for this game is very important for them, because for them it's just a few months for them to practice in this game. I think Mars also played in a good stage.
Yeah. mean, Mark will be the player that we often have an interview with. So hopefully they can stay happy about the result and looking for the future endeavors, because a lot of tournaments will be going on, and hopefully they will be fully developed by the next time we saw them play.
Yeah, we're waiting for the next time we see them. That will be definitely a highly potential and really talented team.
And for Bacon Time, I think they are pretty much pleasant for what they got for today's matchups, because they have like complete winning going against FUTNOVA. That time, the first one, because the last thing you're gonna have those battles 1-1, the tie. So you have to make sure you perform better than the previous one. So for today, they actually did it. The purpose is been fulfilled, like 2-0, complete winning for them.
I think that's enough for them, because when you're jumping to when you're turning to the group stage, when you're facing the KPL team, it's hopeless for them to win this kind of competition. But when they against the FUTNOVA, they actually take some revenge of that. So it's quite enough for them. I think they feel happy.
I mean, the gaming style and the composition for Beijing Weibo is quite tricky for this time, because they choose Mozi in the support. So they're causing a lot of problems, minor CC chains over there during the team fights, making Bacon Time quite hard to fight back. And one more thing, they choose Luna as a jungler. We all know the peak in time for Luna will be the mid time, around 10 minutes to 14 minutes, to be clear. So the ending time of this game is around 10 minutes. This is where Luna will become invisible during the team fights.
Especially when you found up so quick.
Yes.
Yeah, you will just commit in the strong period, maybe in 8 minutes or 7 minutes, even more.
Like magical damage is very hard to handle at this right moment, because you're facing the fact that you have not enough gold for your frontliner, for example, the tanks, trying to buy those magical defense items, for example, Succubus Cloak, and your backliners are facing even bigger threat with those magical damage coming out from both Luna and the mage at the same time.
Yeah, especially he played by Nora, right? The individual ability is pretty important for you playing with Luna. Okay, look at the MVP from Beijing Weibo, Zimo. Every time he issues his ultimate, he's in a pretty right location and do a lot of damage, just like Assassin jumping to the back line and destroyed everything.
Every single battle we saw, every single hero being picked up from the side of Beijing Weibo, once you see the whole team just decided to give Lu Bu to Zimo, you finally see, you just suddenly feel a lot of huge safetyness coming out from these choices. The locking down, the moment that the whole team choose to locking down this choice, you will know that Zimo will be so much a character during the team fights. Every single highlights we saw here, the team fights are initiated from Lu Bu. The kills are getting control from Zimo all the time.
And the damage he did, really burst. I think Bacon Time, after they finish this tournament, I think they will gain a lot of experience and strategy back to the Thailand area. They will share each other.
All right, Beijing Weibo, 3 point more. And for Bacon Time, this will be the last stop for them, the destination for them, the entire journey in 2022 KIC. Bacon Time started on their challenge in November 22nd, because they joined to participate in the wildcard qualifiers. Until now, the time really has passed very quickly for them.
Just like yesterday, I think. Just like yesterday, since the KIC2022 has been kicked off, and right now, Bacon Time, they have to lead this tournament. Wow, time flies.
And these 5 members, we saw no change in the starting up list. So they are sticking together as a whole team all the time, fighting and taking up the challenges, even though facing very powerful teams from KPL, XYG, and Beijing Weibo, because they're sent into Group D. Like huge improvements are made together from Bacon Time. This is much appreciated. You can saw those great movements from this team. The team fights is even worth expecting before every single battle starts?
Yep, let's check the Group D right now. Beijing Weibo 15 points and XYG 9 points. But there will be 2 games for XYG to play. So the most important game is the last game, which means the game 6 XYG is gonna against with Beijing Weibo.
Yeah.
If XYG is trying to gain themselves the first place, they have to defeat Beijing Weibo in 2-0.
And we are ready for interview. Hello, me Mark. Say hi to the audience, please.
สวัสดีครับมีมาร์คช่วยสวัสดีตรงกลางครับ
ครับก็สวัสดีครับเป็นชื่อมีมาร์คนะครับจากทีมเบคอนไทม์จากประเทศไทยนะครับผม
Alright.
Oh, hello everyone. My name is Me Mark, and I'm from Bacon Time from Thailand.
Nice to meet you. So this will be the last battle for you guys. So how do you feel about the whole journey for KIC? Share with us, please.
ได้แข่งขันเสร็จแล้วเป็นการแข่งขันครั้งสุดท้ายก็ช่วยบอกความรู้สึกหน่อยครับ
ก็มีทั้งดีใจแล้วก็เสียใจนะครับก็เราเสียใจที่แบบเหมือนเราไม่ได้ไปต่อนะครับในรอบแบบน็อกเอาท์อะไรเงี้ยแต่ว่าเราก็ดีใจที่เราพยายามกันมาอย่างเต็มที่แล้วนะครับในระยะเวลาเตรียมตัวประมาณ2 เดือนแล้วก็สามารถควอลิฟายผ่านมาแล้วก็เข้ามาสู่รอบกรุ๊ปสเตจได้นะครับผม
I have a mixed feeling right now. I'm proud and sad at the same time. The sad thing is that we're not able to go to the knockout stage. The proud thing is that we prepared good and then we did our best in the game and we qualified the wild card.
You performed wonderfully, thank you. But you don't really have to feel like frustrated now. A lot of love and a lot of encouragements are offered from us. All right, the second one will be like, who will be the good opponents you experience, or what will be the most memorable moments, the battles you have? Which team leave you the most impression with?
มีทีมไหนที่ทำให้พี่แบบจำได้จดจำนานไหมครับแบบ
จริงๆผมก็ดูการแข่งขันที่เป็นทัวร์จีนค่อนข้างที่จะเยอะเลยนะครับก็ถ้าสมมติให้จำผู้เล่นได้เยอะๆก็น่าจะเป็นป่าของทางทีมวูฟนะครับผมที่ชื่อนะจำชื่อไม่ได้แต่ว่าเป็นป่าของทางวูฟนะครับ
I actually watch a lot of KPL and Chinese team, but the most memorable person or the player is the Wolf Zhongqing, the jungle of the Wolf Zhongqing.
All right, thank you. So what's your future plan personally or the whole Bacon time?
ช่วยบอกเขาถามว่าแบบจะทำอะไรต่อไหมครับกับเบคอนไทม์ช่วยบอกฟิวเจอร์ของเบคอนไทม์หน่อยครับหรือว่าความฝันของพี่ที่พี่จะทำต่อครับ
ก็เราก็อาจจะเหมือนอันนี้ยังไม่แน่ใจนะครับยังไม่ชัดเจนว่ายังไงแต่ก็มีโอกาสที่เราจะอยากจะเข้าร่วมกับการแข่งขัน KIC ต่อนะครับหรือว่าการแข่งขันของ Honor of King ต่อนั่นเองนะครับผมก็ถ้ายังไงก็ฝากติดตามแล้วก็สามารถเข้าไปอัปเดตได้นะครับที่แฟนเพจของทางเบคอนไทม์นั่นเองนะครับผม
First of all, I'm not really sure about the future, but the one thing that I'm sure of is I really want to participate the upcoming KIC tournaments, and please follow and encourage our Bacon Time team. And yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you so much for this, and we really looking forward to see in the future. Thank you, Mimarks. Thank you. The answer is affirmative. We're going to see them in the future.
Yep, one thing you can sure is that they will come back.
Yeah,
they will come back.
This is like the observation process. So after our first encounter, first appearance, we became friends. And after 1 year of hard working, maybe they're going to be a monster.
Yeah.
For example, very powerful teams.
Just a matter of time.
A bigger threat to the KPL teams. All right, so much for the fourth match of today. We'll have a short break and we will be back shortly.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. gain, the more that nothing stays the same in time. In time.
All right, welcome back. This will be the 5th matchups for today. And the 2 teams participating into this game will be FUTNOVA Esports and XYG.
Yep, and FUTNOVA Esports actually they create some pressure in the early game toward the Beijing Weibo. Maybe that would be this the same time because they improve a lot.
I mean, a lot of frustration must be going through for FUTNOVA Esports because like 0-2 against Beijing time, they're not prepared for this kind of result. I mean, 1-1 tie, it's okay because the same as earlier. But if you're completely destroyed by the other non-KPL teams, your confidence might be in danger.
Mentality is so important. Maybe the mentality is destroyed at the time.
Of course.
Yeah, but this is the last game of this tournament. Maybe just relax. I think they might feel relief in this time.
But you know, this will be the last time for you to have an actual matchups going against those very good teams from KPL. The game 6 for FUTNOVA, so the better choose and trying to cherish this moment. Perform their best during the game. And for XYG, I mean, the most important battle they're looking for, it's not this, obviously. It might be the next one.
Maybe the next one is so important, so this game is the chance for them to warm something up. Yeah. Warm their hand, warm their brain.
I mean, XYG, we talk about this team for a long time. We do a lot of introduction, trying to introduce you guys how good this team is as a team. I think they're calm enough because you can see those 2 matchups they had against Beijing Weibo, even though they lost in the very late game. But initially, the early game designs is very okay. They earned themselves those very leading situations when going against Beijing Weibo. 2 matchups in 1 row.
Yep. I think it's so important in the mid game. You cannot make any mistake, even though you are leading something in the early game. So this is quite important point for XYG need to solve this problem.
I mean, very clearly, the only thing that XYG will be doing for today's matchups, all of them, I mean, all of the 3 battles of them, you have to make sure you make less mistakes during the time, especially when it comes to the mid game. When you're playing those really serious battle going against KPL teams, if you make some wrong decisions around the time of 10 o'clock, you might be facing a lot of troubles in the late game. It might be the turning point of all matches.
Especially the 10 minutes. 10 minutes, Shadow Tyrant, Shadow Overlord, as critical resources, critical objectives.
I mean, every single 10 minutes gap will be one crucial time slot for each team. At 10 minutes, the Both Dragons went to the Dark version, and 20 minutes where the Tempest Dragon is about to spawn.
Yeah.
All right, after a very quick first round BP, Shen Mengxi will be the first pick to FUTNOVA.
They are targeting the support, except of Agudo.
I mean, for XYG, the most common picks and duels they're looking for during those BO2 battles will be Lam and Liu Bang together.
Lam and Liu Bang together, and then Meng Tian will be the first choice. They always do that in where they are in the red side. And then FUTNOVA, Gong Sili, and Zhang Fei. Yep, I think it's aggressive enough to show the competitive in the early game. Maybe they can do the same thing against with XYG, trying to crush the XYG, impact XYG in the team fight.
I mean, for XYG, if they are trying to find Xiao the best marksman available from now on, facing the fact that the Pokken will be constant from Shen Mengxi and the 2 versus 2 bottom lane duel, laning up will be extremely hard to do. I mean, Fawn might be the choice they're going for.
Okay.
Fawn can shoulder this kind of pressure alone, standing alone on the bottom lane.
And they can actually choose Fang and Sun Bing as well. I think it's so mobile for this competition.
All right, we're seeing that. The coaches, the coach from Weibo and Huajun, the mid laner from Weibo are standing side by side.
They're waiting, they're watching.
Oh, this is what I call observing, you know, observing what your future enemy is about to do. Exerting those invisible pressure to Ling Meng at this time.
You have to take it that serious because you don't want to lose the last game.
Yeah, like Renan all the time, 18 scores, about a huge representative, making sure that you will be the #1 sit-in for the entire group stage.
Yep.
And more information should be added. We are going to do the draw for the quarterfinals. And for those 4 teams who make it at the very first place from each teams, they will be pulled in. They will be put together in pool 1, pool #1, and then all the #2s will be put into pool 2. So they will be resolved completely differently when it comes to the quarterfinals. So you'd better make it to the very first place.
Yep, because the first place is gonna against with the second place of the other group. Okay, Q and Xiao.
Good ones.
Quite good one. Yeah, because you cannot choose the late game hero when you're facing KPL team.
This composition even looked good for KPL teams to play. I mean, if you put this 5 heroes together and put it into those KPL spring season or summer season matchups, I think it's totally fine.
It's totally fine. And if the name of the team is Wuhan Eastside Pro, it's even more.
XYG, and as we talk about it, even though after the 2 hero being pulled out, we can pretty much guess what kind of support they're looking for. Xihe, the Liu Bang together with September.
Yep, that's FUTNOVA. And actually, they not enough homework for that. They just ran away the Great Woods, which I think
overthinking the problem.
Yeah, overthinking. That's this kind of problem because XYG definitely when not using this hero.
Yeah, you're not going to this Great Woods when you have obviously better answers and easier ones for Xihe.
Yeah. Especially in the BO2, it's not available and not possible for this hero to show up, except of some player really want to play it.
I mean, for XYG, I think Liu Bang together working with Lam will be a 1+1, but resulting more than 2 kind of thing happen down there. Because September is one of my favorite junglers for the entire KPL leagues. I mean, you can see these players how
aggressive and powerful he can be when he's leading the gold. And every single dive in, he makes no mistakes during the team fights. This is what makes September quite a good player.
Especially while he's playing Lamb with Liu Bang's more safer.
Yeah, this is like the most signatured hero for September to play.
Yep. From KGL, from other competition, other tournaments, Lam always the significant hero for him.
I mean, Lam has been a very popular pick when it comes to personal rankings, normal rankings, or when it comes to professional leagues. This hero will be so popular a pick for all the players who really like to play Honor of Kings in their daily lives.
Yep.
The design, the mechanism of this hero is powerful enough to be the #1 choices when it comes to jungler.
And it's so cool.
The figure is also very handsome.
That's the main reason. I think that's the main reason. So handsome, so cool.
All right, they're changing the lanes.
Okay, change the lane. Xiao goes to the mid lane and keep the priority of the mid lane, and then they will do some invasion or not.
But you kill Pena will be the jungle they're facing. So when it comes to first invasion, I think XYG is not like putting all of their skills and abilities to do the invasions.
Yeah. Oh, look at Limo. So aggressive. Feng's been taken very low. That will be a solo kill or not, but look at the minions stuck in that place. It's so hard for Feng to get to level 2. And then right now, we'll look at the CC combo over there, and a lot of damage will come to the back line. But yeah, not enough for the kill.
So after Brennan, a lot of HP, stealing those HP bars away. Against the FUTNOVA members, XYG make a quick rotation to jungles, taking those minor animals from the jungle.
Yep.
Wow, this position is really deep.
I think Feng is up a lot of pressure that he lose 3 or 4 minions already.
What a loss when it comes to personal gold.
Yeah, lost a lot of gold.
And extra gold will be offered for the initial 4 minutes when it comes to like bottom lane minion waves.
And then Montan already level 4. He issues automated zoom away knight, and you have to find someone to help him to defend this turret. And look at Knight's been taken a half right there, and the flash will keep him safe. But it's not available for him to get in touch every single minion right now.
Wow, this is a personal understanding of the game. This is personal mastery of the heroes.
Yeah.
You can see every single positions from XYG members. They're standing so deeply under the turrets, getting the kills under the very tier 1 turrets, and cleaning the waves between the towers. This is a very bold standing point, but all because they're so confident so that they can escape away and they will not take in those tower diaggros while doing so.
And right now, there's no way for Knight to farming up. He's only level 3. What a miserable of that.
Yeah, this is the result has been huge. Without even engaging, without even taking the kills, you can see the kill number, not a far distance.
Okay, and 3 minutes, the turret's been destroyed. And right now, he's trying to fight back. Look at the damage from Kuxian, so huge. And right now, he died again. He will lose another minion wave.
And Kuxian has been standing here all the time and neglecting the fact that the outer tier 1 turret has just been went down. All right, it's been very difficult for FUTNOVA to trying to struggle for a longer time.
Okay, I think Kuxian, he already dominated this land. City Boy, actually, he don't have enough time to take some reaction or that.
Sudden kill.
Sudden kill. Oh, no, issues ultimate to escape so quick. Here, actually, he wants to find the stun with flash.
XYG will be the one team, I think, in the early game performed the best when going against non-KPL teams. You just having no idea what they do this, how they do this. But finally, they'll have a huge lead when it comes to the whole situation, the control of the map.
Yeah, look at the top side. They already destroyed the top side, and 9 trying to find the stun onto 3. But look at that flash. then force out once again. And right now, Nai still in the level 6.
Yeah, like see, those countless pressures they're causing, they're creating constant
look at the
pressure
Milan.
for 3 lanes. They only have 5 members in their team, but they're making sure that they have the pressure delivered for every single lane at the same time.
Yeah.
How do they do this? You just have no idea how they do this.
You have no idea, but just check the FUTNOVA. Look at the resource they have. It's reducing. And actually, XYG they have 9 members.
Including the little soldiers, right?
Yeah, including the ultimate from Turkiye.
And well, it all comes to the fact that they're so good of how to use these heroes, and they know how to play against those heroes that their enemies is pulling off right now.
Yeah. And the Overlord was taken by September. So a Vanguard to come to this place and destroy the secondary turret. Kuxian issues ultimate, trying to find the Gongsun Li over there. Gongsun Li have to go back with his ultimate. And then Kuxian 1 versus 4. Come and get me.
Yep. He can also shoulder those tower damage down. Usually, like if you're playing a game, like you share the same goal and same farming up, I think. This hero it will not be like this. Like, Mengtian is not such a powerful one, but when you're leading in the goal, when you're leading in the whole situation, you got full vision, Mengtian will be like this all the
It's
time.
an invincible one. How to deal with it?
Warrior it is. There's no way to deal with it.
They don't have enough damage to deal with this kind of hero.
I mean, the winning percentage for FUTNOVA right now will be like 80. Oh, sorry, losing percentage. Or otherwise, to put it in another way, like XYG's winning rate will be reached to maximum 98% of all times. 99% of all times.
Okay, they're trying to do some damage into Mengtian, and look at the health bar over there. Barely move, and he used his ultimate. So tanky, and with burst damage from every single auto attack. Nice. Use his ultimate and escape. Without the flash, I think it's pretty dangerous in that time.
Red team. Killing spree.
Killing spree again. Solo kill happened because UQ is trying his best, trying to defend and trying to protect the tier 2 turret in the mid lane. But obviously went too far.
Too far for that because September already level 13. Look at the loss. Lost only level 9.
4 level differences.
Okay. Gongsun Li is being brought back, but luckily there will be a trade.
Slain an enemy. Red team has destroyed a tower.
1-to-1 trade, but without Gongsun Li, yeah, it's hard to defend this Hurricane turret.
And right now, XYG is sending 1 member down, trying to managing the dragons, and then letting the rest of the squad trying to cause those pressure to the high ground towers again.
Yep, once again, Kuxian issues ultimate to block every damage in the front line. And right now, Kuxian is waiting for the first ability. Want to jump in or not? But he can just stuck here and clean all the waves. They're trying to kill Kuxian, and then 1 auto attack, 2 auto attack, but Liu Bang can offer the extra shield for the Kuxian.
I almost thought the kill is about to come. I feel very happy for FUTNOVA because after such a long time of getting those pressure on, you have to gain like 1 extra life to your side, but I think the fact that Sheikah is used the ultimate to protect Kuxian, that sudden time, this moment, FUTNOVA members must feel like hopeless.
Yeah.
They've been waiting for this kill for a long time, but unfortunately,
that's the only 1 kill you can get.
Has destroyed.
And they cannot deal with Mengtian.
Yes.
Yeah, with 5 members, that is still insufficient.
like I showed, though, very wealthy, very healthy in the HP bar, though.
Yeah. Okay, Kuxian's ultimate blocking the just right in front of your face. You have no way to stop this. Okay, once again, Zhang issues ultimate, knock in the air. Nothing's gonna happen. Where he wanna go? And look at the last high ground turret, the high ground turret of the bottom side. You're destroyed by the XYG. And then
What a diving in.
What a diving in. But yeah, it's too deep for that. Trying to be assessing.
I mean, the position is good, very creative, but if you're leading the gold, I would say you probably get some kills in.
Yep.
And look at Xiao though, using the flag kill, using the dashes available, making sure the maximum of damage of the burst damage will be offered by those auto attacks. Though, look at the critical damage from now.
The second Otomeo
bullet
is still available in that time. Okay, Kuang will gain himself another kill, and then he's so tanky, he's still doing the damage inside. And then another cannon is still in the base, so he will end this game in 8 minutes.
I mean, all the players from XYG is also happy, enjoying the game a lot.
Yep.
Getting their hands warmed up for the future battles going against Beijing Weibo.
Yep. And the most enjoying one maybe is the Kuang right there. He's so funny, and he's so excited in that time because he can block a lot of damage and he can 1v5.
You know, I was trying to soak myself into the position from FUTNOVA because as a caster, if we have those full screen vision of the game, we know exactly what's going on, right? And you can see with the use of 5 heroes, XYG managed to getting those advantages happened on 3 lanes in the total map.
Yep.
Counting together with the jungler, they will have resulted into 4 lanes. And every single lane at one time, the same second, they're leading it. They're winning it. This is how what an expert they have. When it comes to like those hero masteries, I think they are total masters when it comes to using this kind of heroes because you need to perform 100% confidence using these heroes. You stand between the towers trying to clean a wave and then you're not killed by your enemy. This is something.
And that's what Mengtian usually will do, the things. Yeah, just stuck in between these 2 towers and clean the wave over there. But I think that is pretty effective when you are trying to delay the silent hero. Yeah, when Kuang has been level 5, Xiao only level 3.
I mean, what's more surprising is to see that Mai Xianhui is actually winning, doing the laning against Gongsun Li.
Yep.
We did not have the full vision of what's happening down there at the bottom, like solo battling and solo laning. But I'm pretty sure that every single of the second ability, every single fan was being hit right on Gongsun Li. That's the reason why Gongsun Li is so low in the HP, have to retreat back. And that will be every single beginning, a beautiful beginning for XYG trying to dominating the whole game.
So the FUTNOVA actually, they would need more time to study in this game, study other heroes. What this kind of thing will happen because you really don't know this kind of hero, what the damage of this hero, the strategy and the ability of this hero. So you will suffer a lot of different damage from the weird side. You don't know what happened. But it just happened right there.
Yeah, I mean, I said this before. I think we have all observed the way for those KPL teams trying to get victory going against non-KPL teams. And XYG, I think from my perspective, did the best job because they are not forcing into those team fights, but they simply just naturally get those gold earned, those very massive, huge gold lead when it comes to like personal laning phases. This will be a result of a very deep hard work, a very deep understanding of how each hero could be played to the best extent. We are seeing Mai Xianhui actually winning over Gongsun Li. We're seeing Mengtian standing between the tier 1 and the tier 2 turret in the top lane, getting those waves cleaned out. And with the personal gold earned by that action, you are seeing those heroes being invisible all the time.
Yeah, so this is crucial point for the non-KPL team. Study more on instead of just study the strategy of the KPL team because this kind of strategy it depends on the individual ability, right? First of all, you must develop your individual ability and then combine with the strategy. Maybe more better than before.
I mean, there is some steps we will be taking trying to decide which will be the team getting to be the winner for this match.
Yeah.
So firstly, we take a look and trying to analyze who gets themselves a better composition. And then we come to the battle between the lanings, the 1-versus-1 stage. And then we come to the farming up with those very cores, late cores. And then we compete the accuracy of their team fights. But if you're losing the very first step, there's no way we can possibly think of the future.
Yep.
Future step is not needed.
No matter what kind of level you are in, you still need some time. You need to spend more time for this.
Trying to build a better foundation will be one crucial point.
So you have to build up the solid fundamental foundation of the team. Is so important. Then you're gonna fix a lot of things when you are master in some strategy. Maybe the communication will become the biggest problem.
Yes.
But they will find out maybe after 1 year or half years after they study enough.
And the MVP, the most valuable player, well, goes directly to Kuxi. This is a word. And he performed so good during the game.
So good. 30% damage taken and 28% damage output. Wow, what a play of that, double 30%.
It's always a good scene to be paired with this kind of teammates, offering you the whole protection and while do a lot of damage to their backlines.
Yeah.
You know, one special thing about the design of Mengtian is that the auto attacks offered by Mengtian is really long. I would personally call this kind of warrior a very potent warrior when it comes to the rankings. You put all the warriors together, you compete the distance of their auto attacks. I think Kuxi, this hero like Mengtian will be ranking the #1.
Ranking the #1, you have to control the direction of your first ability to change the direction of your enhanced attack. So this is quite important when you are playing with Mengtian.
But the auto attack speed is quite low. You know, as a result, sometimes you earn something and you have to lose something. So all the auto attacks really depending on how precise you're trying to predict during the team fights. You have to change direction using the ability to try to do so.
Yeah, so the prediction is so important for this hero.
Mengtian is not a very easy hero trying to master.
Yeah.
I practice like this hero a lot. And sometimes I still got confused during the team fights. Pointing at the wrong direction all the time.
You have practiced this hero?
Of course.
I think you're the one to play the ladies or the Xiao, this kind of person.
I'm a very hard-working player.
You're a tough guy.
I'm a tough guy. I try my best trying to master those heroes for every single positions and ending up being exiled at nothing. This is one like truly suggestion from my heart. I think if you're a very first time or you're trying to be a HOK player, just choose a position and dig hardly, deeply into one position. Will offer you with better gaming experiences.
Yeah, so that's the difference between us and the professional players. That's why it makes us to depends on our mouth, not our hands.
Yes. You know, sometimes if you are trying to decide whether you are capable to do this job as an esports player, it really depends on your talent, right?
Yep.
You are gonna show your talents from the very second you play this game. You will know that you can learn so quickly or not.
So quickly, I think the technique of our hand to manipulate the hero is quite easy.
Yes.
Everyone can do it, but the brain of the esport athlete is totally different.
And so much for the first one. We will take a short break here. Oh, this is interesting. They're taking the selfie together.
Yeah.
That's a happy gesture. I will count as a happy one.
And you're gonna live some moments on the stage. So this is, I think, I feel happy for that.
Yeah, this is a good sign, showing that FUTNOVA is being enjoyable during the game, during the time.
And they're pretty enjoying. Okay. And look at the coach over there. He's just thinking about the BP.
Yeah. And get yourself some rest. That'll be a very important thing before match.
Yeah, they need to get some rest because they start the game in 3 p.m. And right now it's been 4 hours, so it's pretty tired. And this is the last game for them. Very, very last game for them.
You know, the personal schedule for being an esports athlete is quite busy. Sometimes if you are having a matching day, you got up 4 hours earlier before the match kickoff, and you have to together like transport using, for example, the cars or some bus rented representing the whole club. And you firstly gather around at the very first floor of your dormitory and then move together to the arena and getting prepared for the pre-matchups, getting prepared for the interviews, doing makeup together. A lot of things will be happening. It's not only sitting there doing your matches and go home, not like this.
It's quite busy of that.
Quite busy, what a busy day. All right, Agudo will be taken away.
They just take away the Agudo for every time.
Every single time, huh?
I don't know about the reason, but they actually don't die this hero.
Yeah, they considered a warrior composition a very highly threatened one.
And then the Luban Master will be the first pick of the FUTNOVA, and then Zhang Fei, Shen Moxi on the other side. Ooh,
Angela. Finally, some good answers trying to compete for those mid lanes.
Yeah, and that will be another combo between Angela and Luban Master. Still available. Not that easy, but yeah, it will work if you use that better.
The damage coming out from this combo will definitely be higher when you're comparing a combo with Luban and Zhao Jing together. But they changed.
They changed.
They changed into Lan, but this assassin is being used by XYG earlier. So otherwise, we're facing the fact that this Lan will be banned away, or they can leave this Lan into the second round of the picks there.
Yeah. They just keep the priority up lost.
Angela, good one. I think Angela will be quite a challenge for Gongsun Li sometimes. And when I was doing the ranking, you use this kind of marksman, this backliner who have a lot of dashes, but sometimes you will be hit by those very accurate second ability offered by Angela, and boom, within seconds you melt it down. Those burst damage coming from Angela is really, really huge.
So the prediction of the second ability is so important. Okay, the next round, Zhou Yu's been banned away. Angela still available.
I think XYG is banning those mages away, giving FUTNOVA a clearer direction. Just choose this Angela, you have nothing else.
You have nothing else and you have nothing to lose right now.
I mean, burst damage at the late game will be the only thing and the only direction leaving for them to choose. Yixing might go well when it comes to combos, when it comes to CC chains, but what about the damage? If you lose your marksman in the very first place, who will be responsible for those late game damage from the whole team?
I just want to say, play the hero you love the most.
I think Angela is good.
Angela is good. Angela quite effective in this composition and really encountering against XYG. But I think Yixing is not that bad. Maybe it's quite good. Well, quite good on the KPL team, but it's not gonna work with FUTNOVA right there because strategy is so complex.
You know, Yixing will be one of those heroes who seems to be very easy to master, but as a result, when you're trying to pull it right, it will be really difficult. So Yixing, every single ability you pull off will be highly determined on where you put it. The damage is not a bursty one. you gradually build up those very minor damage together, trying to form a maximum one.
Yeah.
And the ultimate, you need to have some 3D designs in your brain, trying to
Yeah.
lock down the perfect backlines.
You have to coordinate with your teammates. This hero mostly just like to support and offer some CC.
Whether you wanted to put it at the very first hand of the combo chains right there for your entire team, or otherwise you just went directly, waited for the first combo chains from your team and then use an ultimate, really depending heavily on your communication with your teammates. So you'd better find out the right locations where Lu Ban will land on his ultimate and trying to follow up. Not a very difficult, easy hero to use.
Yep. I think there's no strategy about it FUTNOVA right now because they play this kind of hero in terms of the historical, but they're not they're not the master of this kind of composition. So just hopefully we can see something change of that.
And for those KPL teams like XYG, Weibo, Chongqing, Wolves, a lot of very good teams are using Gongsun Li, trying to get on those battles, finish the battles and the game quickly using those heroes.
Yeah.
Because Gongsun Li can have and can showcase the upper limit of this hero and trying to make sure they can engage in the team fight, dealing those damage to the backlines at anywhere possible they could possibly find.
Yep.
All right, the second battle between XYG and FUTNOVA. FUTNOVA will be starting this game on the blue side, while XYG, their opponent, will be starting up on the red.
Yep. So this is the last game for FUTNOVA. Hopefully they can leave some highlights, some cooperation they create.
If they perform this composition well, I think highlight will be definitely leading to us.
Yep.
And this combo chains will be really beautiful to watch.
Look at the blue side, already getting the information of the blue. This time, XYG they start up with peaceful atmosphere. Maybe the second round, something will happen.
Monkey, good choice for September.
Yep. Monkey. And he's moving towards the reverse right. Might it in. Oh, look at bottom side. Second ability is being used. Just force some HP out.
Trying to cause something here, cause some tension happen down in the bottom lane. Because Shiku has used a smite.
Ah, yeah.
Right.
That's a nice coordinary.
A little bomb leaving Ling Meng to gain this Fire Hulk.
A little kitty bomb. Okay, City Ball has been interrupted by Xiao.
They're completely winning doing this laning, going against Bone together with City Boy. You can see Lu Ban already have HP down, and Shiku fully HP around, and still having the second ability available for the future laning.
And FUTNOVA, they actually play so cautious.
Like the next several rounds of the laning, I would personally assume that XYG will getting themselves more advantages than till now.
Yeah. They have to keep the priority of the side lane, and then they will go into the blue or not. I have no idea. And the blue buff of the other side is being spawned. So lost. Actually, this is a quite good moment for him because yeah, he actually can farm up so peace.
Oh, this positioning is really good.
This red might be some danger inside.
They have been waiting here at this position for a long time.
Yeah.
All right, Lu Ban.
Lu Ban Master still in level 3, not enough ability to engage.
I mean, the second Lu Ban will enable him to have an ultimate. I think probably Zhang Fei will be comboed and available for this ultimate at the same time. We can see both supports are reaching to level 4.
Yep.
The next team fight, both teams, all the players will be okay with all the available ultimates about to come. Who will try to initiate the first team fight for this match?
Maybe there will be Lu Bu combined with Zhang Fei.
Yeah, who will be taking the initiative? Final blow.
The next round of the blue buff. And look at Xihe issues ultimate and flash, trying to find kills onto Lost, and Lost will be killed by the September, and Kuxie still alive.
To take deeper, like to see deeper into this composition, if XYG is fully farmed up for all the 5 positions, we could take this at 3 frontliner compositions. Like Monkey can be a tanky one. If it's in leading situation. But right now, still stealing those blue away from Lost will be very fatal for Lost personal growth.
Yep, and they finally find a window to break in 3 minutes, and then right now 4 minutes.
Oh, Knight even used the flash to duck away.
Yep. And that happens again, once again. Using Yushi's ultimate, but retain no one on the other side. And this is just a start. When you lose 1 blue buff, that will be endless.
XYG is waiting for Zhang Fei to have an ultimate again. And from now on, I think XYG is not looking for those initiations because they haven't still spending some time waiting for the ultimate to be available.
Yeah.
Just getting the visions and using those personal talents, getting some pressure to the bottom lane, to the marksman.
Oh, once again, 4 versus 2 right there. Oh, but the teammate already back up.
Yep, another passive move. XYG is not looking for engagements till now.
But the bottom side turret has been destroyed by the other side. Oh, look at Xiao has been taken very low. It's quite danger of that. And Knight trying to find a kill, but it's not in a right range.
On my phone, that ultimate really helps a lot. If that ultimate Imperial Order does not reach for Xiao, I mean Xiao is looking for those kills. Yeah. One lucky news for FUTNOVA.
Look at September once again, high in the bush. Okay, Lost might be in danger in this time.
Knight participating in the team fight, trying to give some help, give some assistance for Lost. But the blue also still goes to the side of XYG.
That would be endless. Okay. Like to the invasion, the initiation of that not successful one, and then 3 will dead. 3 members been knocking down.
All right, this income is unexpected from XYG. They're not looking for initial team fights, right?
Yeah.
But Nova just went directly for it. I mean, the position is really good, but not a very good sign is that the ultimate is not okay, so that the backlines is not being brought upon.
Yeah. And Snake uses flash to get out. And the passive of Yixing's been triggered, so the next time is pretty dangerous for him.
Tyrant has been defeated.
All right, this game will not be XYG initiating all the time and getting the first-hand advantages. You know, this is a really close one. The positioning is really good, using a flicker together with the first ability, making City Boy travel with a very long distance. But unfortunately, the ultimate is being disconnected within seconds, so they lose the priority there.
Yeah. Actually, that's a good move. Yeah, that the initiation created by the FUTNOVA, but that's not a good position for them. Okay, once again, they're surrounded by 4. Lu Bu, you jump into the back line and stop all the one who's trying to get in.
The one minor mistake made by FUTNOVA, the support City Boy, the ultimate is not a good one, resolved badly for themselves because XYG now taking all the other turrets on the bottom lane, and right now they're accumulating every single anger for Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei will be having those ultimate available all the time because a lot of minion waves are there for him to accumulate. A lot of jungles are there for Xihe trying to get the ultimate ready as soon as possible.
Yep.
And 2K gold lead, gold earned by Xiao.
Pretty high. Oh, look at Zhang Fei uses ultimate right over there, and look at the backline. He's gonna be the assassin or the warrior. This Zhang Fei, so aggressive. Xiao blocked by the ultimate used by Yixing that's not available to retain him. So they've been taken a half to be retreat.
Destroyed a tower.
Oh, bring back Kuxie, but not enough damage for the kill.
And the ultimate from TianYun reaches to Xiao every single time, making Xiao have no idea, just have to go back for a little bit.
I think the Imperial Order quite accurate from phone.
Yeah, following Xiao every single time.
Yeah.
If you are Gongsun Li, you cannot just have to choose that you have been stunned here for over 1 second, waiting for some damage to get upon you. So you have to go back for a little bit, trying to buy yourself better positioning. FUTNOVA rushing out. It's do or die, they have to go there. So simply waiting at the high ground tower is just simply waiting for to be defeated. So they have to rush out, getting the full vision, trying to gain this overload, trying to gain the dragon to their side.
And they're trying to gain themselves back the blue buff, but there's no way for them because Lu Bu, Zhang Fei, we blocked the way you're trying to go in. And look at Xiao spring bring back. Look at the damage of that. Not enough because the second ability block a lot of damage from Feng, from TianYun.
What an initiation, but FUTNOVA ending at losing 2 members. The marksman is down. TianYun is not available right now. The damage will be not enough, and right now Knight is getting to the front line and trying to initiate, but they are completely outnumbered by XYG.
Yup,
XYG is still in a squad of 5, very full HP.
Okay, that's minion wave still available, and Knight will use his life to clean this minion wave still. A little minion of that. Look at Ying Kai, can he clean this wave or not? And the Wang is still available back over there.
Look at the damage from Monkey. 2 single auto attacks will be needed to finish the backline within seconds. And this will be the second victory, the second wins for XYG, taken successfully 3 extra points to their team.
So the next battle is so important, and this battle XYG already won themselves up. And for the FUTNOVA, this is the last game they played in this tournament, so hopefully they enjoy this tournament.
I mean, before everything started and after the match, they are still trying to know what happened, trying to figure out what can they do better. I think it's a good sign. You know, you can be losing all the time. You can get defeated every single matchup, but you have to stay focused as a team. You have to stay with a good mentality.
Good mentality and keep going every time, because this is the first time they turn to the group stage and first time they participate KIC2022 KIC. There will be a lot of KIC kickoff in the future. This is the first time. You just need to keep going and learn as much as possible.
You know, for them, even though the results stay the same, getting defeated, but I think the process is is completely different. You can see they are the one trying to take initiative, right? They gathered in the mid lane, trying to make sure the 5 members will be all available in the mid laner, and trying to make sure they will be the first one initiating for the entire game. They trying to do those very aggressive moves, directly aiming to the backlines, right? The ultimate from Lu Ban, that positioning and that moment is really good, like well seized.
Yep.
But unfortunately, like the whole like chains got disconnected. But apart from this fact, I think this action, this cue on action is good. That shows some improvements.
Yep.
And we've been talking about playing aggressively, playing actively towards OKPL teams. They actually listened. They actually performed. This is a good sign.
And this is well performed between this game, because this kind of action initiation is pretty good. Maybe that will be maybe it's really effective when you are coming out against the non-KPL team. But when you're facing the KPL team, that will be a lot of cautious over there. So maybe you will lose the team fight, but it doesn't matter because you're already stronger than a lot of teams.
And I mean, for XYG, I think the second match between this BO2 is quite different with the first one. We are seeing they're standing at a very bold position in the very first battle. And for this one, obviously, they are slowing down their pace.
Yep.
I mean, the snowballing is very slow. They are taking those minion wave on each lanes. There's no clear way that they're directly to your jungles. Only several, like,
hiding in the bushes strategy are being pulled out by Monkey. But that will be on like solo act from September only. And the rest of the team, I think they're kind of enjoying in the farming up phases of the game. This gives FUTNOVA the chance trying to initiate. So I think that if that initiation and that team fights happen, that skirmish happen, the mid lane will be a successful one. We will be seeing a different game.
There will be a different style, different game. But that's the
Definitely.
lesson they have to gain. That's the experience they have to gain. What's the position? What's the position and location and the timing they have to catch is the best to initiation. So this is about experience.
You know, sometimes if you're facing a game where 5 versus 5 team fights are happening a lot, and one side is completely leading the other side, who will be feeling the most excited? Who will be feeling the happiest? Definitely the mid laner when he's using Shenmengxi. Because no side lane, no like warriors, none of those kind of backline destroyer type of hero will be appearing on your back. So you have fully understanding and full vision about what will be happening during the team fights. So basically, you just only have to aim your target, making sure the poking, the ultimate, the kitty bomb will be hitting every single member.
It's easy to handle it.
Yeah, very easy to handle. You can see the ultimate. The minimum number of the member he hit will be 3. The maximum will be 5.
Because
very accurate one.
Every member of the FUTNOVA, they already stay together.
Yes.
And when you get a lot of goal lead and use your ultimate hit on Direnjia, is one ultimate it will be called half HP.
You know, this is a very good demonstration of how Zhang Fei and Lu Bu together can play passively as a passive sign trying to fight back. So counterfight will be also one strategy when it comes to a lot of strategy banks existed in HOK. Sometimes if you are seeing those combos from Zhang Fei and Lu Bu, you just simply assume that they will be using as the first hand initiation method. But no, actually you can work in a reverse way. You can try to wait for your enemy trying to pull those CC chains upon you, and then using the ultimate stilts in combo trying to fight back. Also available.
There are a lot of combos. A lot of combo can do with a lot of situation. So just depends on what you are playing at. What situation you are at. You can play aggressively. You can play passively. So you have to practice, and you have to gain yourself a good communication with your partner. That's quite important. Such as Lu Bu. With Lambert, Lu Bu with Gui Guzi, Lu Bu with Zhang Fei, all of that is quite similar.
4 minutes will be the starting point for XYG.
Okay, XYG still needs 3 points to chase back, but this is a quite hard task for them.
A very challenging one though. The next battle, the last battle for the group stage, how time flies, like every single battles. We are casting a lot of games now recently, but we never expect this day to come this close and this soon. And after the short break and after the short interview we'll be having, we will directly jump into the battle between Beijing Weibo and XYG. But firstly, let's dive directly into our interview. Spend some time with FUTNOVA members. Hello, Lost. Please do your self-introduction to us and share some very precious gaming experience with us, please.
네, 먼저 시청자께 인사드리고요. 자기소개 부탁드리겠습니다. 그리고 이번 경기에 아주 인상적인 포인트나 또 경험을 한번 공유해 주시기 바랍니다.
Öncelikle seyircilere selam verirsiniz. Bir de kendinizi tanıtırsınız. Ondan sonra da bu turnuva sırasında en çok etkileyici bulduğun anılar varsa bizimle paylaşın lütfen.
Tamamdır. Merhabalar, ben FUTNOVA takımından Lost. Türkiye'yi temsil etmek için buradayım. Burada Türkiye'yi temsil ettiği için bir yandan mutluyum, bir yandan da üzgünüm maçlardan dolayı. Turnuvada en etkilendiğim anlar, genel olarak şöyle diyebilirim. The Bacon Time'a karşı oynadığımız maçlar, yani çoğu rekabet içerisine geçti, hep başa baş geçti. İşte bir onlar önceliği aldı, bir biz önceliği aldık. O maçlar o yüzden keyif verici diyebilirim benim için. Burada ne öğrendiğimi de anlatayım mı?
Tamam. 안녕하세요. 저는 풋노바 팀의 로스트라고 합니다. 저는 여기 토너먼트에 터키를 대표해서 이렇게 오게 되었고요. 제가 이 토너먼트를 통해서 가장 인상 깊게 남은 그 기억은 초반에 이제 베이컨 타임즈와 함께 겨루면서 저희가 이기기도 하고 또 지기도 하면서 굉장히 격전을 이뤘던 그런 매치들이 굉장히 기억에 남습니다.
And hello everyone. I'm Lost. I'm from FUTNOVA, and I was from Turkey. And from this tournament games, what impressed me most is we have encountered the Beijing time several times. In some matchup we win, and in some Beijing time win the matchups. So because we have a quite fierce competition during this kind of games, that is quite impressive in the whole games.
All right, thank you for sharing with us. And we was wondering, you actually went through a lot of very good battles with those very good teams. So what will be your personal improvements, or what will be the whole team improvements you find after the whole series of the games?
네, 전체적으로 이제 경기에서 아주 이제 우수하게 퍼포먼스를 보여주셨는데 자기 자신이나 또 자기 전체 팀에 있어서 봤을 때 가장 큰 수확이나 가장 크게 얻어지는 부분이 mu엇이라고 생각하나요?
Şimdi bu turnuva sırasında gayet iyi performanslar gösterdiniz. Yani takımca ya da bireysel olarak yani en çok yani kazanabildiğiniz yani bir şeyler varsa onu bizimle paylaşır mısınız?
Tabii ki. Ben hayatımda ilk defa bir dünya şampiyonasına geldim. O yüzden hani buranın atmosferi kendi bölgemdeki turnuvalara nazaran daha hızlı geçiyor, daha zorlayıcı geçiyor, daha böyle hani spora yatkın, gerçekten maçı hissedebildiğin, yaşayabildiğin anlar yaşıyoruz. Hani o yüzden maçlar daha çok zorlu geçtiği için kendi mentalimi de daha üst bir seviyeye taşıman gerekiyor. Kendi işte mekaniklerine daha üst seviyeye taşıman gerekiyor. Hani o açıdan biraz geliştirdim diyebilirim kendimizi. Takımca da böyle olduğunu düşünüyorum.
이번이 제가 월드 챔피언십에 참가하는 첫 토너먼트였습니다. 그래서 이번 토너먼트를 참가하면서 이전과 터키에서 제가 치룬 예선전과는 또 다르게 훨씬 더 뛰어난 선수들과 또 경쟁력 있는 매치들을 겪으면서 저의 그 스킬도 높일 수 있었지만 또 한편 이 매치를 통해서 저의 멘탈도 더욱더 강하게 할 수 있는 기회가 되었다고 생각합니다.
And this is the first time I participate in such kind of KIC game, and it is quite a different experience from the matchups when I just attend when I was in Turkey inside our homeland, and I met a lot of excellent players here, and also during the competitions, I just enhanced my skills in the games, and also my mindset also being stronger than before during this whole game.
Wow, that's a lot of improvement. So last one, very easy and simple one. What's your future plan?
네, 그러면 앞으로의 계획에 대해서 간단하게 소개 부탁드리겠습니다.
Kısaca geleceğin için bir planınız varsa kısaca bir anlatırsınız.
Tamam. Yani tecrübe edindiğimiz kadarıyla, öğrendiğimiz kadarıyla gelecek için planımız hani şu yönde ilerleyecek. Tabii ki de geçen sene şampiyon olduğumuz gibi yine Türkiye'de bir şampiyon olma hedefimiz var. Öncelikli basamağımız o. Onu açtıktan sonra da hani bir kere dünya şampiyonası tecrübesi edindik takımca. Bir dahakine daha hırslı, hani daha güzel maçlar çıkarabileceğimi düşünüyorum. Daha hırslı bir şekilde çıkarak o sahaya. Yani ekstra zaman olacağı için çalışmak için hem bir sezon Türkiye'de oynayacağız kendi sezonumuzda, hem de buraya ikinci kez çıkacağımız için hani o amatörlüğü üzerimizden atmış olacağız. Hani daha iyi maçlar sergileyebileceğimi düşünüyorum bu yüzden.
이번 토너먼트를 통해서 정말 많은 것들을 경험하고 배웠기 때문에 저희가 이미 터키에서 챔피언이긴 하지만 또 앞으로 또 이뤄질 대회에서 또 챔피언이 되고자 많은 노력을 하고 훨씬 더 저희들 실력을 개발을 해서 또다시 챔피언이 되겠습니다. 그리고 다음에 또 이 월드 챔피언십에 참가할 수 있도록 더 열심히 해서 저희 자신들을 이 토너먼트에 걸맞는 실력으로 돌아오도록 하겠습니다.
And from this KIC game, I have learned a lot, and I still think there are some kind of shortcomings in my skills. I will try my best to keep up my effort to enlarge and also let my skill stronger than before. And I also hope I can have the stronger skills and to have the qualifications to enter the next times of KIC in the future.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you for doing this interview with us, and we really hoping forward to see you in the future. Thank you, Lost.
네, 감사합니다.
Oh, that's a very long interview. I really like this because you can see how desperate the Lost want to share with us all the emotions, all the experience he had upon the whole journey for KIC. All right, with no more short break, we will dive directly into the final battle of the group stage, the final ones, last one.
The final one is the Beijing Weibo against with XYG. It's quite important for XYG.
I love the design of the whole schedules. You know, leaving the most anticipated one as the last one for every single day. So here we go. After several hours of waiting, the most fierce and most serious battle will be taking place between Beijing Weibo versus XYG.
And XYG, if they want to get themselves an extra game, extra BO1, they have to win Beijing Weibo in 2-0. So they're quite important for them, and this is the biggest challenge for them because they have already got defeated by the Beijing Weibo in 2-0.
I mean, we have like 4 groups in the group stage, and every single group will have 2 KPL teams. Only 2 groups, 4 teams, result in a 2-1. The first one will be E-Star going against Hero, like 2 times of the 2-0s. And this will be the second time for XYG trying their best to challenge upon Beijing Weibo, because as the best teams from KPL all the time, we started our journey on KIC. We definitely have some dignity. We have some honor, you know, in ourselves. We don't want to be defeated for 2 times in one row. So definitely XYG is not looking for the tie. They're absolutely looking for total control, total winning going against Beijing Weibo.
Yeah, after the total control, XYG, every time they showing their ability in the group stage and showing their ability during the KPL qualified. Actually, they did at that time. And right now, they're gonna face one of the strongest team of the KPL, Beijing Weibo. Right now, you want to be the best, you have to beat this kind of best.
That 2 matches these 2 teams went earlier, I would use the word dramatic, trying to describe the whole scene. You know, a lot of leading, a lot of very first-hand initial advantages are all earned from the side of XYG in that 2 match. But just unfortunately, they just lose track of how to win the game eventually. You know, Beijing Weibo is turning every single minor paces during the game, step by step, and gradually finding those very important and crucial turning point for the game.
Crucial turning point means the timing. The timing is so important, especially in the mid game, because when you find out while KPL team against with this Shadow, the 10 minutes, the Shadow Overlord and the Shadow Tyrant is a crucial objective for them. Besides that, the early game, I think they will find out peacefully because they know how to defend and how to attack. They know each other.
I mean, this is a competition competing who performed the best, but not who performed the better ones, you know? Just perform good enough is not enough to be the #1 ranking, leading the entire league. That E-Star and Wolves have become #1, #2 all the time. And they have kept fighting. They have kept improving. And for those of you who are following those steps, following the lead, especially like, for example, GK, Weibo, or XYG, they have to learn how to run faster to keep up the pace. Like huge pressure for both teams, even though the XYG is looking for those 2-0s, but definitely like Beijing Weibo is looking for earning themselves 18 points. And 18 points would mean you are the #1 representing Group D, and you're gonna be facing those #2s in the quarterfinals.
Yup, 18 points means you are undefeated undefeatable in the group. So
this is
quite
really cruel, huh? Like top two, not a very easy task. But we separated them into two pools, where number ones can be qualified at the same level into the pool one, and like the number twos have to go to the pool two.
But the first place have to gain some right for that, I think.
Of course.
That is the right offered by the KIC. So this is the rule, and this kind of rule can protect the first place because they gain them by themselves.
Between those very best players and best teams, you could say that it's unfair for those teams who build up a very good situation for their team initially at very early games. So you tried so many things. You tried to switch your lanes, you tried early game strategy, different kind of usage. But unfortunately, if you do a minor mistake during the mid game, around 10 minutes, you start to lose everything.
You lose everything.
So
Chongqing Wolves already proved it. Chongqing Wolves already proved it. A tiny mistake, he would turn everything back.
Don't ever lose yourself up. Will be one true key to be the winner between those fights when you're facing KPL teams.
Yep.
All right, so much for the pre-match analysis. We will begin to jump into the first battle between these two teams, XYG versus Beijing Weibo.
Okay, 东皇太一 and Meng Tian been banned away. And then Da Qiao will be the Gongsun in the second place or not?
Yeah, this is the same. This is what the same. The whole situation for the first round of the bans here is very common because like BO2. Sorry for saying this too early.
Is that like common?
I'm so
what
sorry.
What you said common?
My apologies.
Okay. It's banned away to Nuna, so this is quite not a common.
That's a sign where you're gonna use. We're probably going directly for this Agudo and Ma Chao together.
Probably. Look at the first pick of the XYG Islam and the first pick and second pick of the Beijing Weibo might on Gongsun Li. Wow, Zhang Fei.
Because Ma Chao hates to deal the fact of doing the matchup going against Luna. So the answer from XYG, they have already gained themselves a jungler. So Beijing Weibo will not be facing the fact that Agudo or Ma Chao can be selected and sold away from the side of XYG. So they can put the priority of their first two picks for the other positions.
Yep.
But however, change of strategies.
Jing, played by Nuanya.
All right.
Signature hero of Nanya.
Lan versus Jing.
Wow.
Always a good battle.
A typical battle. Now we come to the second round. XYZ, the leg of the mid laner, leg of mage, and the top laner.
Shimengxi can be a good choice.
Shimengxi may be a good choice. I think Zhao Jun and Zhou Yu will be banned away by the Beijing Weibo, so Shimengxi definitely a good choice. It can show the competitive in the early game.
It's definitely one out of these threes, right? We've mentioned the three mages also have, like, at the same time having those poking ability offered initially born into their settings. So it's either be Zhou Yu or Shimengxi. But if you're facing the fact that you're doing the lane and going against Mai Xianui, it might be hard to rotate. Because once Mai Xianui disappeared, you might be ambushed by this kind of assassins.
Yep.
All right, Yixing.
Yixing?
Oh, this is good. Because Yixing can have those visions in the bush, right?
Okay. This is a good one.
Yes.
So I think Beijing Weibo have to pick the Lu Bu in the full hands because XYG Lu Bu is still available, and then they have Zhang Fei. But they ban away the Lambo by themselves. They are afraid the Beijing Weibo will put out some the combo is Lambo with Lu Bu. So Beijing Weibo have to pick this hero.
Yeah, like XYG is trying to cut off those very huge and heavy CC chains over there. Lumber and Zhang Liang might, and at the same time, this round of bans, like Donghuang Taiyi is also on the ban places.
Yeah.
So they're trying to avoid Beijing Weibo getting to those very serious team fights with it against them.
So Donghuang Taiyi definitely the best solution of the Beijing Weibo. If they don't choose the Donghuang Taiyi, I think maybe there will be another choice is Liu Bang. But I think Liu Bang they will use to match with the Lamb.
But since Dong Huang Tai has already been banned in the very first position from XYG, so leaving them only the choices and this option.
I think the prediction is all right about this.
All right, it's okay. That's a BO2, not a BO7, please. You're gonna have another chance. A lot of meta heroes are still available, even though you have pulled off the first fight. I think it's okay.
Yeah,
like
okay for them.
The mechanisms still work in the same way, like Liu Bang together with Jim and Liu Bang together with Lam. Like the same strategies will be happening down there.
Same strategy, but yeah, depends on the execution of that. Depends on the farming up the item, the timing you catch during the team fight is quite important for them.
All right.
And we're gonna witness another typical battle on the bottom side. Lady Sun versus Gongsun.
Yeah, we saw those kind of lanings all the time. Out of 10 matches, I think almost 6 of them we're seeing Lady Sun going against Gongsun.
And with a lot of solo kills.
A lot of solo kills. So who will be the one getting the solo kills? I'm not so sure whether they're gonna do those solo fights or they're just waiting for the support to dive in, waiting for the help for the mages to come. Will it be a solo fight or not, or a 3 versus 3? We have no idea. It really depends what kind of strategy and what kind of movements and rotation they made during the game.
Yeah, but the rotation mostly they will move to the top side because that's what KPL team will do. And and the marksman actually they will 1v1 solo in the bottom lane, but I have no idea they will play so aggressively in the early game or not.
I really enjoyed yesterday's matchups, even though I was like casting only for the first half. But the next half we saw Huang Zhong with Lu Ban being picked by the side of GK and managed to win the fight. So we can still see a lot of different heroes being locked down, but you still having a huge and a very leading opportunity to win using those very uncommon choices when it comes to bottom laners. So let's just expect what kind of battles, what kind of 1 versus 1 solo fights we're gonna see in the bottom lane and moreover, like the top triangle, what's gonna happen?
Top triangle, I think that's a crucial thing in this game, crucial factor in this game. Will influence the win or lose in the top side because you have to be you have to control the jungle and to control some resources. You have to and you need to depend on the top side, the mid laner, side laner, and the jungler.
Yes. So the current meta, we can see the top triangle having those battles all the time because we need to give those resources, to give those attention to the top laner and jungler as well. So let the battle begin. Our first match between these two teams will be kicked off at this particular time. Let's see who's gonna be the first winner.
Okay, let's hear the voice.
So if it's a tie, ending up in a tie, Beijing Wei will well be running at the very first place, representing Group D, or XYG getting a total victory 2-1. So making sure that they have 1 extra opportunity to have performed 1 extra BO1 going against Beijing Wei. We're trying to decide who will be the number 1.
That will be the challenge, but who knows? Who knows? That will be the miracle happens in any single time.
We have been not expecting to see those extra BO1 all the time. We have been talking about this for the last
4
3
days.
4 days in total, but never happened.
Never happened.
Crit damage.
Quick damage of that, and Chelsea's been taking a help, so he need to use the heal. Might knock up 2 and do a lot of damage onto September.
All right, every scrimmage happen is slowly and no first blood has been spawned yet.
And that will be another choice, another chance for the Beijing Wei to do a lot of damage. But Ling, he used the second ability with Flash. But what a prediction of Hua Juan. He used the Flash to escape.
It's a sign showing that Hua Juan know exactly what Ling is gonna do. So if you saw that flicker and use a flicker, then the time will not be enough. So Hua Juan just know the idea that Ling will be using those flicker, trying to get closer, trying to use the little stun effect, trying to get a first kill. This is a good mastery of each different mages, huh?
Yeah, each different mages. What you can do, I can do it.
Yeah.
So I agree, know this kind of things.
Of course, and from the mini-map, you can see Hua Juan disappeared again, trying to make rotation to the top secretly.
Look at this round. the mid lane.
I mean, the
Making the
poking is
priority.
good. The laning is good. Like the HP exchanges is favoring the side of Weibo. XYG was brought very low there.
That would be the first blood goes to Chelsea,
Yeah.
2v2 solo. Just right after what you're talking about.
And one Seeker went down at sea. The other two members from Weibo trying to get some vision over to the blue.
But you're just saying level 3. You're not a level 4 Zhangfei. That's totally different.
And they have the idea that what's gonna be the spawning time for the next blue buff.
Yep.
The information will be directly sent to Nanyang.
I mean, that will be the big window that the Beijing Weibo found in this time. And they're so aggressive in the early game. They have Mai Xinyu, they have Gong Songli and Jing.
Yeah, this is called management. You know, once you have something happen down below, you exchange
Oh,
something
Ling
return
without
so quickly.
without the flash, and look at the CD of the flash over there. 10 seconds, maybe 10 seconds, but they catch this kind of timing because, yeah, Huazhe actually know the time of the flash.
While another ultimate is being followed by Lupo trying to initiate, while the damage is enough to get that kill.
Okay, and Zhang Fei uses ultimate to protect the Xiao.
Wow, frontliner protection.
Frontliner versus a frontliner.
Yes.
That's a lot of fun of that, and 2 flashes been forced out.
All right, so a lot of things are happening. A lot of common skill has been forced out, but ending the game, ending the team fights 1-to-1 trade.
Yeah, but Nanyang is in dangerous place and use ultimate, trying to strike back, but 4 members surrounded. And look at the damage from Nanyang. Oh, it's so cool! And Liu Bang uses ultimate to protect Nanyang with 1 kill and Liv is still alive. What a play!
Miracle down there. 1 versus 1, only level 8. Nanyang is.
Oh, wow, that's what we call the representative of Jing.
This is why this player have a specially designed skin for this character, right?
Yeah.
He excelled of the use of Jin so that he can find those places, dodging all the damage and the minor
once again.
controls, trying to wait for the cooldown and the ultimate from Xingyu.
Oh no, that's a show.
Showcase.
That's a showcase.
Yeah, this will be the player who had the pentakill.
So that's a big problem for X-Fighter right now because Nanyang definitely at some point you're hard to handle right now.
I mean, not to mention Beijing Weibo is winning in every single lane. Just to imagine the 4 members going ahead 1 and you ended up getting nothing in return. That's a huge disaster and a huge destroy when it comes to personal mentality.
Yeah.
Like XYG, they're determined to have a 2-0, and right now it's not looking very good for them.
Not very good because the jungle lane will get controlled by the other side, especially when Jing so rich and played by Nanyang at this time.
We have to see this.
Wow, 4 members and use the ultimate dodge, and dash to dodge a lot of CC and damage.
It's not like this 4 members does not have enough CC chains. I think not a very heavy and good ones, I would say, like for Donghuang Tai or Zhang Liang, but those minor abilities are there. Like Hu Xie is there, like September is there, the damage and the CC chains are there, but Nanyang just happened to find a slight opportunity to dodge all of this.
In some normal time, you definitely can guarantee the kill, but this guy is Nanyang, right? This guy is Nanyang, but with the help of the Xingyu is so important, also so important at that time.
Always making those impossible possible happen.
Yep, that's a miracle, and that will be the quite big highlight of the KIC. And right now, he's trying to defend his blue buff. September's been zoomed away right at that time, but yeah, she has been taken very low and taken down by Zimo.
I mean, for me, for the side of XYG, it started to seem very hopeless right now. You can see the goal deficit rate of 5,000. It's so huge. Like only 6 minutes and 30 seconds. XYG have to wait longer than 10 more minutes to finally balancing out the whole thing.
Need the time to bombing up, especially Shudo. Okay, another ramp up still by Nanyang.
Oh, and right now, like Weibo will started to do those snowballings, tear down all of your outer turrets, invade into your jungle, take control of all the dragons, like we saw earlier for a lot of matchups earlier happened. The same strategy will be pulling out from Weibo.
Yep.
1,500 gold lead personally, Jin against Lam. So hard to catch up.
So hard to catch up.
Not only junglers, marksmen as well. The same thing are happening.
Yeah.
Leading almost one entire item.
Every single position. You can see Lu Bu already getting himself 2 kills. And right now, Lu Bu so rich at the stage of this time. Okay, so mostly really effective in poking damage, but not enough to finish the team fight.
You know, the highlight for this is not only how beautiful like TianYun used the ultimate, what's happening down there. You know, they're actually winning in every single lane during the laning phase at very early game.
Yep, the stage of Beijing Weibo actually is pretty good.
XYG is undergoing a lot of pressure when it comes to wave cleaning, when it comes to how fast, how many items they can manage to struggle for those marksmen, for example, Shodo, the latest one.
But they have to do their best to delay the game.
Yes.
Again, buy themselves more time to farm it up. But the resources outside, especially in the jungle land, well, we gained by the opponents, all of that. But luckily, Xiao has smite. He can smite the jungle monster.
I mean, 20 minutes or 18 minutes will be the time slot for XYG to be expecting. A long time.
But that will be the huge pressure from 10 minutes.
Of course. Those dragons will continue to build better advantages for the side of Weibo, while XYG is facing the fact that not enough, very limited resources has been left out because every single common objective has been deprived by their enemy.
Yep.
Beijing Weibo not leaving a lot of time for XYG trying to struggle.
No more time, and the secondary turret of the mid lane has been destroyed. The last remaining secondary turret will be destroyed by Beijing Weibo in this time. Maybe next time, but it's just a matter of time.
And like right now, like split pushing it is, you have Liu Bang available in your composition. You can play either 1-4 formation or 1-3-1, also available depending on your mood, depending on your wave.
Yep. Quite important for them. And right now it's been 7,000 goal lead. KPL team versus KPL team. That's the same formula of that. Because you'll find out one mistake can cause a lot of different style butterfly effect.
You know, the whole jungle has been sponges now, but Beijing Weibo managed to take almost every single one of them.
Yeah.
This is how limited the resources are being left out for XYG trying to eat up. And they have to face the fact that 5 members in total are sharing those kind of very limited resources.
Oh, look at Kuchen trying to gain more vision for the team, contribute the vision for the team, but it's so vulnerable right now because Zimo, Lu Bu is so rich with the true damage, no way he can go.
I mean, Kuchen can definitely step back for a little bit because you can take a time. Take a look at the time, 10 minutes it is. If you're losing one frontliner for your teams, which means that you have not enough vision here. So basically what the heroes from Weibo is going to do is making sure that maybe 2 dragons in 1 row.
The 2 dragons will went off so easy. And right now, look at TianYun to use his ultimate to show down the XP of the high ground turret, and high ground turret nearly to be destroyed right now.
Yeah.
I really enjoy this game and he mastered this game, manipulating this game.
And a lot of criticisms are happening directly to TianYun. So using Jin will be one famous move from TianYun all the time.
Yep.
But from the challenging cup, from the early phase, the 5th round of the KPL qualifiers, the performance from TianYun is not satisfying enough for those audience.
Yep.
So, but after this fight, I think they will be pleased.
Yep. And finally, TianYun come back.
Come back.
Come back.
And
The leading wave is not enough for the kill. Oh, look at that. Kuxian. Not tanky enough. Actually, he find a right timing to interrupt Chelsea just right under the turret, but yeah, not enough damage can guarantee the kill.
Yeah, those gaps between these 2 teams, the goal differences, making XYG seem so hopeless at this time. Well, it happened. Well, the huge turning over point happened, favoring the side of XYG. The pressure is huge.
The differences in gold is magnificent how they can do this.
It's hard to defend this high ground turret because the Shadow Vanguard is on the way. I think XYG have to put up some miracle team fight to turn something back, but in this time only depends on the mistake your opponents made. It's quite hard because Beijing Weibo actually making zero mistake throughout the entire game right now.
Perfection, like the execution of the game, perfect. No clear mistakes. And we are talking about those very huge mistakes, not the minor ones. The minor ones will not be enough for XYG trying to struggle for a little bit.
Huge mistake, maybe 3 or 4 members be knocked down by XYG. That will offer a lot of time to fight him, a lot of time to farm it up.
Like huge mistakes, I was referring to those hugely winning team fights like XYG can finally find using all the ability they have. But from now on, I think Beijing Weibo is playing so good as a team.
Look at Yang trying to get inside and find some damage to destroy the backline. Before jump inside the backline, but not in the right distance. So everyone just zoom away and then go back to retreat. But 3 flashes being forced out at that time. As a September get inside, trying to find a kill. Look at the loop bounce right there. Has been taken very low, but Hua Zhang will threw out the second ability to zoom away the September. But the mid-lane turret, mid-lane high ground turret has been taken down. The last remaining high ground turret, it's hardly to see the health bar.
Yeah, barely won. I mean, the September, the angle, the direction he chooses to dive in is perfect. I would say just imagine if September can have more gold, for example, 2,000 more, I think he can make a lot of miracle happen down there. Yeah, actually, this action is good enough. But sadly, the truth is that the damage is not enough. 8.3k. Take a look at Jin. 11,000.
11,000.
And leaving Beijing Weibo gaining those 2 high ground towers. The super soldiers are available right now.
And then 13,000 gold lead. What a huge goal lead of that. Oh, look at the damage jump inside and mounted down Shudo within seconds. And then the back line's being destroyed by the other side. What else he can do? XYG can defend this space. And they're gonna take, and they're gonna lead the super soldier right into the base and destroy the base. And right now, Beijing Weibo, they already got the point of that. So XYG, they don't have any change to fight for the extra one.
So with this 1 point, the minimum 1 point taken to the side of Beijing Weibo, managed to keep Beijing Weibo running at the very first place in Group D. A good news for this team, and we're seeing all the players from eStar Pro are being the audience for this magnificent battle.
They're watching the competitor in the future.
I would say the MVP will definitely go to Yang, of course. This will be a fixed truth. But the coordination between those players, they made 0 mistake during the entire game. This will be a huge result of a teamwork. Good ones.
Perfect.
And for XYG, I think, they are not doing something wrong. But the truth is that they are not doing a better job than Weibo. This is the reason why they lose.
They're actually not doing something wrong. They have they barely have mistake of that. And then I just thinking about the Beijing Weibo. I think the individual ability and the individual stage it's more better than XYG, and that's it. No more for that.
I'm not especially referring to those team fights where Yang is traveling through those 4 members. That's the following butterfly effect after several winning when it comes to laning. So laning will be the one true factor leading the whole game, the starting point of Weibo. So the fact that Chelsea, 2 versus to the bottom lane, they gained the kill over there, the first blood. And after Mai Shili made several rotations down there, we can see another kill happen on the top lane. These 2 kills adding together, gaining the whole advantages to the side of Beijing Weibo. The laning phase is more important.
Laning phase is so important because you have to gain yourself some gold lead or some advantage in the early game. So ladies, it might be not the best choice for the BO2 or BO1 because that's a very late late game hero, but when you're facing this kind of strong team, you have no time to pump it up. When you are trying to turn something back in the late game, maybe you already lose 3 or 2 high ground turret.
I mean, the invasion to the jungle will be a result and good consequence after you win yourself into the 2 side lanes.
Yep.
After getting those kills, the first one in my memory was like the kills over to the support.
Yep.
Directly to XYG. And after getting the kill onto the support, the mid lane, Mai Shilini, together with the jungler, made their invasion to the jungles, getting the time where the next blue buff is about to spawn and giving Nuanyang that information. That's the reason why Nuanyang goes directly to that blue next round. So you can see how the messages has been delivered in this entire team. Good work.
And every second is so accurate in that time because he will catch every second. When you have to hide in the bush and wait for the buff, and when you have to place some vision around the buff, is quite important.
You get as much as information as possible because your support is helping your marksman getting those victorious winning laning down there. So you have to buy those information by yourself. This is what exactly Hua Jun did. You know, using his own body, Mai Shilini, using the dashes and passive he have, trying to roll in down into the jungler and see where the jungler is, where like September is, getting the exact right amount of time of what will be the next round of jungles.
And that's a good mid laner, and that's a good player. And what you can do, it's not the limit of the in the team fight. You can kill the you can destroy the backline, or you can do some damage. What's more, you can offer some vision. Yeah, you can collect the information and you just tell everything to your teammates. Have a good communication because you're the mid laner. You are the middle lane of this 2 side lanes. So you are the bridge of this you are the bridge of the side lane. So this is quite important for them.
So the MVP, we talked about this for a long time. Nuanyang.
Nuanyang, wow, what a play of that team fight, 1 versus 4. With the help of the Liu Bang, he can safely get away of that place and even more with 1 kill of that.
Like more elaborations, I think like Nuanyang in Chinese, there's a character stands for the meaning like the warmth from the sun. You know, this player is just like the one light for Beijing Weibo.
I think that would be the heat of the sun for the XYG in this game.
Explosive energy.
It's too hot.
Explosion is what we're looking for right now. See, ultimate available every single time. This ultimate cannot just last for any minute. We cannot wait for any more seconds. And here we go, the coordinations, the right moment to use all of the ability you have.
Wow. So beautiful.
You got
this kind of picture, so beautiful.
You
just
never
like
got tired. You know, you never get tired watching this kind of clip, watching this kind of highlight.
Yeah, because Jing is also my favorite hero. So when I watch this kind of manipulate, wow, this kind of technique, I'm so admired that.
Yes, really, really respect a lot. Like those personal potentials, those talents shining out of the performances using this kind of very hard to master hero. Yeah, Nuanyang.
Quite cool clip of that. Yeah. Right after this game, the XYG, they lose the change to chase after Beijing Weibo. So they already felt relieved, just enjoyed it this moment.
I mean, sad news for us. We are never gonna see those extra BO1 battles. We expect to see this kind of BO1 for 3 days, starting from the 2nd day of the, of the group week. We keep saying that, 1-1 at the very first battle. So if the teams can manage to take a tie against that opponent, we are going to see 1 more round.
I think every time KIC has been kicked off, we were just seeking a lot of extra matches at that time. Since just like the group stage or the KPL quarterfinal of that, we are seeking of a lot of extra matches. But wow, it didn't happen in that in this time.
Yeah, but I think for XYG they should spend some time do a little revise here. You don't want to show this kind of gaps when you're doing those battles with KPL teams. Because like if you run in the second phase, you're gonna facing those teams who is gonna be the leadership, the number ones in their team in the next round. And quarterfinals, it's a one-way thing. B07, boom. If you lose, you will be completely disqualified. You do not have a secondary chance.
Yeah, so this is quite important for them. You cannot turn into the quarterfinal with this kind of stage, right?
Yes.
And absolutely dominate by your opponent.
Because we are so familiar with XYG, so definitely they can do a better job. So get prepared, lift up your whole spirit, get prepared for the second match. We will be back shortly.
after a short break, I think both teams are fully prepared for the next round.
Fully prepared. Hopefully, XYG can have some resets between just during this few minutes. Yeah, definitely that's a pretty hard for them because Beijing Weibo show was showcasing a lot of individual ability and domination in the first game. Hopefully, XYG can have more prepared for that.
I mean, the whole team for Weibo, every single positions are displaying the upper limit of that compositions.
Yep.
As long as you can play that good with that composition, you are destined to be the winner for this match.
Yep.
So,
especially during the landing phase.
That will be the sign showing that they're fully prepared for the quarterfinals, even more, semifinals.
Yeah.
So, what will be the changes when it comes to BP, when it comes to gaming styles, when it comes to personal performance from XYG? Will be much of a highlight to expect in this fight. All right, second match is about to start from now on.
Now this round, I think that XYG have to pick some high upper limit hero and show some confidence in this matchup. It's pretty important because the lack of some confidence, I think.
I think they're not just feeling at the right moment, you know? They're quite slow when it comes to how they can finally get their best form out. So trying to keep up the pace a little bit, trying to bring yourself into the whole atmosphere, getting ready all the time.
Yep, Mengtian would be the first choice. So this is a wise choice of that. You already
Kuang
secured
used
the
this character
score.
to gain himself a MVP. Right?
MVP and double 30% of damage taken and damage output. So important for Kuang. This is one core of that. And Beijing Weibo still hiding their core. Luban Master and Nata. Okay.
Yeah, Lam is not available. Also, Nuanyang have already used the Jin. Who will be the jungler for Nuanyang to play going against Jin?
Depends on this whole conversation. Willing to play aggressive or passively?
I think Ata has already been chosen out. What will be the left choice? You're definitely going for those assassins, right?
Yeah. But they have to secure the core of the bottom side, the Luban door. Luban door has been secured. XYG, the first round, looks not bad.
I mean, if Beijing Weibo is stick to this kind of plan, I think the next two bans here from XYG might still go in directly towards the jungles. I mean, it's not a very uncommon thing for Nuanyang. Nuanyang used to play those BO7s where all of the bans here from their enemies are directly directed to the junglers. Like 4 bans, all aiming to the junglers. We always saw this.
You always saw this. Maybe there will be the Kill Touch Pena and the Tigress.
We
have no idea, but the first ban is to eliminate Shangguan because Huajian is pretty good at this hero.
I mean, for those soldier assassin junglers, maybe Kill Touch Pena or Xiao is still available right now.
Yeah.
Xiao,
I think that's a good choice.
Yeah, that's a good choice.
Xiao is a good choice. It showed the competitive in the mid game against with Jing. So
Miyamata Musashi is also available.
So which one you would choose?
A lot of choices.
Limit to the counter pick. Okay.
Wow. So many high quality audiences are standing and sitting
so
down
many
below.
talent.
All of the best players you could possibly think of are sitting down right now, seeing how well you be doing during the game. That's a huge pressure. Sometimes when your colleague are observing what you're gonna do, you got a little bit nervous.
Because we're gonna have a draw ceremony just after this game. Okay. In the first 3 days, there's no so much audience. Oh my God, Li Bai.
It's not a joke because you can see the gesture, you can see the facial expression from them. They're going for this seriously.
Seriously?
It's not a surprise design for us to be happy, to feel excited. For even the audiences, the players are really excited for this.
Even all the professional players, so excited. And well, it really surprised me. Nuanyang playing with Li Bai. Well, Li Bai actually disappeared for a long time, very long time.
I mean, let the party begin. We are so good, so content with this kind of result. And I really like the atmosphere, the tension here. So Weibo is doing this. They're determined to give this decisive decisions to this jungler.
And I think it's working because you have Ata, right? So Ata will be a sure thing trying to protect the jungle for Li Bai. Li Bai extremely weak in early game.
Yeah, I think as only Ata to defend the jungle land is insufficient because Yixing also pretty weak in the early game, so they have to find out some solution to protect or to protect the jungle land, or just trade or exchange some resources.
Yeah, take a look at their opponent's compositions, right? Even though they're directly going to this one being very weak early game support, but they pair him up. This is a pair, you know, this is a very common pick, making Meng Ya a very good, a very aggressive early game marksman.
Yep, speed up.
Speed up, the more damage will be offered by this single marksman. Oh, they're really excited.
Yep, because of
super confident.
Yeah, super confident of that. Because of the second ability of the Sun Bin can speed up the speed movement of the Meng Ya. So Meng Ya, he just need to carry the purified. It's enough for him.
You know, that's a whole reason underlying why they choose to go for that jungler at the very last pick. They basically using this kind of hiding strategy to force XYG into using 3 bans, very limited, very precious 3 bans targeting to the junglers, while they appear to show Li Bai at the very last pick.
I think every single jungler is possible in this matter because already show a lot of limitation of the mid lane and also the jungle. And the jungler, we only have 97 hero in this matter, so when we turn to the BO7, Li Bai definitely will be the core we showed up in the game 5 or game 6.
Like way too unexpected. I'm so surprised, I'm so excited here. So let's gather, no more time waiting, dive directly into this match between XYG versus Beijing Weibo. Definitely another surprise also for the side of XYG. So they have to make quick response to this kind of composition where their enemies are showing their loopholes in the early game. Whether XYG can quickly develop a strategy design for this to counter this kind of composition is really like something really important.
Yep, and I think really surprised that XYG they don't actually know the style of Nora playing with this hero, so that will be some difficult task for them to predict the rotation and movement of Nora.
Of course, we're not the only one who's been surprised, you know. All of the players from XYG and all the audiences, those players from the other esports clubs are
all of them were surprised.
Watching.
They're witnessing the new style of playing this hero.
I mean, there's no loss, right? Beijing Weibo have already gained themselves one more.
They have this secured the first place, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, the spot is already being secured. All right, very like safe. Very peaceful starting point for Nora.
Really takes some time to farm it up, especially Nora.
Oh, when it comes to late game, let's see that Lupa number 7 together with Li Bai. Oh.
Yeah, it will be something. Oh, Li Bai choose to go to the mid lane and share the land with the Lupa Master. Then Yixing will go to the top. Oh, this is something. This is a detail because when you go into the top, you'll be extremely dangerous because Meng Tian has been level 4, and then September definitely will go to will go towards the top lane. So this is a quite detailed design.
And then secretly moving to the bottom lane where Xiao has the vision, but there's no way that can fight for this River Sprite going against 2.
Yep, and the second round of the blue buff. Xiao already level 4 in this time. He used the ultimate to force the flash out. Now Chelsea only level 3.
Yeah.
Luban Master have to offer some protection of Li Bai, so it's quite hard for them. Oh, he gained himself back the blue buff with the ultimate and this double dash of the first ability in trying to find some kill onto Meng Tian, but not enough. It's not enough damage because his ultimate is still in CD.
The whole rotation for XYG trying to get the blue is because, like Xiao having the vision for Li Bai, having the vision for this Nora jungler, he knows exactly the reason why Nora moved to bottom is because the blue buff will be available shortly. So the whole team, XYG, just directly move the rotation down into the jungler. But, you know, one beautiful move by Nuanyao managed to take this blue back.
And yeah, Nuanyao, this beautiful move solved a lot of problem.
I mean, a lot of beautiful plays by XYG. A lot of like abilities are being cost to make sure that the blue can go to their side.
The XYG actually doing the right thing and the beautiful move, beautiful rotation and movement from that. Wow, but
unfortunately, Nuanyang's pretty good at this thing.
Oh, Jin happened to get the first kill to XYG, and right now look at the positioning from Kuxie again. Confident positioning.
Confident, so confident of that. And Xiao trying to do some damage, but it's been taken very low. We have to be careful about this.
I mean, initially it's a 1 versus 3. I think it's enough. Like one member brought 3 very low, waiting for the rotation for Ling Meng.
Oh, look at this move. Pretty nice. But Chelsea is in danger right now. And Huajun issues on Flash, trying to get out. And Chelsea is in danger. Definitely at that guy.
I mean, Chelsea with only 1,000 HP remaining have been surviving for a very long time.
Okay, but of course is the Jinx live. That's a fair trade.
That's a fair trade.
That's a fair trade. But Chelsea, wow, already realized he's gonna be that man. If he can save the Flash for the next time.
Where's Luban anyway? Lu Ban goes back. Use the teleportation.
Yep.
All right, this is what First Blood is gonna happen. Like 3 versus 1. More losses way.
Yep. That would be a lot of pressure to Chelsea because Luban Master have to offer the protection for the jungler.
Oh, cool.
Okay, Huajun. Oh, passive in trigger right here. Not enough damage for the kill. And then Kuxie has been taken very low, but still damage insufficient for each other.
But you know, for the fights of Weibo, because you're getting yourself like a very late core jungler Li Bai, so every single skirmish, every single kills for the team, if they are okay, as long as it's not Li Bai. As long as Li Bai still have those jungles and buffs available to jungle up, to farm up, I think it's okay.
Yep, and this is a nice switch from the side of the Beijing Weibo. I think Nuanyang actually protect his
well enough.
Yeah, well enough protect his jungle lamp, and the team may offer a lot of protection.
But XYG, look at this composition. They'll be really good when it comes to mid game. Look at the acceleration. Look at the damage offered by Xiao will be way too enough, more than enough during the mid.
But look at Zhaojun, Ling Meng's been surrounded by 3. Okay, that's another surprising movement from the Beijing Weibo.
Unexpected.
Unexpected, and Ling Meng's flash still need 10 seconds to cool down.
I was just talking about like how powerful like XYG's composition in the mid game can be, and they have to facing one fact that one member is going down again, giving Nuanyang Li Bai more time to farm up.
Actually, Nuanyang farm up so quick.
Yes. Level 10. Level 10 already.
Wow, they practice this kind of composition maybe for a lot of times. They will not commit in any team fight. They will avoid a lot of team fight, but win in a well defensive of all the resources. Okay, Li Bai once again clean another wave, so safe.
I mean, this is not a random pick. You know, I just feel all of a sudden, out of nowhere, we want to play this on Euro Hero to enjoy yourself. It's not like this. It's a result of a very long time distance play practice.
Yep, very long time. Because you're gonna use this hero.
Oh, it's a secret move. XYG gather around.
With Flash, hit inside, trying to find a kill, but look at the Arta. We'd like to pull back the Mountain over there, and Jing issues ultimate with nothing. So this is a bad position for Jing to use his ultimate, but when he get out of the mural space, you get a kill from Huajun.
All right, Huajun is rotating to the back line, trying to initiate while waiting for his member to follow out the damage, but the positioning is quite close to the damage he possibly taken, so 1-to-1 trade. Like Kuxie will be the first one getting down because he's showing too much of damage, like way out of the one who can possibly shoulder. So, I mean, Weibo is going too deep, I would say.
Going too deep.
Going too deep.
And then that's why she went too deep as well, because that's at that location, actually, Luban number 7 can do a lot of damage. Just go through the whole straight line.
if they are just doing more rational decisions, I think the team fights will just only result in 0 trading 0, just some exchanges into HP.
They play so cautious in this game.
Take a look at the personal farming. That's the most important thing. Look at Li Bai and Luban number 7 comparing to Jing and Xiao.
Yup, and Li Bai still a way to wrap up.
So definitely is leading a lot. Oh, both got Master Sword at the same time.
So September is pretty important in this game because he's the only one have the ability to eliminate Chelsea.
And Shadow Ripper will be the one that Xiao is getting right now. 2 items, physical damage items in total. And available. I love the same, like Luban number 7.
The same speed, they're coming up.
Eternity Blade and Shadow Ripper.
Yup. Okay, Kuche uses ultimate, but Luban number 7, oh, look at the damage from Luban number 7. Kuche nearly attributing it now with only single combo.
It started to see some effect going on, huh?
Yeah.
It's not a good sign for XYG.
Not a good sign. Look at Sun Bin, it is in the wrong position right now without Purify. Definitely needed the dead man of that. Yeah, I think XYG should retreat more early.
Yeah, I think this one, XYG is trying to make more things happen, trying too hard, so that every single team fight they're trying to engage, but ending up with nothing in return because maybe because of the bad positioning, maybe because of the wrong time and place they choose to do the team fights.
Yeah, and the whole formation was separated by the Beijing Weibo. So this is a bad thing for them because they have to play around Zhao Jun, play around Ling Meng. So this is a crucial point for them. They cannot separate for several parts of that.
Well, this is a very crucial point for XYG. They really need to make better decisions when it comes to the stage. 10 minutes is way more important.
Okay, Kuche uses ultimate and Zumo has been taken very low, and look at damage enough for it to ensure the kill.
All right, 1 member down. XYG successfully got themselves a good team fight and right now make rotation to the bottom and to the mid, making sure that they can do and put down this tier 1 turret in the mid lane.
They really catch the timing to destroy this turret, so it's more benefit from it. Okay, look at Li Bai trying to use the ultimate to do some damage inside.
September!
Oh, September, he really did a good choice, but not enough damage for the kill. And the protection offered by the Hua Juan is so well.
And you can see the second ability, those little bullets floating down from Luban number 7 managed to put September one step back. That one minor control is so detrimental when it comes to these kind of very vulnerable junglers.
This is that was a critical move. That's a critical move. Second ability to knock back September.
See the position initially Chelsea getting targeted directly.
Jump inside, but get pulled back by the Luban number 7. Otherwise, Nuanyang definitely a dead man. But look at that, Nuanyang and Luban number 7 and Chelsea. Oh, it's being taken down by XYG. It seems good.
XYG using their acceleration here, trying to solve one-man person, but Beijing Wave will make quick rotation back to the fountain. But they're facing the fact that they're losing the second turret in the mid lane as well. And let's pay attention to the positioning of September. Jin getting the Shark and Dark Tyrant to themselves.
Yep, the Shadow Tyrant will be taken by the Jin easily and pull back. Xiao is in danger, but not enough damage for the kill.
Oh, that's a close one because nearly used the Purify.
Pretty close for that, but luckily Xiao just hold the trigger because he already knows these 3 members.
Oh, let's see how these 2 members, the silence, the ultimate. The ultimate from Sun Bin managed to keep Nuanyang there.
And the purified issued by Xihe right in the timing and dodged the CC.
Oh, this is a very good use and apply of the ability they have.
Yeah, it's a nice strike back.
All right, and right now XYG has been reaching to their peak in time where mid lane, like mid game, will be a period of time where they're really thriving in this entire game.
Yeah, they're already turning to the strong period. They have to end this game as quick as possible.
Yes,
they don't want to delay this game.
The clock is ticking.
Clock is ticking because Chelsea is on the way to deck out.
But I think that they're doing it very efficiently already because Like nearly all the outer turrets are being taken down, only leaving the bottom lane one. I think it's okay.
It's okay. They can target on the high ground turret of the mid lane and the top lane.
Trying to speed up as soon as possible.
Yeah, they have Sunbin. Actually, they can make a quick rotation to every single lane.
If this game is really like being pulled out to the late game, 20 minutes we're talking about, let's imagine the damage, the burst damage coming from Beijing Weibo. Only a slight mistake you made during the team fights might result in a complete ace. So, whether Beijing Weibo can manage to find a way out, only way to break through this kind of dilemma here.
Depends on the mistake XYG they made. But right now, so far, I think XYG they did a great job.
Oh, they're not planning to give Beijing Weibo one more credit, one more point. Thai it is. We don't accept the same results like the previous one.
So they don't need. They absolutely don't want to make any mistake at the stage of this time. If they do make any mistake, that self-reflection will happen tonight. Right now.
Destroy of the mentality. It is XYG definitely to improve.
And they will hurt a lot of fans of XYG.
Also, yeah.
They have to keep going.
Keep going.
Slowly and steadily.
Making no mistake, manage a wave. Better.
Okay, they would like to join committing the team fight, but it get interrupted by the Arthur's ultimate.
Oh, the damage is already online. You can see the ultimate from Li Bai. Managed to take shoulder really, really low. So if that second ability from Sunbi is not offered, I think shoulder really have to retreat back to the jungle, trying to use the first ability to heal up a little bit.
Yep. But right now, full HP already. And then Beijing Weibo, they clean all the way. Oh, look at the Kuxie's position. That's a good position for him.
Oh, but the backliner is not quite low. I think Kuxie can choose to take it back for a little bit.
But he can just take some HP restoring from the jungle.
Xiao is really frightening. Like this kind of position, this kind of damage.
Yeah. Look at Channel Overlord. The number 7 is in quite dangerous. Oh, but Kush has been taken very low. Use the flash trying to get out of this place. And right now, the Shadow Tyrant's been taken very low. And some more, he's isolated by the XYG. And then the team will take down his life. And Hua Chen got frozen by the Ling Mo. And then it's been taken very low. Look at TianYun just strike back and have another kill for himself.
And look at the standing point of the other rest of the members. Jin rushing into the high ground tower.
Okay, he's stealing the turret.
Solo.
Yeah, he's gonna steal the turret over there. And the high ground tower has been stolen by September. That's a good movement.
All right, let's see. Luban is trying to find some targets here with the chain offered. Luban number 7 used the flicker to dash once, but was completely destroyed by Meng Tian at the same time.
Yeah, and Nuanyang is on the back line. He's in the back line trying to find a kill onto the Shihe, but it's not enough damage for the kill. He's holding the trigger for the ultimate, and then another dash to want to jump inside and pull back by the Luban Master. He killed the
Xingyu!
And then we find another one, Xingyu. Oh, for a great initiation.
Sunbin used acceleration to manage to find a way out. The ultimate will be only ability available for the side of XYG, while Kuxie is finding a safety enough position to rush back. Beijing Weibo, 4 members alive with the vanguards ready. They're ready to grab more things.
They're ready to clean all the resources of the jungle land. Maybe they want this high ground turret 14 seconds. 14 seconds of the reborn.
I mean, the team fight never stops. The team fight lasts longer than 2 minutes. A lot of things happened, even though the Overlord, it takes a lot of rounds to finish up the Overlord, but ending and landing on the hand and the side of Weibo.
And this beautiful strike back already lifting the whole spirit of the Beijing Weibo.
I really need to highlight one member like Xiao. This Luban number 7 standing in front of the dragons and do a lot of damage to the frontliner especially. And no more time to do the replays because a lot of things happening at the right moment.
And maybe the next second will be another team fight, another skirmish. So, okay. It's pretty hard for the observer.
Oh, this game is so good.
So good. So it's an exciting game.
But you know, look at the time, look at the dashboards. No time left for XYG.
Yep.
After the team fights happened just now, like Beijing Weibo is finally getting themselves the turning point of the game.
Yeah, and Beijing Weibo already turned into the strong period, and Li Bai already fully decked out, and yeah, Chelsea as well. Luban number 7, the damage from the Luban number 7 is hard to handle.
Well, these players are super talented, using this kind of confrontations and this kind of competition to play this good.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, all right. They're ready for the next
fortunate
round.
for that, Ying issues ultimate to block 2 members in. And look at the other side, Chelsea still doing the damage into the front line, so everyone stay low, have to retreat.
All right, this is a very special shape of the ultimate from Ying. Managed to lock Ling down there, making sure that Zhao Jing cannot rotate to the top, trying to clean a wave. Buying Luban number 7 extra time, trying to take this high ground down. But nice move from XYG, managed to send member the other Red squads up there protecting their high ground tower.
Yeah, especially Kuang, stay in the front line, so tanky, can receive a lot of damage with his absorbing all the damage, so high ground turret, yeah, it's still in the healthy HP bar.
This will be the battles we're looking forward to for a long time, you know?
Long time.
After 19 minutes already. See the goal difference? No, 100 it is.
Still 50-50, so the Tempest Dragon is the only chance for each other team to return everything back. It's the only chance for the XYG.
And XYG will be having those advantages when it comes to mid lane super soldiers. They have the high ground tower in the mid lane.
Yep.
20 minutes is. We are going to see those fights and these battles.
And they have to manage the waves at first. Okay, Kuang. Oh, Kuang been put back and uses ultimate, but it's so tanky. Change to the defense mode and take a lot of damage. And Nuanyang trying to do some damage inside. But look at Nuanyang. Found Nuanyang's right there, but he can use the ultimate to dodge the damage. And right now, September's been pulled back by Luban Master, and Resurrection the trigger will buy him the time, but this is the only moment time. Too little and too late.
Look at Zemo observing all the damage from the enemy.
Splendor, but killed by Nuanyang once again. And look at Meng Yang, want to cut the black line, and the back lines, everyone's staying low, but no one's gonna be killed by the Meng Yang's right over there.
Only Shoto is remaining on the front line while helped by Shike, but Shike only a support can do nothing. I mean, Beijing Weibo is completely winning this team fight.
He's gonna win this game, and he's gonna take down Shike, take down, sold out all the all the items, and buy himself Sage Sanctuary. Will buy some time for the minion waves, but that's only moment for them. Too late. They're gonna take down this high ground turret.
One last kill has been fulfilled by Nuanyang, and right now all the members are waiting for the wave to dive into the base, and right now another attack offered by Luban number 7, getting the kills and getting the base at the same time. 3 credits to Beijing Weibo.
Wow.
Being the first ranking, the first team leading the entire Group D. Picking this very unusual, very difficult hero in this composition. What a surprise.
Difficult, but wow. Nuanyang actually has surprised me at that time. At the very precious moment, he uses ability, uses proficiency of this hero, dash back and forth, and distract the member of the opponents, and then find the right timing to do the damage to the back line. Wow, that's what we call mastery.
I mean, the last team fight started on the point where the 2 assassins encountered with one another, right? Like September is trying to seize the opportunity, trying to do those solo kills, solo battle going against Li Bai directly. And initially he did it. He successfully brought the HP down very quickly, directing Nuanyang. But like Li Bai is one miraculous hero who can use a lot of dashes, dodging a lot of very fatal, the last hit damage. So that result into those times they actually buy for those team fights to rush back, surrounding September together, waiting for the Sage Sentry to be active and waiting for another light to be spawned again and kill September one more time. And if you're doing a 5 versus 4, definitely winning. Definite winning.
Yep.
It is.
That would be something different at that time because September, I know the theoretic thing. He was trying to chase after Nuanyang, the image of Nuanyang, the first ability. But he really did chase after Nuanyang, but Nuanyang at that time, there's a jungle monster over there. You already hit the jungle monster for 4 times, so the ultimate seemed activated. So he dodged a lot of damage, dodged all the damage from September. So without the ultimate and first ability, September is hard to get out of this wave.
We said this for a very long time. So the peaking time, the most powerful time for XYG, the only one opportunity for them to win this game will be the mid game. They actually did a great job taking all the outer turrets and even one extra high ground towers, but just doesn't have enough ability to train a way through. There's not always like massively winning team fights happen down there. It's always like 1-to-1 trade, 2-to-2 trades. Beijing Weibo is using whatever they can do, trying to get themselves a more favored result of the team fights.
Yeah, that's right. Only single mistake from that, or only single ultimate or ability, you miss the main purpose, main target, then you lose, and you lose. So this is typical team fight, I think, typical team fight from the KPL teams.
The turning over point will be fighting for this overlord, huh? Where Luban number 7 and Luban stay together with the lead, but managed to take that overlord really down, really low, making sure that XYG's member won't be rushing into this. But, however, using the chain to change the direction and the positions of the enemies. I really think that Xingyu did a great job throughout the entire game. This Luban is everywhere, making sure that Luban number 7 stays safe enough, and also those pullback, those ultimate are just so determined to get on the right, the right target.
Yeah, so flexible of his strategies, or the strategy of your playing with this Luban master. So this is quite important that Xingyu can get initiation and defensive offer to the teammates.
I mean, obviously, there's gonna be a lot of battles between deciding who's gonna be the MVP for this particular match. My personal opinion, don't take it seriously, but I think should be awarded to Xingyu. This Luban extremely good. You can see those Luban number 7, where Luban number 7 can find a place to deal this damage is all the result of a good positioning offered by Luban. Luban will be one main brain behind all of this, but you don't want to neglect the truth that Nuanyang is using Li Bai for this one. So
when Nuanyang pick up Li Bai, well, definitely win the key at the very beginning. So the MVP definitely goes to Li Bai.
Understandable. So, yeah, I said I don't take it seriously, but it's like only my personal opinion.
Yeah, and that's reasonable. But after all, Nuanyang actually he performed so well in this game, and in every very precious moment he performed so well to dodge the damage or to do the damage into the back line.
The whole performance is just legendary. You can see it's a rare instance for us, for as casters, or as audience, to use Li Bai to actually win the game when your opponent is XYG. And you can see those dashes, those ultimate pull out. One thing, ultimate to dodge the whole damage from September.
And then Xingyu flash and use the ultimate to pull back Jing, and right now surrounded by 4. You cannot escape from that. And Zimo already ahead, move toward to the back line, and then pull back everyone. And use the ultimate to block the way Xihe, which way trying to get out of this place.
You know, the surroundings from Shoudou is really good at the first place. He managed to brought 3 members really low. But you have to face the truth that Luban number 7, the burst damage coming out, standing up from as the top, the first frontliners for the entire game.
Maybe you're so strong in the mid game, which means Wang. But in the late game, the Luban number 7, you have to call him daddy.
Of course. Oh, that's a good pair. I mean, Beijing Weibo using Xingyu and Xiao together, this Luban pair, it's so perfect. And Luban number 7 actually got 42.3% of the whole damage.
And
every good rooms and space can do the damage offered by XingYun. So this duel, they achieve this accomplishment with each other.
So nice, so nice.
So now this is an excellent game.
Excellent.
Already impressed us.
High quality game.
Very high quality. Yeah. XYG, they did find some window to break and lead the game in the mid game. In 12 minutes, they're really strong at that time.
I could just honestly say that XYG did nearly 90% of what this composition is supposed to do during the game, getting themselves a lot of goal lead in the mid game and managed to win themselves a lot of winning team fights in the mid game. But just one bad news for them is that they're facing Beijing Weibo.
Yeah.
Beijing Weibo will constantly trying to fight back, and they will go back as long as they are 100% sure like it's your peaking time. We are just trying to avoid getting in touch with you. It's that easy. So sometimes you can see XYG can also use this kind of strategy to fight back. This is all coming as a result of a lot of thousands times of gaming experiences. All right, so we are ready for our interview. Hello， 花卷，跟我们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是北京微波花卷。
All right, so we are just so curious about what will be the reason you choose Li Bai as a jungler in the very last match. 就跟我们多分享一下，为什么第二局会用李白这个英雄作为一个打野呢？
李白的话，就是因为我们平常训练赛也有玩嘛，然后刚好小林觉得这把李白也非常的好用，然后我们就给他选了，然后特别帅。
During our normal draft and practice, we use Li Bai a lot. And for this particular composition, we think Li Bai will be working. And during the game, I think Nuan Yang really did a great job. 在这场比赛，其实在前中期都是一个比较逆风的过程，或者说也没有找到特别主动的节奏。整个比赛的节奏，包括运营的思路，当时整个团队是怎么商量和沟通的呢？
当时的决定就是因为李白这个英雄前期不是特别强嘛，然后我们只能选择就是去尽量拖发育，然后让鲁班还有李白去尽快的溜神装，然后带我们飞。
All right, so what will be the main strategy you guys discover? Because like Li Bai as a jungler is extremely weak in early game, so we know exactly he's gonna be really weak in early game. So that's a reason why we're trying to stall more time, buy ourselves more time for our main cores. For example, Lu Ban number 7 and Li Bai together to farming up to make those very important items, and then our final core like performed extremely good during the team fights. That must be result goodly for our teams. All right, thank you for doing this. 谢谢花卷接受我们的采访。等一下要抽签了，希望你们抽一个好签。Thank you.
好，谢谢，拜拜。
拜拜。All right, because I personally, I had a very good relationship with Hua Juan. Hua Juan is a very good kid, you know.
Good kid of that.
Kind kid.
Honestly, I think, it really showed up. This hero Li Bai really showed up in the BO7, by Beijing Weibo. Maybe other team they are practicing this hero.
I don't know. Maybe Xiao Peng.
Wow.
If I were to draw out one possible player who's gonna do this, might be Xiao Peng.
Definitely the way.
Just waiting for more good thing to happen during the quarterfinals. And we're taking a full grasp of all the results from today's matchups.
Yep. Finally, we finished the group stage right here. After these days, we've been through a lot. We have witnessed the non-KPL team, the potential and the quality. Unfortunately, the non-KPL team did not successfully make out to the knockout stage. So maybe next year they will become more stronger.
And East Pro, Chongqing Wolves, Suoshan DRGGK, and Beijing Weibo will be running firstly in each individual teams, and the number 2 place will be result into Nanjing Heroes, Shanghai EDGM, Chengdu AG, and XYG. And after all of this, we will be wait for a very short moment, wait for the draw for the quarterfinals to begin.
Oh, this draw was quite interesting because, well, Yuan Istanbul and Chongqing Wolf, that's the two guys no one willing to match up with.
And don't worry, we're gonna walk you through those rules of the draw and how the draw is gonna be like when our draw is about to start. So stay focused and have a little bit more time for you to recess for a little bit, and our draw will be coming up shortly. So hopefully, like, we have leave you a lot of matches, a lot of wonderful memories to try to place upon, because since November the 22nd, our game have been kicked off, and finally we skipped to the next half of the KIC quarterfinals.
Yeah, time flies. Now we are looking forward
to the draw.
Yeah, to the draw.
Final 8. All right, so please stay focused and do not leave shortly. We will be back together witness the draw for quarterfinals. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you are all the spectators from all over the world because we're gonna kick off the very final draw for the KIC knockout stage.
Very final draw. We're gonna win next. Who gonna be the competitor with each other?
I'm so excited. Our knockout stage will be starting in December the 16th till December the 19th. So we're gonna have one single BO7 for each day and one more news for you guys. The information will be needed. Our match will be starting up in 6 o'clock p.m. Beijing time. So stay tuned. And for those of you who are not so familiar, who do not have any idea about the rules, don't worry. We're gonna walk you down step by step. So how many teams do we have in the knockout stage?
In the knockout stage, you have 8 teams.
8 teams, and we are gonna have 2 pools already. So we during the group stage, we have 4 games, right? Like 4 groups, A, B, C, D, respectively. And after several days of the battles, we are gonna have the ranking number 1 and ranking number 2.
Okay, first place and second place.
And all the 4 teams who ranked number 1 will be sent and put into the same pool, which will be the first pool.
The pool 1.
And the pool 1 will have the teams, for example, Wuhan Isa Pro, Chongqing Wolves, Foshan DRGGK, and Beijing Weibo. And the rest 4 who ranked number 2, that won the second places, will be directly put into pool 2.
Pool 2, which means they against with each other before in the group stage won't happen again in the knockout stage.
All right, so the teams in pool 2 will be Nanjing Hero, Shanghai EDGM, Chengdu AG, and XYG. And we are gonna do 2 rounds of the draws. So the first round, we're gonna see whoever will be picked to put into different categories. So we'll have 4 matchup days. So the first draw, we're gonna see who is gonna do their matchups in December the 16th and etc. According to the result of the draws. And the second round from pool 2, we're gonna pick by the draw to decide who will be the opponent for those matchups. And one more important factor is that we will try our best to avoid those teams who have already been in the same group in the group stage to avoid each other. They're not gonna be facing each other in the very first round of the knockout stage.
Just like everyone stay in the cross one, yeah, they will go through with all around the team which they haven't met before.
Like in easier ways, for example, Group A, E-Star and Hero are put into Group A together. So they will not be going against with one another in the very first round of the knockout stage. If the result of the draw shows that these 2 teams already and again bump each other, don't worry, Hero will be sent into the next accordingly matchups so that the next target and the next draw will be deciding who will be the actual opponent for E-Star Pro. That is really easy to understand, right?
Easy to understand, which means you will against with the other groups.
Yes.
That's definitely.
So each group, they're gonna facing those enemies they're not so familiar with because they're not in the same group during their group stage. So finally, who's gonna be those battle? Who's gonna be those competitors? We have no idea before the draw even starts. So get prepared for what's about to come. And I mean, for these 2 pools, you know, it's very important because we have been emphasized this a lot. The reason why those ranked number 1 teams try their best trying to gain the very first place, it comes a reason.
It comes a reason, and we mentioned about it at the time a lot of times because first place you're gonna against with the other groups, the second place of the other groups, which means you will have more advantage.
Of course.
In the quarterfinal.
And more to that, BO7 single round robin. We said this before the draw starts. So single round means that only one time thing. Maximum number of the entire series will be like 7. So if you make it to the 7th, the last match, the ultimate battle will be going on. But if you lose within that BO7, the end of your journey for the entire KIC.
Yep, you have only one chance. Okay, then that will be a do or die game if you're trying to the group stage. We've been through a lot since the wildcard qualified, KPL region qualified, and the group stage. We have a lot of opportunity to fight back and try back, but not the knockout stage. That's only one chance.
So with our rule being explained and a lot of detail being elaborated, hopefully we're seeing a massive thing going on, because all of the world, audiences, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. After a long time of waiting, finally we got to see what will be the final 4 matchups during the knockout stage, deciding who will be the last 4 best 4 remaining. All right, spectators from all around the world, welcome to the draw for KIC 2022 knockout stage. He's the caster, Ying. After the fierce battle we've gone through in the past 10 days, in total, 8 teams will be continuing their journey to the knockout stage. And a single round robin format will be applied in the knockout stage. We're not going to do the draw within these 8 teams in total into 4 BO7 battles. And there are 2 pools available in this draw, where the teams ranked number 1 in each individual group will be put together into the first pool. They are Wuhan East Pro, Chongqing Lang队, Chongqing Wolves, Foshan DRGGK, and Beijing Weibo. While the remaining 4 teams ranked in second place will be put into the second pool. They are Nanjing Hero, Shanghai EDGM, Chengdu AG, XYG. We're going to do 2 rounds of the draw. The first round of the draw, we're going to choose and draw 4 teams in total from pool 1 to send into each battle accordingly. And their opponents will be drawn from the second round of the draw. And one more true rule for the draws. The teams that have been put into the same group during the group stage will not be encountering one another during the very first round of the knockout stage. For example, if Wuhan East Pro get into the same match with Nanjing Hero together after the draw, Nanjing Hero will be sent into the next matching day. They will not be encountering with one another in the very first round of the knockout stage. This is one additional rule we have during the knockout stage. Alright, today, let's welcome the 2 casters and 2 representatives that are going to do the draw with us. Firstly, we're going to introduce Kuang, one of our hosts. Please, Guang Yu, say hi to the audiences. Hello, everybody, I'm Guang Yu. Alright, firstly, we're going to choose and do the draw from pool 1. Please move forward to the number 1 pool. Please do the draw for us. Who will be the very first team from pool 1?
Wuhan East Pro.
Wuhan East Pro will be the very first team from pool 1. Please, Guang Yu, do the draw for us. Who will be the second team from pool 1? Only 3 teams remaining. Chongqing Wolves will be the second team from pool 1, which means that Wuhan East Pro and Chongqing Wolves will be staying in the same half zone with one another. Let's see the third team from pool 1.
Foshan
DRGGK will be the third team from pool 1.
请广宇抽出1号种子池中的第
The last
4支战
spot
队。
from Pool 1. The name of the team will be
北京微博。
Beijing Weibo.
好的，感谢广
All
宇
right,。Thank you for you. Thank you, Guang Yu, to do the draw
请
for
广
us.
宇移步台下
Please,
继
Guang Yu,
续
move
观
in
礼。接
down
下
there
来，让我们
below
有
and
请抽
continue
签嘉宾
to watch
英
the
凯。
rest part of our draw. And right now, please welcome the second representative to do the draw for us, Ying Kai.
来，也请英凯先和大家
Ying
打
Kai,
个招呼
firstly,
吧。
say
大
hi
家
to the
好，我是
audience.
英凯。
好的，那也请
Hello
英
everyone,
凯
I'm
移
Ying
步
Kai,
2号
the
抽
guest
签
for
台
today.。Please march in towards the second pool of our draw.
请英凯抽出2号种子池的第
Please,
1
英凯
支战队。
Show us who will be the opponent for Wuhan ESA Pro as the very first team from Pool 2.
南京 Hero 9进。
Nanjing Hero will be picked out from the draw, but as we previously
基于
introduced,
同组规
we
避原
will
则，南京
avoid
Hero 9进
the
将
two
会顺延
groups
到
from the
下一
same
组对
groups
阵，
during the
它
group
将会在
stage
8进4阶
to be
段对
counting
阵
with
到
one another.
重庆
So
狼队。
Nanjing Hero
有请
will be
2支战队
directly
的
moved
选手
into the
代表。
next battle, which means that they will be facing Chongqing Wolves in the knockout stage. Please, the two representatives for the two teams moving forward to the center of the stage. Handshake with one another. Friendly hug it is.
有请英凯抽出2号种子池中的第2支战队。
Ying Kai, please do the draw for us. Who will be the second team from Pool 2? Becoming the opponent against Wuhan ESA Pro.
上海
Shanghai EDGM will be
上
the
海
opponent for
EDGM 将
Wuhan
会在淘汰
ESA
赛
Pro.
首轮对
They're
阵
going
到
to be
武
facing
汉
Wuhan ESA Pro in the very first
有请
round
2支
of our
战队
knockout
的
stage.
选手代
Please,
表。
the two representatives from both teams, Huahai and Ningzhi, at the same time moving forward to the center of the stage. And make a greatly friendly gesture with one another. We wait together to see your performances.
有请英凯抽出
And
2号
next.
种子池中的第3
Please,
支队
Ying
伍。
Kai, do the draw for us. Let's see who will be the third team from Pool 2. Going against Fortune DRGDK. XYG.
XYG 将会在淘汰赛首
will
轮
be
对阵到
facing
佛山
Fortune
DRGGK
for the first
有
round
请2
of
支
the
战
knockout
队的
stage.
选手代表。
Let's welcome the player representative from both teams walk into the center of the stage.
有请英凯抽出2号种子池中的第4支战队。
Please, this will be our honor for Ying Kai to draw the last spot from Pool 2. Going against Beijing Weibo.
成都 AG
成都
超晚
AG
会。
成都
成
AG
都
超晚
AG
会将会在淘汰赛首
will be
轮
going against
对阵到
北
北京
京微
微
博
博，有
in
请
the very
2支
first
战队
round
的
of the
选
knockout
手代
stage.
表。
Please welcome the two representatives from both teams, Yang and Nora.
好的，感谢英凯，请到台下稍作休息。本次淘汰赛对阵抽签结果已经全部揭晓，让我们共同期待8支战队更加精彩的表现。我宣布，2022年王者荣耀世界冠军杯 KIC 淘汰赛抽签仪式圆满结束。我们12月16号淘汰赛再见。
We're looking forward to see you in December the 16th, where and which will be the very first day to kick off the knockout stage.
What a surprise! What a surprise! You can. Okay, the first half zone, Wuhan East Pro and Chongqing Wolves. Oh my god. That's what we call Guangyu, all right?
You know, the reason why we're so excited about this result is because normally we're seeing those grand finals with these teams bumping with one another from both sides. But the fact that they're choosing and been picked out into the same zones, which means that they're gonna probably facing one another during the semifinals.
Okay, the semifinal, we're gonna have that opportunity to win this.
Of course.
The grand final from the summer final.
What about the next one? I mean, Chengdu AG versus Beijing Weibo. This is one worth watching.
Yeah. Wow.
Because we are seeing the scene where the two representatives hugging one another. So basically, Noanyang and Yino are such a good friends. They became friends even before they become representing Beijing Weibo and Chengdu AG. So their friendship has been going through a lot of times.
Yep, that's a good friendship. But now they are the competitor for each other. So they have to encountering in the knockout stage. Hopefully they will have the full enough preparation of that.
And for Shandiar, GK and XYG, they have to fight for their best because they are the two winners from the very first round of the KPL qualifiers. What a coincidence.
Yeah, that's a coincidence. Something will turn into the accident. Look at it. Look at the first half zone. Well, when East Pro will come out against
EDGM.
Okay, EDGM in the first round. I think the EDGM they're gonna cry in there.
Yeah, very strong competitors, you know. And for E-Star and EDGM, I couldn't even trying to gain my memories back. I couldn't even remember what will be the last time they encounter with one another. That must be went through a lot of years ago. Back.
It really take a lot of years. Yeah, and take a lot of time for them to climbing up. That's just like a vertical wall. They keep climbing for a lot of time, a lot of months. For that, and then they're coming out against Wuhan East Pro in the first one. Wow, that's a super surprise for them.
That's a very big bone to bite, huh?
Yeah.
The same pressure, the same pressure for Hero as well, because they're facing Chongqing Wolves instead.
Yeah, facing Chongqing Wolves. But yeah, you have no choice for that because you are the second place of the group.
You know, if you're gonna be the final champion, you have to defeat every single enemies. That's the truth. That's all universally how the universe works, the principle. So if you really want to be the final champion, representing the #1, ranking the #1 places, you don't show any fear towards any kind of enemy. You're gonna defeat them anyway.
And that's a reality. They have to defeat all of your opponents to hold the trophy. But in their own opinion, I think just they should go more further. But in the first round, you're gonna face most strongest team in the KPL. That means hopeless for them.
Of course. But personally, the one that I'm looking forward to see the most will be the final one, like Beijing Weibo versus Chengdu AG. Not to mention the stories from Noanyang and Yinan together. Like these two teams are experiences a lot. Throughout the years, these two teams have been overcoming those obstacles and difficulties together. And from now on, we have seen a lot of matchups going on earlier, earlier 4 days. So you can see basically Beijing Weibo is on fire. Their motion, they're fully ready for the future matchups. But we're kind of worried about the mentality and the condition for AG.
Yep, AG after the matchup with Farandia GK, actually the mentality will change a little bit.
Got destroyed.
Yeah, got destroyed a little bit because when they're facing
the scars in the early game. I think a huge pressure created by scars, and then AG they took them for such a long time, about 12 minutes to strike back.
It's like a roller coaster for AG fans.
Yeah, up and down.
Starting from the very beginning, where AG is keep themselves undefeated all the time in the second round of KPL qualifiers, and now they make it to the group stage. But after several times of the matchups, and finally the one they had going against GK, I think they suffered a lot. So they're gradually losing their best conditions and status. This is what we as audiences and casters are quite feeling worried about. So basically, I think if Beijing Weibo and Chengdu AG together can prepare themselves to the best condition, best status, we're gonna see a great one there.
Yeah, that would be the great one. I think Beijing Weibo actually performed so well today.
Of course.
Yeah, they performed so well today. I don't worry about the Beijing Weibo because they're really on fire. Okay, especially Nuanyang put out the Li Bai and they performed so well. Everyone is in their state, in the
bad states.
The bad state and
bad
strong
states.
period, I think. But the Chengdu AG maybe a little bit worry about that, but still a few days for them.
Okay, so if you became a fan to either teams, let me walk you down to the detailed schedules. So the battle between Wuhan ESA Pro and Shanghai EDGM will be the very first battle kick off the entire knockout stage, December the 16th, 6 p.m. Beijing time. And the next day, December 17th, we're going to see the battle between Foshan DRGK versus XYG.
So this is a schedule for you. So you have to stick to the plan. Okay, stick to the plan. Watch the game you want and follow the step of the schedule.
And the next 2 days, starting from December the 18th, we're going to see those battle between Chongqing Wolves going against Nanjing Hero, also one to anticipate for. And the last one, the last day of the qualifiers, the first round of qualifiers, December the 19th, it is the fight between Beijing Weibo and Chengdu AG.
I think that's a good that's a good point for the Chengdu AG because they have more time to set themselves.
Yes.
If they're playing in the first round, maybe they will be the same state as they performed before.
You know, more time it is. You have to extra 3 times to prepare for what's going to happen during that battle going against Beijing Weibo. But sad news for EDGM. Not to mention they're going against Wuhan ESA Pro. They're going to do their battles in the very first day of our knockout stage.
Yeah, Shanghai EDGM actually. They really take some time to rest of that, but yeah, only a few days for them to do some research on Wuhan ESA Pro. But they definitely did some research and homework before. But yeah, I mean, is that deep enough? Yeah, that's a question.
You are never gonna have enough time when you're trying to figure out what kind of team that Wuhan ESA Pro will be like.
Yeah. Throughout this day, I think Wuhan ESA Pro still hide a lot of things behind because only you can say it's a BO2.
And BO7 will be like completely different, so the format works differently. We are seeing BO1s, BO7s, BO2 all the time, so KIC the formats changed a lot. But from the very beginning of our knockout stage, all the matches you're gonna see are applying in the same principle, that BO7 single round robin. We don't have extra life offered to those losers, and once you lost it, no matter what will be the minor scores you have, it's a 0-4, it's a 1-4, it's a 2-4, even worse, it's a 3-4, but you are disqualified to the entire following up journey. That's very cruel.
That's the time. This is just like a task. You made us so much that effort just for this moment.
Yes.
But can you deliver a wonderful? Can you just finish a wonderful task? So this is it, but the content of the task may be a little bit difficult and different from the other side because someone will against with the second place of the group, but you have to face the first player of this group. Yeah.
But the format will stay the same as the one we applied before from the very first round of the KPL qualifiers. So BO7 Ultimate Battle included. So not to mention Global BP, we walked you through quite clearly during the BO2s. So the hero that you used before cannot be used again within the short series of the matches. But if we result in a 3-3, so we come to the 7th game. That game, all the heroes will be available, and BP will be made into a blind stage where you have no idea what your opponent's gonna have. The last moment you're gonna have the idea of what your opponent's gonna have for their composition will be happening in the very first second of the game.
Yeah, in that time, no ban, no pick, and the coach will decide which 5 heroes will join this game. And until the game started, they don't know the composition with each other.
But you know, to give you more information to digest, normally we're gonna see those exactly same composition from both teams. So a lot of the ultimate battle has been going on in the grand final and the semifinals in KPL. So basically we're seeing Da Qiao, Gong Sun Li, Mai Shirenui, or Lu Bu and some jungler, for example, maybe Lan, maybe Jing, as the final composition. As the answer for the ultimate battle. So basically the 2 teams are gonna perform the exact same composition against each other.
That's a critical point for that, because you're gonna see 2 Jing or 2 Lam at that time, or 2 Mai Shirenui. And that time depends on the individual ability.
Yeah, of course. So much to be expect for. Okay, here we go. We're gonna do some real-time interviews with the players, and that's directly Haven, who's with us. Hello, 花海跟 Fly 跟我们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是武汉 INSA Pro 的花海。
Hello， 大家好，我是重庆狼队的 Fly。
别的不多说了，现在心情怎么样？跟彼此说一句话好不好？聊聊天儿。
握手言和。
宿命对决，宿命对决。
So with no further dialogue happening, please say something to your audience because you're separated and picked into the same side. 对于这个抽签结果啊，作为2队的队长，有什么样子的想法呢？我们 Fly 可以先说，好不好？
华海他想先说，我让他先说。
我感觉的话，这个抽签结果生死由命，富贵在天吧，打就完事了。
对，我觉得花海说的很好，他说的跟我们想的都是一样的。
All right, so Huahai speak first because Fly think Huahai has something to say, and Huahai said it's all destiny. You know, we are determined to meet one another, and Fly totally agrees on that. 那么这场比赛啊，就是我们首先第一轮先问问花海啊，第一轮呢将遭遇到 EDGM， 对于那场比赛自己有一个怎样子的想法呢？
跟 EDG 的对阵的话，跟他们的主教练迷风花是挺熟的，反正的话主要还是打好我们自己吧，对，加油就行。
All right, what do you think?
你们一定可以的。
What do you think of the battle going against EDGM? And Huahai's answer will be like, we are good friends with their main coach Mi Fenghua, so hopefully we're going to perform our best. And Fly answered also, you can do this. 那么下一个啊，我们重庆狼队呢会对阵到南京 Hero 9那场比赛。首先问一下花海，你怎么看？
我觉得这2个队伍的交手的话非常有看点啊，也是那个宿命对决了，对。
总结得到位。
All right, so Huahai think that the battle between Chongqing Wealth and Nanjing Hero are quite destined as well. That's all determined with the God. We have something set up over there, and Fly also agreed. Fly 今天啊，这个采访稍微有点混啊，现在的心情怎么样嘛？好不好跟我们分享一点？你不能再让花海说了，你自己说。
心情还是挺好的吧，就因为像这种淘汰赛的话，如果你想要拿冠军的话，就要是面对每一个选手。对，所以我觉得现在心情都跟花海队是一样的，就是生死由命，富贵在天。我觉得他说的真的非常好。然后我觉得你们一定可以的。
可以。
All right, this will be the last question. I mean, Flies said that if you're going to become the final champions, you're going to defeat every single enemy you're going to encounter, like we said before. So very nice attitude there. So hopefully you guys can perform the best. Looking forward to see your performances. 谢谢花海跟 Fly 接受我们的采访，你们一定都可以打出自己最好的状态的。谢谢。
Well, these 2 guys just like they're doing business.
Well, I mean, they're very mature, you know.
Okay, very mature.
Very experienced players, especially. All right, so much for today, and we're looking forward to see you guys in December the 16th. Stay tuned. Don't go away. We will be back shortly. Bye-bye.
Bye.